But I am changing it so that, like, when we have something to name, or know we will have something to name, that'll open the queue. So let's jump in. For those who missed yesterday's stream, the frozen few did die. Hatterade got messy, food poisoning was a problem. I expected some allies to help me that were on the map. They were apparently also friendly with the people attacking me, which didn't work out so great. So we did get clean sweeped. The child and the child and the pacifist took the ship because they were the only survivors, and then launched and attacked a pirate base, and actually managed to kill it after they died because the pirates blew themselves up on the ship. But ultimately they died. So we're now doing a run that is based entirely around cloning. So everyone is Gary. So we've got Gary and their first clone, Wrong Gary, who is the title Second Gary, and then the title Original Gary. The way we're doing this is we do have the Corrupted Obelisk. Right now, we don't have Anomaly, or we don't have the Anomaly monolith activated, so I can't actually research this. But we are just continuing to run the Obelisk and occasionally get clones. It's going to be slow on the early game. But what we will do is, I think once we get like our third Gary, I think we'll wake up the monolith. That way I can, you know, manually trigger the clone whenever it happened. We'll see how it goes. This might end up being a non-viable thing. I was actually doing tests on it off stream, and I didn't get a chance to really test when, like, I was hoping I'd have like a couple more days or whatever to test to see how it goes. This is going to be a slow run, because once I get this active where I can use it, I can only use it like once every 30 days, I think it is, in game. And then on top of that, because we don't have like an unnatural healer or anything like that, there are a lot of negatives that can happen from the monolith that some, like, I don't get to keep the clone. Like, if we get the cloning psychosis, which is basically both your clones will slowly lose consciousness until they're basically on, like, they're just knocked out and unable to do anything. When it comes to that, the only solution I have is to kill one of them. Until such time, I can either get Healing Mech Serum, which only gets me a chance to do one clone, or we get a hold of Unnatural Healing. That is the only pawn we're allowed to take that is not a Gary, is one person with Unnatural Healing, and once we get them, we will seal them in the Ancient Danger until there's a Gary that needs to have their stuff sorted. If we get Crumbling Mind, that's another kind of dead on arrival. We'll keep a couple Crumbling Mind, like one or two of them, but with how limited they are on being able to do stuff around here, they're probably just going to be melee fodder. Just basically there to take hits. But I will, I'll definitely say we won't be able to do much of that. Yeah, no, you, Kayla, I'm pretty sure you saw this one yesterday towards the end of stream, if I remember correctly. I think so. Because this is the cloning one. Yeah, let's see. Imagine if Epic took all that money and gave out the exclusive and used it to improve the platform. That's exactly my thoughts. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That's literally my thoughts on it. On it, NG, is if Epic actually put proper effort into its store, the Epic store could actually be really good by now. But that's not where they put their money. They put their money into taking games and making them exclusive to Epic to try and force you to use their store. Might have logged in, but you passed around out around midnight. Gotcha. Oh, I thought you made a comment then. I could be mixing it up. There's a lot of stuff coming and going. If we're dogging on really bad stores, Ubisoft has the crown. Well, that was like we literally had someone mentioning that they actually liked the Ubisoft store. It's fine. Like, honestly, for me, out of, like, again, Origin, Ubi Connect, or like Ubisoft Connect, whatever it's called, Epic, there's another one I'm blanking on from the big like where everyone is trying to, you know, the big game developers are trying to pull people off of Steam. I guess technically Microsoft Store would be on there as a consideration. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. I honestly would say, for me, Origin was the worst one, and then Epic was a close second. Seems he takes more time pretending to be a gaming white knight on Twitter than working at a store. Yeah, no, and as a reminder, we have switched over. We're only opening the queue when we have someone to be recruited. You have so much trouble. Yeah, I do know when it comes to, like, you know, with the Ubisoft store, and to a lesser degree the Microsoft store, when it comes to, like, you buy a game for Ubisoft that's on Steam, and then you need to, like, connect to, like, the online component, like, that kind of thing. I definitely know both Ubi Connect and the Microsoft one. I have had hell with that in the past. Like, that was, I like State of Decay 2, and I did play that multiplayer on stream a couple of times with Sui. But man, every time getting that thing to play nice was pulling teeth. They eventually did patch it to, like, circumvent a lot of the Microsoft stuff, and now it works great. But for a while there, it was like this whole big process of just being able to play with other people. Yeah, new run. We started the run last night about an hour and a half before the end of stream, I think it was. Well, actually, it probably would have been about 2.5 hours. An hour and a half before I was supposed to end stream. We are doing a cloning-only run. So it's kind of a nod to, if you've ever played, was it Fallout 4 that had Gary? I don't remember which Fallout it was. But, it was one of the Fallout games. One of the vaults, it was just one person cloned a bajillion times, was the entire vault, and they had all gone crazy. 3? Yeah, it's either 3 or 4, either way. It was 3? Okay, got multiple confirmation. But yeah. So, it was just like a kind of a nod to that one, where we're making our colony of Gary. But we're using the Corrupted Obelisk. I will not be... At least I'm not planning to use the forbidden technology where you can deliberately have your wealth extremely high, have one pawn on the map that's unconscious, to then trigger it to 100% to cause yourself to get 30 clones almost immediately. That is some really cool tech, by the way. I saw Mortal Smurf do that with Bacon, and it's like... Because I hadn't heard about that tech before, and it's like, okay... You know, I was thinking in my head, like, alright, so you got, like, 29 of the same pawn. Like, how did we do this? Because that's on a 30-day cooldown to do the cloning manually. And you can have it happen every so often where you get an extra clone. So let's pretend you had, like, really, really good luck with it. At the best, you might be able to pull it off in, like, 8 or 9, maybe 10 in-game years if the RNG was particularly friendly with you. And they would certainly need an unnatural healer to deal with all the negative health stuff coming up. Because every time Crumbling Mind came up and Cloning Psychosis, you know, you'd have a messed up pawn. I'm like, alright, so there's got to be something else going on here, and I don't know what it is. And yeah, then you know, like, I was just asking in chat because I was hanging out. And yeah, he explained kind of the trick of what he did for it. I was like, oh, this is dastardly. Because for those who don't know, I don't like that we're getting heat stroke because I can't do anything about that. For those who don't know the way this works, when it hits 100%, it just goes into a cycle of cloning your pawn, like cloning pawns on the map, and then making them hostile to you. But the way it works, because it only targets pawns, so not animals or anything like that, you can kind of game it, and how many times it clones is based on your colony wealth. Or, like, the points you have, which is based on colony wealth and time. And so you can kind of deliberately time it, so you're like, okay, it's at, like, 98% or whatever. You hit someone with anesthetic, and you run off the map, like the person, your target cloner. And so you knock them unconscious for a decent duration of time. And then that goes into its cycle. It clones however many number you want as hostile, but they're unconscious, because it does clone them, and it clones that they're under anesthetic. And then you just bring everyone back in, and you grab all the people and you imprison them. Now, granted, normally, if you grab a pawn, you know, make 25 clones of them, and you chuck them in jail, the chances you're getting them out of jail before, like, the walls start burning down from jailbreaks and mood breaks and not being able to keep food handled and all this kind of stuff is pretty negligible. This is as cold as it's gonna get. Let's see if that's cold enough to keep the heat stroke off. That's what I was hoping. So it looks like it is cold enough with our clothes that as long as I remember at like the coldest part of the evening to have them all step outside for just a minute and then go back in, we should be fine for the heat stroke concern. But yeah, so it's like, it's a really cool forbidden tech. But like, Mortal Smurf had put like a huge amount of effort into like making this like really juiced up pond. Yeah, as Shaw's mentioning, giving them dead calm so they can't prison break, because that's what one of 2 or 3 things that dead calm does. I believe dead calm means they won't social fight, and they won't prison break. There's like 1 or 2 other things they won't do. So with all that, yeah, you could just make a juiced up pawn. Now to be clear, don't worry about bionics and all that. If your pawn has bionics and you clone them, they won't get the bionic. They'll just have whatever limb or whatever will be just its normal limb. So there's no point in like juicing them up with bionics or whatever. But yeah, taking the time to like designer out your pawn and then deliberately triggering the cloning cycle thing. Which once you do that, the obelisk's destroyed. But, you know, being able to pump out like 20 plus clones all at once, considering I can trigger that once per 30 days once we awaken the monolith. You know, how many years of cycles of that is that you got all at one and never having to suppress it anymore? Maybe if we decide to go do endings, like pursue like the Arco Nexus, well, probably not Arco Nexus because that'd be just a reset. If we start pursuing endings or whatever, if we get to that point, you know, we'd end up needing to leave the map. Maybe at that point we'll do that as like our last hurrah, is forcefully trigger that. That's a belated raid. Twitch didn't take you with it. How dare. Alright. So also, we'll randomly have a chance of whoever is going on this getting cloned randomly. Yeah, so for right now what we're doing is we are just slowly working things through. We've got one Gary who is cooking and planting and all that, and the other Gary is like crafting and all that. Heat wave for pay. As much as I would like this, I'm lying, I actually don't care about any of these things, but pretending I actually wanted these, this would kill our colony because we are doing no starting research, random research. And so what that means, if I look right here, and I look here, I've gotten heavy bridges, which are useless on this map. There's no water, and I'm getting fishing, which is useless on this map. There's no water, because research RNG is a troll. Let's see, but Embracing with the Void does clone, but with only one death refusal. Yeah, no, I mean, that's Shaw's mentioning, that's actually one way to work around a lot of the cloning issues, is very genuinely just having the death refusal. You know, they get Crumbling Mind, you death refusal them. If you get like the organ failure, you let them die and death refusal them. The cloning psychosis, you murder it and death refusal them. If they're a hostile clone, you kill them and death refusal them. I mean, you try and subdue them, but you know, if you accidentally kill them while subduing them, but if you're doing the unconscious thing, that's a non-issue. It's cool stuff. Hydropower research coming. Hey, would have to get electric first. So I made the comment yesterday where I was like, really? I got heavy bridges, the only one of this whole list I physically can't do on this map? I stand corrected. I was wrong. There was a second useless research. The difference is this is one of the cheaper researches. Like obviously there's these one for 400, 450 that are a little bit cheaper. But cheaper research versus the heavy bridges was literally the most expensive research other than electricity, which is actually useful. Alright, so pretty soon Gary's going to need to get planting it. There we go. It's listing as having nothing in storage at all. Okay, so I can rescue this person. I may not keep this person. This person may not stay. Oh, I see what I did. I was like, I'll change it off a prisoner and then put it back in prisoner. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and do this. At some point, I am gonna have to capture people and start like doing the biotech stuff, so we can make our Garys better and stronger and faster. And I'm planting entirely too much heal root. Honestly, is there... I keep debating what I want to do with this right field. So there was a character called Gary in Final Space, which is a really great TV show. Gotcha. I think for right now, for this one, we'll stop sowing and cutting on this field. Because I'm getting way more medicine than I can use. So I'm going to go ahead and like back off of that. Because I want Gary to have more time to do stuff around here. So if we cut back a little bit on what they have to plant, they'll have more time to haul and clean and construction and do all that sort of stuff. Until I start seeing someone's idle over here, we can back off of that. Like food-wise, we're actually pretty good. I've got about 1,000 corn and then more corn growing. And we are out of wood because they're trying to replant the field, and that's just fine. We just need a little bit more Gary in our life. Alright, before you corrupt it, cut down your one thing of... That's fine, I don't care which Gary. Because, like, we don't have to copy only the main clone of Gary. I think that's actually part of the fun is, you know, doing the copy of a copy of a copy Gary. So we have, like, some Garys are cloned off the OG Gary, but over time we will have more of a spread. Isn't the Gary clone gag from Fallout? Yes. This would be a reference. Multiplicity. Also Gary Gigix. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I was trying to think, isn't the dad from Rick and Morty Gary, or am I just putting a wrong name there? I feel like it must have been a different name. Why? I don't remember. Oh, Jerry, that's right. It's okay. He can be Gary too. He's an honorary Gary. Alright, so kind of our next orders of business is one, get the crops replanted. Until we get tree sowing, we're kind of stuck doing the fiber corn. There are trees that appear on the map. It's one of the things with the grassland. It ain't a lot of trees. So wood is a bit of a scarce resource here. If we get stone cutting, I do have a lot of stone on the map, which would be good. That's kind of the big research you want, is because then I'll start putting stone along the outside here. You know, go down here somewhere, get ourselves some type of defensive position down here, and go with that. But that's only whenever we get stone cutting research, and that's just, we are doing the no research, random research. So the good news is Leva did not stay, because then I would have to call them not Gary and then banish them. Because that is how we are treating anyone who forcefully joins our colony. We rename them not Gary, and then we give them the title is not Gary, and then we banish them. Because they're not Gary. We've only had to do that once so far. Because we're only allowed to have Gary and then one unnatural healer. And thank you, Magic Feet, for the tier 1 sub. That's 3 months you've been subbed, and I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot. And if I didn't mention it before, we did actually hit last month. We did hit the 100 plus points to qualify and all that. So that means I'm locked into the 60-40 split until like July next year. So thank you so much for that, because that does help tremendously. Having that 60-40 split is effectively, like, if I were to lose that and go back to the 50-50 split, that would effectively be a 20% reduction in my revenue for streaming at no additional cost to any of you and all that. So it's big suck is what that would be. So it's always something that like really kind of helps with the peace of mind and everything for me as a creator. Be like, yeah, this is a thing I don't have to sweat about for at least a full year. I mean, for at least 9 months, because then I'd have to like be on those 3 months trying to get it. I knew a couple of people who they were going for the revenue split, got like 2 months, missed the last one, and that basically was them quitting streaming because of just how demoralizing it was. And I can imagine like getting to those higher like revenue splits and then losing it also is probably one of those things that just is utterly demoralizing. I do wish Twitch was just like, it's 70-30 for everyone, just whatever. But I also understand they make a lot more money from people doing pushes for, like, getting, you know, that next tier higher and all that. Like, and I made the statement that to the community I wouldn't try for the 70-30 split unless we were, like, naturally with no push, kind of hitting around, like, 200 plus points out of the 300 I would need. Because I feel once we hit that point naturally, like, doing a little push for, like, you know, 1/3 more points wouldn't be that big a deal. But right now we're sitting at about 100 plus, you know, 115, 120 plus points each month. It's like that'd be tripling it. That is a big ask. Hey Sam, you know what? You're not Gary. Let's see. So you would stay, you won't work, you're willing to give me a mind numb and a pile of jade. We could take the goodwill, because apparently they don't like me for some reason, so I'm gonna go ahead and accept them. So, I am allowed to accept people like this, and the reason I'm allowed to do that is they're not actually a colonist, they're just visiting. So it's just the same thing, I can accept refugees and they can help, but I can't, like, if they're like, I would like to join you, I can't say yes, I have to go, get out of here. You think your ISP is trying to bother you again? That's no fun. But yeah, so for those who missed, we are doing a Grasslands title. Oh, I mean, I guess I don't really need you ripping up that grass. We'll take you 2 seconds, so I'll just leave it alone. We are doing a Grasslands title, so that's the reason why you see I've gone way out of my way to put roofs around everything. That's just making my fire breaks. I am going to want to put like a couple of columns around here so I can build a roof around the field as well. Because once I do that, any random loose fire we don't care about anymore. The only fire that matters is one landing right here in the middle. And if, you know, like a raider runs up and lights our building on fire. But you've also noticed I've separated out my buildings. So, once you've done that. I don't think you can oh, you can rename them. Not Gary. Is not Gary. There we go. I didn't think you could rename a random visitor. Cows join. And I guess for the sake of making this work well, I'll put the caravanning spot there. Obviously, I don't want the medium markup. Are they Gary? As the visitor, they could be temp or Gary. Okay. Yeah, so people who join without permission are not Gary. Alright. So, visitors are temp or Gary, and then people who join... Yeah, let's ditch that second R. I think that makes it a little bit hard to pronounce. So, Tempo Gary. Yeah, so people who visit, they're Tempo Gary. We don't have a problem with Tempo Gary, but, you know, they are Tempo Gary. They're an honorary Gary for a brief period of time. But, like, anyone who forcefully joins a colony, then... Like, I'm hoping we see those again. That's kind of why I started doing it. When people brought it up, I was like, oh, yeah, we probably should do that, because genuinely, we might have a raid of the Not Garys show up. Oh, and if you're wondering how I have a charge lance, we didn't start with this. We just happened to have a creepy joiner show up with a charge lance. So I welcomed them in the colony, I took the charge lance, then I evicted them from the colony. The alternative, they literally could have run up and just beat them into the dirt and taking it. But either way. It's just like when you go to a fine restaurant and they insist you wear a jacket to eat there. So I live in the state of Florida. We don't do that. If they don't accept sandals, they are not operating under Florida dress code. Like, Florida, I mean, there are places that do have restrictions. But even like your fine dining places, a lot of them will like kind of, you know, they'll allow the whole like crappy wear and all that, like just like really messy clothing and all that. Give me your medicine. And actually, we have a shotgun. Why am I still having you on a bow? Where'd that shotgun go? I didn't sell it. There you are. I not only own a suit jacket, I have a tuxedo. Look, man, so many companies have their headquarters here. You gotta suit up. I'm kind of low-key feeling like I just don't want to deal with this, because what could happen here is if we allow them to fight each other, I would like some more nice clothes. But we will not be getting any today from the looks of it. Let's see, all the all-inclusive resorts we go to some years have 3 tiers of dress code. Okay, shirt, shoes, shorts, and shirt, long pants, closed-toed shoes. Yeah, but no one goes to the expensive part. I'm teasing. Broadly speaking, in places where you'd have a lot more people like being like, hey man, you know, you're like underdressing too much. Broadly in Florida, because of how big our tourist industry is and how hot it is, there are restaurants you would think of having a stricter dress code. Sorry, stricter dress codes that are specifically lax about tropical wear. That you'll go in and you'll see people in suits and ties, but just right next to them you'll see people in Hawaiian shirts and sandals. And people don't make a stink one way or the other. Because I'm telling you, if it's 98 degrees Fahrenheit and like 80-something% humidity and you're out there in a suit and a tie, you're showing up in that place drenched in your own sweat. Because you know what suits don't do? Breathe. It is a laxness out of necessity. Really, Gary's? Really? But people knew. Well, yeah, no, those kind of places, they're not gonna let you fly with no shirt. Like, there is a limit. Could we... Please allow me to tend you. I'll probably heal in a second, so I'm wasting the 10. But that is medical XP that's going to be hard to come by. Sure, but that's like the French place wherever even the water is in the wine glass. Well, yeah, I'm going to wear long pants. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there's definitely places that you'll get some stink eye. But it's just, I would say the places you would expect to get stink eye, a lot of them, it's not a big deal. There's definitely some that are like, you know, where you're sitting down and, you know, just getting your plate, you're looking at like $150, $160 a plate. Yeah, you're gonna have a higher expectation. Yeah. What kind of outfit do you think Gary would be wearing in Florida? Gary probably a golf polo. Probably a golf polo and then khaki shorts. And then Crocs. Definitely Crocs. Not sandals, full on Crocs. But like not like cool Crocs where they got some like color thing going on for them. They're just gonna have like the forest green or the brown Crocs. Like no cool pattern or anything on it, no like, you know, Star Wars thing on it or whatever. They're just gonna be like your plain old, you know, primary color Crocs. Oh no, Florida casinos, which are all casino boats, the vast majority of them, their primary clientele is a bunch of people showing up in like, you know, beach bum wear. They're not, like, they have nicer parts to them and all that, but they're not, like, you dress up establishments. They're more on the party boat end of things. Why did you dump that there? Like, you didn't quite... Oh, you were probably doing that when I told you to ban the other one. Yeah, definitely a ridiculous hat. Probably not a dunce hat. It'll either be like a cowboy hat that's entirely too big, or something that just doesn't go with the rest of her outfit, like a page boy hat. So like the flat cap. And again, or they'll have the visor. They'll probably have the visor. It'll be white, no other color. It'll be a white visor. Okay, so we got fishing. Tree sowing. Honestly, tree sowing would be pretty good for us, because wood is a real big pain in the butt on this map. And I got a nice little area down here that I could plunk down a handful of trees, and that'd work really well for us. Alright, we got another attack immediately. Now, the good news is we have such low wealth that, like, almost all of our attacks for a good while are probably just going to be one or two dudes with knives and maybe bows. We could get a little bit harder of that if we went a really long time between fights. But because of the point system and how little wealth I have, because I don't have floors, I don't have real clothes, my buildings are kind of garbage, all that kind of stuff. Very genuinely, our wealth is just in the dirt. Man, Neanderthals are tough. That Neanderthal's taken... The Neanderthal took 2 charge lance hits and 6 shotgun hits before they went down. Crocs are your favorite footwear? So nice you're disabled. So I know as much as people like make fun of Crocs, I don't own any myself. They are very pragmatic footwear, especially if you're areas with high humidity. Because, like, you know, they've got a bit more, like, I tend to wear lots of sandals and flip-flops. And flip-flops can be pretty flimsy, whereas Crocs got a little bit more durability, so if you're walking on gravel or whatever, Crocs are definitely better. You know, or if instead of, like, on nice sand, it's, like, far more abrasive sands and all that, the Crocs can be a lot better. For full-on water, you want water shoes, but that's a different situation. But yeah, so as much as people make fun of them, it's like, you know, Crocs actually aren't bad. I don't have any myself, but that's because I can get away with sandals almost everywhere I go because we don't believe in gravel. But if I go up to like Georgia where they have some of the gravel paths going to places, I can do that. Yeah, it's a new run as of last night. We've got about 2 or so hours in before stream from last night. We had a raid that was really kind of a dodgy raid, and it's like, okay, well, I want to push this raid, and all that kind of stuff, and it's just I hadn't accounted for that we had gotten food poisoning, and then we had allies on the map that I was like, cool, these allies, they are not going to win their fight against the other side, but they should delay them long enough that I can do one fight, then the other fight. But unfortunately, those allies were friends with the people raiding me, so that did not work out well. We did immediately take the 2 survivors, the pacifist and the child, took the ship to another map, and then raided a pirate base. Got murdered instantly, which is exactly what I expected to happen. But we actually technically did defeat the base, because they ran on the ship, went into the room full of chem fuel, and exploded themselves. So we killed like 9 of the 12 pawns by allowing them to go on our ship and explode themselves. I did have like 1,400 chem fuel on board, to be fair. There was a lot of highly volatile fuel in there. Yeah, no, exactly. Generally speaking, Crocs are very comfortable shoes from what I've seen. They're a lot of them are very not aesthetically pleasing. But I think that's a big part of what, like, when you get the Crocs, they're just like a primary color and nothing else. They just look like a big piece of plastic, you know, plastic rubber or whatever. Versus when there's Crocs where they actually do something to decorate it up. It definitely helps them a lot. Which is why I specified, if we're talking about Gary, definitely wearing Crocs, but like wearing the plainest, most boring Crocs possible. Because that's where you get to the shoes you're like, oh, that's just an ugly shoe. Whereas I've seen, like, the little kids' Crocs where they'll be, like, you know, themed after cartoons. They'll have, like, little bits that stick off of them and little patterns and all that. And some of those could actually be pretty adorable. And, of course, some of them can light up, which makes them infinitely more cool than the not lighting up ones. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gary would wear those Lego Crocs? I'm unaware of the Lego Crocs. Are they just, like, bright yellow? How's it going there, Gibberts? Oh, good. Our person here, I hadn't even been paying attention to see how happy you are. Wait, who are... Oh, wait, that's for the goat. My apologies. I'm like, why can't you get in there? I forgot we had this goat here the whole time. And that's for reputation. Also, who's Gary? Well, there's Gary. And then there's Wrong Gary, who is second Gary. Eventually we'll have third Gary. They're giant red Lego Blick Croc you can wear. Oh, wow. The goat is now gone, and hello, Gary. How's Gary? It is very cursed. Yeah, we'll open the naming queue when we get someone to name. We've just for like the last couple streams, I've been trying to switch more so we bring up the naming queue as names come up. We were just running into the same people who kept getting the names, mostly leaning to advantaging the earlier part of the stream. So it was just kind of those things. I'm trying to make it a little bit better for more people to have a chance. But so you have a lot of them in different colors, and one of the special ones covered with the super reflective stuff, so that's bright at night. Yeah. Second Gary, Trish Gary. That's fun. We were trying to come up with the naming conventions because we are going to allow the clones to clone. It doesn't have to be the initial Gary to clone. But you're working on a RimWorld mod combos for more fun idea. So that's, so far it's on fire and out of ammo. Working on RimWorld mob combos. Mob combos. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that. Or mod combos, maybe you mean. Gregarious. He's gonna have people skills. But yeah, and if we didn't show Gary, Gary just has tough, plans passion, and then combat passion. Everything else is pretty benign. So Gary's actually not that great of a pawn. We did the thing where we drew the 10 pawns, and it was the first thing we pulled up, like, the 10 pawns. And then, you know, like, the first set we got is, like, none of these people are even okay for, like... We had a whole bunch with no carrying, a bunch that, you know, couldn't do dumb labor and a bunch of stuff. It was like, this is really, really bad initial set. So we did do one reroll of the 10, and then I just had to choose the best of the 10. And, like, there was some ones that had some really good traits, but had lots of negatives with them. It's like, okay, just having a generically tough pawn, while it's a pretty neutral and bland pawn, you know, tough is just good. I much rather would have something like Jogger or Industrious or whatever, but out of the options that we came up, the only ones that had, like, good traits for other stuff, had big negatives. We had one or two that had way better passions, but then they came with a basket of really negative traits, so it's just like, alright, we're choosing the boring vanilla generic pawn, which is perfectly suited for Gary. Yeah, combining mods? Yeah, I tend to mod very, very lightly. Yeah, definitely, I have to be careful popping that. Because right now we only have 2 pawns, and they're not particularly stellar in either case. So Sight Stealers would probably be okayishly manageable if there's just 1 or 2. Because Sight Stealers, you really don't get a chance to hit them at range. Like if pretending my pawn's here, a Sight Stealer would appear somewhere in this range, you would get visibility of it. That's enough time, the shotgun would get 1 shot off. The Charge Lance maybe gets a shot off, maybe not. It'd be on defense, really depending on if it has to path around, I think, or it goes straight in. Like here, they might actually get the shot off because it'd have to like path down like 1 or 2 tiles and then up. So kind of adding an extra distance. But the plan is we wake up the monolith on our 3rd Gary. Once we've got the 3rd Gary dealt with, because we are cloning, we are going to be dealing with crumbling mine, organ failure, all sorts of problems. And if we're lucky, we'll get a random clone here. I mean, or if we get a group of refugees. The group of refugees would not be the best choice. It's a temporary fix. Wouldn't it be better with Temp Gary? Yeah. Oh, I didn't even look at Temp Gary. Temp Gary here. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if they didn't have the, like, all work disabled thing, I would absolutely kidnap Temp Gary for those 3 traits. But yeah, I don't actually know what happens if you try and kidnap someone like this. I'm assuming they're just permanently, they don't have all work. I could wake up Temp Gary. Let's do it. Because I'm worried we might sit here for a very long time. That's because quest status. So we're taking a risk here. It's a quest pawn. Yep, I'm not gonna bother reading the dialogue. It's Monolith. It's waking up. It's spooky. And Gary looked at it and just said, Gary. And then did it anyways. Just completely... Gary was not paying attention, just didn't even notice anything was happening with the monolith. Just walked up and started poking it. And completely ignored whatever was going on with it. Just kept poking it the whole time. So, you know, it's just Gary things. Nothing to worry about. Yeah, pretty much ooh shiny. Gary doesn't seem like the kind of person who would take the time to actually consider the implications of their actions or anything like that. And the reason we're activating that is because now I can toggle to research this. Once I research this, I think you have like 3 levels of research you do on, if I remember correctly. There's one where it just gives you like a brief, this is roughly what this is about. Then you get a second one where they're like, okay, it clones things. I can now clone things, but I can't shut it off. And then the last one lets you shut it off, which we will not be doing. Alright. So I got this. Do not put animal corpses here. I'm actually going to shrink the zone in half. And the moment I did that, we got a clone. So bear with that for a minute, because we do not know which, what symptom we've got. So what I'm doing here is I'm making a second one that will accept animal corpses and entity corpses if they're not fresh. That's fine. So basically just make it so we got that. Let's go here, clear the home zone because we still have that turned on. Also tell them to auto repair. Alright. While Rongary interacted with the obelisk, it pulsed with energy and generated a flash of light. Rongary found herself face to face with a copy of herself. The duplicate claims that she's the real Rongary and has joined the colony. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we'll also be going after the Cup of Gary at some point, once we have enough Garys to spare to do that. So one of my Garys needs to be a melee Gary. I don't have a melee weapon right now, I don't think. I mean, we got this club. So we got our brand new Gary. So with that, we're going to start the queue to start getting our next person in. So if you would like to be our brand new melee Gary, we'll go ahead and do that. And then we also need to go in. I'll deal with the title in a minute, because we need to remember that is a descendant of Gary the Second, or the second Gary. And then thank you for the follows and all that. So give that a minute for people to get their names into the ring. This works out perfect because now I've got a melee Gary, 2 ranged Gary, and Luxray celebrating their 30-month modiversary. Yeah, because I think it was what, every 5 months you can celebrate? No, it's every 6 months you can celebrate. Yep. All right. If he gets Crumbling Mind, we will probably keep him for now as a melee pawn. If he gets Clone Psychosis, he's a dead pawn. We will be ripping his organs out if he is a Clone Psychosis, because Clone Psychosis means him and one of the other Garys will be doomed to go into unconsciousness. And there's not really anything you can do about that at this phase in the game, so that just means one of them will need to go. Alright, so with that, this is a clone of Rongary. So with the clone of Rongary being here, we're going to let this Rongary stay on that. This is now our Researcher Gary. And you're not going to craft at all. Low priority on this. Low priority there. Okay. Alright. So let's go ahead and I'm going to draw the name for the new clone. So our brand new melee Gary is going to be Snowball. And if you want to do a Gary pun with your name, you just got to let me know what you want for the for the name. So like something like Snow Gary. You don't have to. Second Gary. Oh, it doesn't fit. 2.2 Gary. Or I guess it would be a descendant. It'd be the first Gary's second descendant's second, or it's fine. Second Gary's second Gary. Gary Ball? Done. Or no, we had, Snoot had suggested Gary 2B. So, the second Gary of the second person. And then if Gary Ball then has one, we'll go back to a number again. Or back to a letter again, whichever way. We'll add another one. Alright, so with that though, it's also time for us to start our ideology. We are due. So with that, which Gary is going to be the social Gary? Probably Researcher Gary, Well, actually, let's wait to see what your situation is. Then we will give you the title. The fact that the Garys are female somehow makes it better. Yeah, because I was like, well, this is a perfectly good pawn. I'm not going to re-roll all the women every single time. Look, man, it's just Gary things. Don't worry about it. Alright, we'll likely see a Sight Stealer soon. What are you doing down here? You're hauling corpses to the tree. That's honestly fair. Oh, right, because I did have a corpse zone over there. Gary is a state of mind, not a gender. Excellent. Wait, where do we get the bricks from? Oh, we must have had enough availability to get stuff going there. Why are you on a major break risk? Oh, you've absorbed a lot of... Alright. So, we're gonna get some mood breaks if we don't make one of them. Well, so, the original Gary should probably be our leader. And maybe second Gary will be our moral guide. So let's go to second Gary. You'll be our moral guide, so they stop whining about it. I thought I heard one. That it? And I also... Proximity detector. So could one of the Garys tend to the is not Gary? Alright. That's fine. So let's go here. Yeah, because you're 7. Yeah, so the most recent Gary needs a place to sleep. But here's hoping... Actually, no matter what this Gary gets, it's going to be a rough time. If it's organ decay, I probably can't save them. We'll try, but it's probably going to be unlikely. If it's crumbling mind, they will live, and they'll just be, you know, they'll just be our mascot, and they'll be a melee pawn. If it's if it's a clone psychosis, we will end up organ harvesting them because I won't be able to save them, and we might take upon their organs to save a Gary later. You use temp Gary for parts? Nah, we won't do that. If we get a raider captured, you know, we are going to end up needing to do that before this run's over. Most likely, we're going to end up with a decent number who get cloning psychosis. Alright, crumbling mind is what you got, so at least you get to stay. But you are ultimately, unless we get like really lucky with a unnatural healer or healing mech serum, you are going to lose your functions to doing most things. And there's nothing I can meaningfully do to mitigate it or anything like that. Don't worry about what's happening here. Nothing you need to worry about the sudden addition to a bunch of graves. So I can lend you someone for 9 days. Rebuffed by wrong Gary. Tempo Gary hitting on the Garys. So this will be an interesting consideration because Gary Ball is going to have crumbling mind, and isn't going to be able to work, like, very soon. The odds we can fix it is next to none. I do wonder... We're gonna send Gary Ball off for a little while. Yeah, you're not enough Gary, you're not my type. Because I believe in a pinch you can actually cancel the mission to get the person back. You had a colonist die on one of those missions? Oh yeah, I've had that too. Like, the colonist has a heart attack or something and they just die. I had one who I forgot was pregnant and I sent them over there. And they had their kid while away and then mom died because of it. But the baby didn't. So I got the baby back, like it ended early, but I got the baby back. It's like, this is grim. Usually they're relatively safe unless you've got, like, your character has something that's going to be putting them in real danger. Alright, so I've got a little bit of what? Limestone? Granite? Okay. Furniture. A pair of granite chairs. So we get a non-zero amount of comfort going on here. Okay. Obelisk study progress. Investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information, but Gary didn't pay attention. Something about it being from, like, far away or some crap. Gary didn't care. That's just not what Gary's into. Bioferrite extraction, that's fine. Oh, hey, don't put out that fire. We really don't care about this. Typical Gary. Exactly. I can't remember if you're actually flammable. Yeah, the trees themselves are not flammable. The corpses and all that around it are flammable, but that's fine. Hey, Serverlord, how's it going? But yeah, so that's, we get one more stage on that, and then we will be able to manually trigger the cloning of Gary. Who is the best colonist? Well, that'd be Gary. I'm not sure which one, but you know, one of the Garys. Not Tempo Gary. Tempo Gary is all weird and different. How's the rimming going today? It's going Gary. Hey, John. If we can get a shout out for Jonathan On, by the way, another fantastic content creator. Does like really fun music content, so not just like your simple like concert kind of thing, like that's cool enough, but like we'll literally have a song, it'll be their first time hearing it, playing it, they'll sit down, you know, like have it playing, they'll kind of like write down, like they've almost got like their whole own little like language they kind of do, and we'll work through playing all the different pieces together to like play the entire song, you know, from first time, just getting it sorted. It's really fascinating to watch. You know, sometimes we'll substitute instruments or, you know, simulate instruments or whatever is needed to accomplish the song and all that. But it's really fun to watch. There's something else I should plan here. If we get the, I'm blanking on it. The other mushroom, the red one. Why is my brain being the way it is? The Devil Strand. If we get the Devil Strand, this will become a Devil Strand field. Because that should be enough to handle for our current population. Eventually we'll have a higher population, we'll need to do more. You love music, but you have no music. Touch to you? You did learn guitars years ago and piano, but you've gotten everything. Yeah, I used to play guitar a lot. I mean, I still got the guitars floating around here all over the place. But, you know, you don't do it for a long time, and it takes a while to, like, get back into the pace of things. And then, being too busy, I don't give myself the time to actually get back into practice. Every once in a while, I'll get the itch, and, you know, for a couple of weeks, I'll be pretty diligent about it, and then I fall off again. You're playing cello for years, as well as doing choir. Was the first person to letter in music at the high school, in fact? Neat. Then you probably dropped out after getting my letter. You're like, got what I wanted. Audi. Audi stage left. I was like, we could use the Garlean pod to help with stuff. Yep. So yeah, so Gary Ball's condition is already permanent, so it really only takes like 2 or 3 days. But that's kind of ironic now because we've got that Gary out who is working for people that we've sent them someone to help them work. Who because they're basically severely brain damaged now, they can do very little, and that's who we sent to help them work. I was curious if it would like fail the mission or something like that, because they don't specify the type of work, but when you get crumbled mind, it won't let you do dumb labor, intelligent labor. Like there's a couple things it'll let them do. It'll let you care for animals and like 1 or 2 other things, but it really does limit the pawn. It's pretty devastating. You finish up your high school year degree at local community college because high school is hell. Yeah. I mean, there's certainly pros and cons when I went to high school, but I wouldn't say my high school experience was particularly awful. Like, there's definitely stuff about the high school I went to that was like, that's not the best. But it wasn't the experience I've known some others who have had, which have been pretty rough. You still teach yourself to play the ukulele? You're super bad, but it's super fun. And that's all that counts. Oh, absolutely. But so your older brother came to your house when you're at work and said to your parents you had allowed them to borrow your electrical guitar amp, and then he sold it? That sucks. Yeah, no, we had a friend that, you know, we used to like lend games to each other, and we did have a friend who just kind of took off with one of our games and all that. That sucked. But it was not the same thing. Like he didn't go to my parents and be like, "Yo, yeah, you know, this person said I could borrow the game." Like, we lent him the game, it just didn't come back. I think it was one of those things, we lent it to him, he lent it to someone else, and the person who was the second person didn't give it back, and then it's like, well, it wasn't yours to lend out, man. Which, of course, meant it was the last time we ever lent anything to him, but still, the game was gone. But he had piano lessons from 16 to 17, but then stopped when depression hit hard. And you had a severe car accident. That's no fun. Mostly due to outside complications, though. Yeah. Alright, so we got a raid coming. They're going to prepare, which we don't care because it's one person with a pokey stick, because their wealth is still very, very low. Yeah, it's a not Gary. Doesn't he know better? This is Gary's neighborhood. Oh, I feel bad. They're raiding us, but they went to attack us and they've had a mental break due to dementia as they were actively attacking us. Look, man. You were going to immediately go back to attacking me the moment that broke off. So, you didn't really give me a whole lot of choice in this matter. You won't ever move back to the country you're from, so that's an indicator of how fun your school experience was. Yeah, that's not a great sign. 90-year-old attacker, the classic. What was their age? Yeah, no, 90. They had a bad back, dementia, hearing loss, cataracts. On top of that, they had the trait slothful. They're incapable of cleaning or dumb labor. The fact they didn't drop over dead entering the map is impressive. They thought they could take on Gary. Well, their name was Tombstone. That's some foreshadowing. So what are you upset about? Unsightly environment. Then gray pall exposure, darkness, slept in the ground. You know, I'm sitting here having my people sleep on the ground. I can actually give themselves better living conditions. There's a bed for you. 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 We have the technology. And by that I mean we have cotton. Alright, so we got another place for people to sleep built. Let's see what the other Gary's capable of when we get there. The thing that's going to be a problem that we're going to run into, and why I'm keeping this thing suppressed below 20%, is sooner or later, we are going to hit a point with this that we're going to have something like a mech cluster will drop in a area where it can protect it, and we're gonna have a problem. So eventually I need to box that in and then give a path from wherever we're staying to the boxed in thing so I can always get there. Dark visions because you slept on the ground. Get used to it. Original Gary wouldn't have gotten upset about that. Let's see. In this case, there's nothing I particularly want to spend money on from you. So, have a nice time. Should actually check to see. Just in the off chance we get a healing mech serum or resurrection serum or one of those ones that we can sort out another Gary. Desperate Vagabonds. Welcome aboard Desperate Vagabonds. Now, Desperate Vagabonds, they cannot be allowed to stay. They can visit. They're allowed to visit. But they're not allowed to say, oh, the queue should be closed. Sorry. We already drew the name. Alright, so let's look at what they can do around here. Because they can visit and they can help us that way. But if they try to join, the answer's no. Yeah, you're all good. You can do construction, you can help with plants. You can research. Alright. So this... For temp Garys? Yes. Tempo Gary is not Gary. Tempo Gary is not Gary. Okay, basically told them that they can cut down all the trees in the map. Alright. So hopefully pretty soon we can get ourselves some more materials here. The one thing we should probably do, get ourselves a second research bench. Oh yeah, like gluing the thing on it and the doctor scares the crap. I was like, couldn't you, like, if it sweat's the answer, couldn't you just make me work out? He's like, no, only fear sweat works. Yeah, so you're drowsy. Get a little bit of comfort and all that. Got the gray paw. They've almost got our tree sowing research, which is good. Not sure... We don't really have any steel to spare. You can go ahead and tell them to mine that steel over there. Alright, we got Void Provocation unlocked. We probably won't be worrying about that anytime soon. Get that person out of there. All of you. You do not get to have anyone but colonists in here. So copy. Burying random raiders out here like... Okay. If you could please haul away the dead Garys. Or not dead Garys, the dead raiders. Those are reserved for Garys. We do not bury the enemy. We only bury the Gary. We feed everyone else to the meat-eating trees. As you do. Alright, meanwhile, so you're here for 8 days. You'll be back in 6 days. And you're out of here in 3 days. Oh, well, the two Tempo Garys are fighting each other, as they do. They just don't understand what it's like to be a true Gary. Yeah, they're gonna definitely have another mood break before this is done. I also appreciate, despite almost everyone being set to attempt to doctor, that not a single one stopped to actually do it. Tempo Gary just realized is not Gary. Yep. Oh, Tempo Gary? You just realized they're all Gary? Yes. This is a clones only run, so these are Tempo Garys. They're not Garys. They're just Tempo Gary. They're visiting. And if we have someone who joins us who's not Gary, we banish them, but first we name them is not Gary. And then we banish them. Because the idea behind the run is we're only doing Garys. We are just cloning lots and lots of Garys. It is going to get real grim when we start getting ones with organ decay and all that. And that we end up needing to organ harvest some Garys so that we might save the other Garys. That's when things are going to start turning a really dark turn. Some Garys must die so the other Garys must live. Next one is all Jerry's, like Rick and Morty. Nah, like the Gary specifically is a joke from Fallout. At least there'll be an organ match. Yeah, same blood type. It's fine. I like that some people jump on the reference immediately, and others it's like, wait, I know this one. But it takes a minute for it to just percolate. Okay, we do need a fire outside. And I need that for a Sky Lantern party when we get there. We'll probably wait until I have some spare wood, though. Once we get the tree sowing trees down here, the wood should start to settle down from an issue. And I'm really hoping we get stone cutting, because then we can start getting all these stone chunks out of the area, and use those stone chunks to start closing the area in. So actually have some type of real defensive position before we start getting some proper attacks. Because right now, we're mostly, the only reason we haven't had problems is our wealth is in the toilet. Yeah, our wealth is only about 16,000, which in RimWorld terms is basically nothing. It's around 30,000 that the amount of threats you can have hit you. Sorry, 30,000. It's around there that they escalate, where you can start getting like siege raids and, you know, breacher raids and these kind of more involved attacks, and you'll start seeing bigger numbers and all that kind of stuff. You can get bigger numbers earlier on, but it's pretty limited. What happened to the snow people yesterday? Towards the end of stream, we had a split raid. That was pretty nasty, and it's like, I really probably should run, and I could, but it's like, no, I'm gonna go ahead and hold down, because I really need to get some of the psychoid and all that, because we have people with chemical fascination, since we're doing a hodgepodge of colonists. And so I made the call that we were going to fight it, not remembering that we just had a bunch of people got hit with food poisoning, which is one mess up I had. And the other one is I had about 3 people who came to trade on the other side of my base. And I'm like, okay, you know, they're going to get hit with 5 or 6 people. They won't probably win that fight, but they'll keep them busy long enough for me to finish this fight to then fight that group. Not realizing that the 3 people I was expecting to delay were actually friends with the people attacking me, so did nothing, so I got sandwiched. And then, to make matters worse on all of that, in the opening volley, one of my people behind cover got brained on the first shot. And at that point, we only had 5 people with guns, so we instantly lost 20% of our entire fighting force, so far as, like, all that going. So it was definitely one of those ones that I made, you know, I made one bad call, failed to observe a second thing, and then just bad RNG on top of that. Now, granted, I think the bad RNG didn't swing the fight in a meaningful way compared to the R2 things. But yeah, that was trying to do the upswing from nothing. We had gotten ourselves up to like 7 colonists or something like that. But the other problem we were also running into is because these were all fresh colonists, their skills hadn't gotten built up, so, you know, we had 1 or 2 of them with okay shooting, but no one with like great shooting. The melee pawn hadn't got a chance to get much in the way of stats. But yeah, so it happened. Made mistakes. People died. So now we're doing an entire run based around cloning. Which is definitely going to be real messy in the beginning. Because there will be some, we will have some clones that pop out, get the cloning psychosis, and we're going to rip out all their organs. Because they're just going to die well, they're going to disable 2 pawns anyways, and there's nothing I can do to fix them unless we get a natural healing or mech healing serum. So to keep our colony functioning, they will have to die. And if I grab a bunch of organs out of them, then I will be able to save a later Gary that gets decaying organs. The real challenge is our Garys are terrible at medicine. So that's going to be pretty awful to deal with. Betrayal offer. 9 Glitter World. You do offer a hard bargain. Like, genuinely, I should take that Glitter World. I'm not going to, but I should. Well, complex furniture I'm not going to complain about. Alright, so we do have the regular trees here. So the thing to keep in mind... So actually, that's not true. I only have 2 trees here. So I can choose between oak and poplar. So we look at the information. Poplar takes... Not the lifespan. That's not the one you want. Where's... Yeah, 15.05 days to grow. We got 15 days to grow. And when we harvest it, I get 27 wood. Or we could switch it to oak, which takes 30 days to grow, so literally twice as much, to give me a harvest of 46. So a little under double the amount for twice the time. So technically, grow time, we get more wood out of poplar. It is going to be more labor because I have to replant the trees more often. And also, thank you, Cardane, for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Serverlord. So Serverlord, you have some nice advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. And thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. I appreciate it. Alright. But yeah, so we're going to switch this over to doing poplar, because that'll be better than the fiber corn. Now, the catch is, this is more labor-intensive than the oak, because the oak, I plant it, and then for 2 whole seasons, I don't have to think about it. Alright, so there goes the first temp Gary. Getting out of here. And we gained a single point in faction for how we treated them, and then the quest gave us another one, so we're back to positive. Oh, right, that was a traders were here, and a raid came in and killed one of them, and they punished me because the raid killed him, which I felt was kind of BS. Alright, so you're out of here in 5 days. You're back in about half a day. And that'll be our 3rd Gary, who unfortunately suffered crumbling mind. And since I have no way of treating that right now, that's just what it is. We can go ahead and lock this open now. I'm doing good. Just getting this run going. Once I get our next research, I'll be able to manually trigger the cloning. And then I gotta make the decision is based on the gradual skill progress of the Garys. How do you summon Crumbling Mind? So, with this tech we're using to clone the Corrupted Obelisk, every time you clone someone, there is a side effect that they suffer. And the side effects can be the clone is hostile to you, which then you just knock them down and they're a prisoner and you recruit them if you want. They can get Crumbling Mind, which is, it starts at a state where they only take a minor consciousness penalty, but then after only a couple of days, it becomes permanent. That can't even be cured with Healing Mech Serum. The only way to cure them is to literally decapitate them so they no longer have a brain and then resurrect them. Which is doable if you can get a hold of the resurrection stuff. But, you just kind of have to endure it. You can also get where they have, the organ failure kind of thing, decaying organ. When they have the decaying organ, pretty much all you can do is just kind of, you know, you can rip out the decaying organs, and they always make sure that at least one, if not two of the decaying organs will be potentially lethal, if you just try and rip them out without a replacement. So you just need to have spare organs to swap out the ones that are decaying. And then the last one is cloning psychosis, which is the person cloned and the clone, their consciousness will slowly decrease until it gets down to 10%, where they're basically knocked unconscious, until one of the two of them dies. And some of those can be like the organ decay you can cure using like unnatural healing and mech healing serum. You can also cure the Crumbling Mind if you catch it at the first part. You can also cure the psychosis as well if you have that stuff. So a big part of this is going to be hopefully getting our hands on an unnatural healer, because that's the one pawn I'm allowed to get that's not Gary. And then we'll just put him into cryostasis, and every time we have it come off cooldown, we'll fix a Gary. Alright, so Tempo Gary had a breakthrough studying the monolith. She probably paid way more attention than Gary did, but Gary wasn't listening, so I guess the monolith works better now. And the zombies can't be shot in the brain. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if someone has the first phase of Crumbling Mind and I turn them into a Shambler. I do wonder if that will prevent Crumbling Mind from going into its second phase, because I've never tried it before, because why would I? Cloning sounds terrible. Well, that's the thing. Most of those things, if you get the right stuff, you can fix. It just takes work. The idea is where we're early game cloning like very not juiced up pawns, yeah, it's not a good idea. But once you start to get a pawn that like your skills start getting really high, they're really teched out so far as like biotech, you know, genotypes and all that, you can take like your S tier, god tier pawn you've slowly built up and then start making copies of them. And genuinely being able to get like a super juiced pawn and just making copies of them is absurdly powerful. We're just making, you know, duplicates of okay-ish pawns. But yeah, the good news is because it's Crumbling Mind for the first one. Yeah, Jonathan Ong does that. Did we not get a shout out earlier? I'm pretty sure we got a shout out already for Jonathan Ong. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we got a shout out for Jonathan Ong already. Jonathan Ong's absolutely fantastic. Again, check him out. I don't mind shouting him out multiple times. But yeah, say what doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. Very not insane. You make a lot of noise. So you assume the last one went bye-bye. The last clone is here with Crumbled Mind. That does penalize them really bad. They could do almost none of the work now. But we are going to use them... Like, we are going to use them as a melee pawn. Because we can use someone as basically the one to stand between me and the things that go thump. We don't want too many with Crumbling Mind, but like one or two Crumbling Mind we can use as a mitigation. Actually, they can Warden. If they can Warden, they can suppress this. Alright, there's complex furniture and stone cutting. And let's check out Basset doing Little Rocket Lab, which is kind of Factorio meets Stardew Valley. Also does a lot of things like your, what are the words I'm looking for? Your, like... Oh, your turn-based RPGs. My brain was blank out, like your Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of thing. Let's see. So, you are going to basically cause a volcanic winter for Glitter World. In this case, I'm going to say yes, because we are going to be doing a lot of surgeries. So, I do genuinely need an obnoxious amount of medicine. Oh, right, I see what you're saying, Burning Sun. Well, this so I can now manually, like, once we get the research done, I'll now be able to manually trigger that. So yeah, there is the risk of having a pawn that has Crumbling Mind, get cloned, of which I guess if they get triggered Crumbling Mind again, it wouldn't do anything. But, like, we wouldn't want to invest in dealing with the other problems. So what did you want? Herbal. I don't mind giving up herbal medicine. I can't do surgery with herbal medicine. And we grow it. Okay. So in 2 days, our guests go away. Just okay today, black eye and sensitive to light. So you got comfy at the fish tank and watched the fish. Yeah, no, I'm glad I didn't get hurt because you said he fell backwards and hit his head, and that's always sketchy. Like a solid head knock is nothing to ignore. Okay, so replanting everything, then they'll go around, they'll cut down the trees. What I could do for this field for right now is I'll set you to be oak trees. Because that'll be low effort, they'll take the time to plant them and then ignore it for a long time. The good news is we rolled stone cutting next. And with stone cutting, we can grab all these stones. I can start building a wall around the outside of our base to block off the fire. Give ourselves a defensive position and some doors so we can work on, like, kiting and all that. Also have the potential of maybe setting up a couple of traps since we're going to be very low number for a long time. Yeah, and he passed out. Yeah, no, that's one of those things. Like, when you have someone pass out, that's usually something you should always take seriously. Like, it might not be a big thing, but whether it's from heat or getting bunked in the head, while it could be not a big deal, losing consciousness randomly definitely is something, well, I mean, not randomly, losing consciousness definitely something to be alert about. It's up there the same thing, like when someone has bad chest pain, you're like, okay, bad chest pain, let's get this looked into. Because it might be a nothing burger, but you don't want to get that wrong. Those doors can also stay open. And we also have, for the artifact, we'll want to go after the Cup of Gary at some point. We'll probably worry about that once we actually have, like, a proper ideology room for Gary. Which isn't going to be for a while, because then we can go in there and do some reliquaries to keep the various artifacts of Gary. Yeah, we won't open the queue until it's time to clone Gary, which we're just waiting on research there. Once we get the... Alright, there's stone cutting. Okay, so production, stone cutting bench, do that. Yeah, your sister had a completely unexpected stroke at the age of 33. The paramedics were sure she was just having an anxiety attack. Took her to the emergency room ourselves because of her symptoms were not something to mess with. And sure enough, stroke. Yeah, no, there's lots of horror stories where someone's like, oh, it was just chest pain, it wasn't a big deal, and then, you know, it ended up being something way more serious and all that. Like, there's certain things you're just better off, you know, playing it safe. Thankfully, minor, and she had aspirin before bed for minor pain. So she's a lot better off than she could have been. Yeah. Yeah, there's some things that's like, oh, your stomach's upset. It's very rare to see a stomach upset as anything super serious that's just like a one-off thing. Yes, it can end up being a bigger thing or a sign of whatever, but the odds are pretty low. But then you have like certain things like, you know, feeling faint, lightheadedness, chest pain, passing out, like those kind of things that it's just like, okay, it could be nothing, but it could also be very serious. Let's take it serious. And to that credit, when you go to the hospital and you're like, hey, I'm having bad chest pain, they almost always wheel you right back. Like when you're at the actual hospital, they almost immediately wheel you back and start looking into it. Relative noob, what's the certainty percent? Oh, so that's the ideology DLC. If we look under here, there is your ideology. Basically, ideology is this cool mechanic that comes with a DLC that you can kind of change the way your character's morality works. So, like, if we look at some of these ones, this group, they want to conquer things and take prisoners and all that. This one, they will only eat meat. This one, they suppress men. This one, they prefer living in the dark. This one, they eat people. This one, they see animals as equivalent in rights to human beings. This one, they like pain and they want to scarify their bodies. But it's all around that where you can kind of really change the way the game works. Like this one, they want artificial limbs, but they will not want to bond with animals. They don't take pets. They see animals as like a tool. So you've got a bunch of that kind of stuff. So it's a way of taking your run and kind of twisting it one way or another. But what the certainty is I will have my ideology, and I might have another pawn that's of a different ideology. That I like that pawn, I want that pawn, but their ideology is crap. You can wear down their certainty and their ideology so that they join yours. And there's different mechanics to do that. When you're looking around here, it's just my pawns walking past the other pawns, and they're basically being like, yo, our stuff's the real stuff, and the person, like, kind of taking a hit to their thing. It is frowned upon for patrons to die in the waiting room. Well, it's not only that, but, like, you look at the different symptoms. So when you're going to a hospital, like their emergency room, triage, and that kind of thing, you've got people who show up for all sorts of things. You'll have the one person who's just sniffling a little, and you'll have the other person who's, you know, they've got really bad chest pain. Even if the person sniffling showed up first, looking at the two of them, the one with chest pain is most likely having a far more significant emergency. It might be a nothing burger, but between those, the likelihood of the chest pain being something very, very dangerous versus a sniffle is very one-sided. So they're going to take the person with the chest pain right back immediately, which is the correct thing to do. That's how you save lives. You know, again, same if you have, like, if a person in the waiting room, like, blacks out, goes unresponsive, they'll immediately wheel them back out as well. Versus, you know, someone's like, oh, I've got a little bit of a headache, or oh, I'm sniffling, you know, that kind of stuff. They'll, you know, you're gonna be waiting if there's any type of a line. All right, so we got Death Paw, which kind of sucks at this stage. How many corpses do we have around here? Okay, there's one corpse down there, so it's actually not that bad. On the entire map, there's only one corpse, which is pretty good. What I'm going to try to do is something I wouldn't normally do. I'm going to go over here, use a dumping stockpile. There's already a zone there. Am I not using... Yeah, we're not using a room here. So we're going to go over here temporarily. We're going to put a dumping stockpile. I'm going to say critical, clear. Actually, you know what we can do? This would be better, so I won't have to worry about it. I'm going to go one of my graves. We're just going to open this thing up. Where'd that corpse go? It's already resurrected. Basically, that corpse will keep dying and getting back up again and again. Do we have any animals that'll hunt? No. So it should be the only shambler on the map unless we get raided. If we do get raided, why? Oh, Gary Ball is idle because Gary Ball can't do a whole lot right now. But if we stay on top of this, I can grab that corpse, shove it into a grave, and it won't keep resurrecting. It's only if it's out in the elements. Yeah, I thought they had to be indoors under a roof. I don't honestly remember. Well, that's a mad raccoon, so we're gonna have to kill that, and that'll be 2 corpses on the map. Oh. Okay, that's fine. Disregard that for a minute. My money's on the shambler. Actually, that raccoon seems to be solidly winning this fight. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to run over here. I'm going to try to get the raccoon to go either along there or over this way. We just kill it underneath the roof here somewhere. Then I'm going to try and run down and retrieve that corpse before I can get back up. Alright, that's fine. So what we'll do here is, first of all, grab this corpse, bury it, and meanwhile for you, what we can do is we can actually avoid this problem entirely. Alright, you bury it, and you run down here. Sorry, you butcher it. Because we can butcher the raccoon, thus deleting the corpse. We'll see if we can't get you down there fast enough to prevent that corpse from resurrecting. As long as the death pulse up, the corpse will just keep getting up again and again and again. But there's a small delay between each time. Alright, that'll be good. And that means it's just handled and we don't have to worry about them being like, no, I saw a rotting corpse. It made me sad. Alright, cool. So, small question. Can a clone become a ghoul because it's still a clone, right? I mean, yes. Any pawn you can make into a ghoul. So all the clone is, like, all 3 of these are clones. Well, I mean, sorry. Gary's the original, but these 2 are clones of Gary. Well, I guess technically it's Wrong Gary is a clone of Gary, and then Gary Ball is a clone of Wrong Gary. But, with all that, they are effectively just a pawn. They're just a copy of an existing pawn. So anything you can do to that normal pawn, you can do to the clone as well. It's the Anomaly DLC, is Death Paul. So we gotta keep a person alive who's got Paralytic and Abasia. We can guarantee ourselves advanced clothing, which is probably the better thing here. So we've got Tammy. Tammy the dog. We're gonna go rescue Tammy. Because Tammy has Paralytic Abasia, which just means they're temporarily paralyzed. We're gonna put Tammy in here. Let's go ahead and... Well, I mean, actually, I don't even need to close the doors. There's nothing in here that'll eat her. Her, him, it, her. So, Gary is not a clone. If this is a clone-only run, then clearly we need to kill Gary. That's the big upset at the end, is the clones of Gary turning against the original Gary. Alright, so the unfortunate thing is because the volcanic winter, it's gotten just cold enough that they're not planting anymore. Because we're 1 degree Fahrenheit below freezing. I mean, we're actually exactly freezing now. But yeah, so they're going to go back and forth from planting and not planting. It shouldn't get cold enough to kill the crops, fortunately. Void curiosity. Gary has begun to fixate on the void. Haven't we all? And wishes to investigate this using Void Provocation Ritual. Yeah, so Void Provocation Ritual will make, various anomaly things show up. We'll probably do some of that later. Right now, the fact that I've got, 3 Garys who are honestly okay combat pawns, they do have tough, which helps them a little. Yeah, we did lose the spaceship run last night. We had a pretty beefy raid. I decided to stay and fight it. And there was a couple mistakes I made when I stayed to fight it. I already wasn't paying attention to what research we just got. Complex furniture, right? Yeah. Yes, we have complex furniture. Stone cutting. Oh, and passive cooler. As long as I don't stare in the void. Yeah, what was it? They say, like, scream in the void, stare into the abyss. Don't get it backwards. The abyss is not insured for that level of noise. You look at this one, what's exactly a cloning only run? We started with Gary, and everyone will be a clone of Gary. We're doing that using the corrupted obelisk, which clones people imperfectly. So we're gonna have a bit of a mess. The only pawn we will consider outside of the Garys is one unnatural healer, of which the plan is the unnatural healer won't be allowed to contribute to the colony themselves beyond curing Garys. Just because that will enable us to clone. And already we got one good clone, and then we got one that had crumbled mind from the clone, so we got our melee pawn for the time being. Shambler approaches. A single Shambler approaches. We're going to try to just leave it alone, because if I kill it, I'm just going to need to bury it, and it's just going to resurrect as a Shambler anyways if I don't bury it. So we can just leave it alone. Let's see. Doesn't it cost... What does it cost to clone Gary? Nothing. It just has a long cooldown. Basically has a long cooldown, and every single way you clone has some negative side effect, and that's just a question of if you can manage the negative side effect. Let's see, did we decide if we can keep a random pawn named Gary? We said we could keep them as an honorary Gary, if their name is already Gary. Which apparently there's actually like 18 or 20 pawns named Gary in the game. Which I hadn't noticed that before. Alright, you've learned more about the obelisk. The device is a powerful thing that Gary did not pay attention to. But most importantly, we can now deliberately clone people. So Gary has decided he would like a new friend. And with that, there's a little bit more Gary in our life. So we got another non-hostile one, so they're going to have something go wrong with them. So let's go ahead and open up the name pool. So if you'd like to be our brand new Gary, that we have no idea what's going to be wrong with them, very good chance they will die, just as a warning. Potentially organ harvested by their friends. Look, man, it's RimWorld. You just gotta take it how it is, man. Alright, so that's gonna be the planter-only Gary. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? You need to not look at the forbidden tech I'm using to prevent fires. You'll... Look away, divert the eyes. Nah, it's fine. Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Absolutely fantastic content creator. Also been playing RimWorld, been doing grasslands kind of stuff and all that, doing like 500% naked brutality. We're not doing any of that kind of stuff. But since recently I've done pretty much all of the new... I've actually done, not pretty much, I've done all of the new map types. Other than the grasslands recently. So doing some grasslands. But definitely doing harder settings than I am. But we're also doing memes around forcing ourselves to clone everything. So our challenge is managing to not have all of our Garys die. And it's not going to be an easy challenge. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and need to add a bow to be made. Because the new Gary doesn't go that... Oh, I should also probably say, so Ultra does play like a lot of simulation games, all that kind of stuff. So if you like, Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, all that kind of stuff, plays a lot of that kind of thing. Also has done like Auction Not Included, Kerbal Space Program, RimWorld, all that kind of good stuff. So really, really big overlap between the two challenges on what we do. Or not challenges, games. On what we do. So you're getting upset because Deathpaw, you're sleeping in the cold, you're sleeping on the floor. Meanwhile, we need to get rid of those spots so that the latest Gary can have a room that qualifies as a bedroom. We do need to make the rooms nicer, but I need wood for that. Luckily, we have planted trees. They're just going to take a while to grow, just because of the fact that we are dealing with volcanic winter. Okay, so that Shambler, if we murder it now, it'll stay dead. Now, for the record, the game has already secretly decided what is wrong with the latest Gary. We don't know what it is yet, but it has already been determined. So let's go over here. We're going to go ahead and murder the Shambler, just so I don't have to think about it. And then hopefully we can cut down some trees, get some more wood, put some flooring down in some of these places. If we can get our... Wait, did we have a crafter, Gary, right? Oh, right, you're waiting on wood to make the bench for making stone. Because once you're able to make stone, we can go ahead and get all that stuff. What range of things wrong? Most of the things wrong will kill Gary. In some capacity. So, you've got the first one is Gary shows... Well, the clone shows up as hostile. Which, that's pretty straightforward. Shows up as hostile, attempts to murder your face... And, that's kind of a problem. The next thing that can go wrong is they can have what's called Crumbling Mind. And what happens is Crumbling Mind just gives a minor consciousness penalty. But after a couple of days, it becomes a permanent penalty that is, fairly severe. That's what's happened to this Gary. This Gary got Crumbling Mind. And the big penalty is they cannot do most work anymore, so that's pretty bad. Because it makes them a worse fighter, and then they also can't do most of the work around your colony, so it's pretty awful. You get organ decay as another possibility, which it's basically it'll choose 3 organs in the body, and they start to decay, and you have to replace those organs, or they die. And it's always set up in a combination where you have to... Like, you can, they'll get, like, both kidneys. So you can remove one kidney and replace one kidney, but you will have to replace at least 1 or 2 organs to save someone from the organ decay. You also can get cloning psychosis, which is basically the clone and who they cloned from as long as both of them are alive, their consciousness will continue to go down until they're rendered unconscious. Alright, so the new Gary also got Crumbling Mind. So who gets to be our new Crumbled Mind Gary? Is there any way to heal Crumbled Mind? When it's in its first phase, you can use Unnatural Healing or Mech Healing Serum. So that's not that big a deal if you've got the resources. When it hits its second phase, the only way to get rid of it is to murder the person, decapitate them, and then resurrect them. Otherwise, it's forever. Okay, where do we draw that name? Yeah, so that's Nexio TLG. Oh, and this would be a clone of the original Gary. So that would be third Gary. Or is it only G for Gary? I'm sorry, what? If we get Unnatural Healing, we could take them on or no. I have said we will allow ourselves to take one pawn with Unnatural Healing, but the idea is we will keep them in the freezer so that they're not part of the colony. We're going to treat them as like a pocket healing serum. So unfortunately, third Gary is about to become a lot less capable. Yeah, if you want to have a play on name to be Gary in your name, just let me know what you want it to be. Otherwise, I'll just keep it on your username. You don't have another spare weapon, unfortunately. Not till we get a bow made or something. We just killed a pawn. And they had a knife. That's a fright. We do have it queued up where someone will be able to make a bow once we get some spare wood. Well, until they're unable to do it, I'll keep them working on that. Yeah, we'll try to keep most of the Garys. What'll probably happen is in the event we get a organ decay Gary, we'll probably go to our Crumbling Mind Garys, or what, you know, if we get a Psychosis Gary, and they'll probably try to donate their organs to save their friend, to save their fellow Gary. And thank you, Firebird, for the 5-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Good to have you. There's so much when you sell your house and moving country, you start to realize even when you thought you didn't have much, to so much stuff. Oh yeah, no, it's like not even moving country. Like, you know, getting out of high school and then throughout college, I end up having to move a lot. And yeah, there was like, after like the third or fourth move kind of thing, it was like, you know what? What do I actually need? All the rest of this crap, I don't want it anymore. Just get rid of it. I am not dragging this crap with me anymore. Are you itching for a new DLC? You've been streaming a lot of RimWorld since around right before you went to TwitchCon Europe. I'm not itching for a new DLC. I suspect if we, and for the record, I have no insider knowledge. If we do get a new DLC, it won't be till like fall or winter this year at the absolute earliest, I would suspect. Like October or so. I haven't heard anything one way or the other saying there is or isn't going to be one or anything like that. And honestly, I have no idea if they will this year or not. It is one of those things I could see them going either way with it, because Odyssey definitely was a very large DLC to undertake. So it wouldn't surprise me if they need more time to cook whatever their next thing is. But yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things, like, we've had a ridiculous number of major updates and releases this year. And while that's been a lot of fun, it's been very exhausting. And so it's kind of just been one of those things to be like, you know, like just kind of going on like a you know, like having a break from that endless treadmill and being like, I just want to go to the game that I know that is comfortable and all that. And RimWorld's one of the most played games on this channel. It's always that one to have in the back pocket when it's been, you know, a week that there's not something else going back. I could just jump into this. But the auto start going back to when you got asked about Crumbling Mind. I basically said, I don't, like, if we're getting a DLC this year, it probably won't be till fall or winter. I have no idea if we are or aren't, because, like, I don't have insider information. I honestly don't, like, even prediction-wise, I could see it going either way, just because Odyssey was such a big DLC. You know, it would not shock me if, like, it would not shock me if they needed more time to cook for their next DLC. We've had no confirmation there is another DLC coming or anything like that. There probably will be, but, like, we've not heard anything. But yeah, no, it's just right now, like, a lot of people are playing RimWorld because we had this endless number of releases since, like, November this past year. That's just been overwhelming. And it feels like it's just kind of slumped a little bit because, for those who don't know, usually for Steam's summer sale, you actually you tend to have a reduction in releases because that's mostly existing games going on the cheap and you don't want to compete on the marketing with that. So you get like this little dip. And I'm actually kind of curious how the rest of this year plays out because everyone's been trying to avoid the elephant in the room that is GTA 6 or its release, which is supposedly still happening. Did I buy anything for the summer sale? No, I did not actually. Honestly, the last couple summer sales, I've either bought nothing or just one or two things. It's just kind of one of those things that, like, a lot of the summer sale stuff, if I've wanted it, I've already bought it. And then as a content creator, a lot of the indie stuff, you know, they do want to market, so I end up getting them through that. And there's definitely indie games like that I do end up having to buy for myself, that kind of thing too. Not being like, oh, look at me, I get all the games for free or anything like that. That's overstating it. But you know, I don't play a lot of AAA games, so most of the games I'm buying are cheap anyways. So I don't really sweat it. What do you think would be a good topic for the DLC? Yeah, it's come up a couple of times. I think for me, one thing I would like them to really work on is all of this diplomacy stuff. I wish there was more to this. Because basically, you've got a bunch of factions that are locked into permanent hostile, which to me, this is the most boring thing in the game when it comes to having interactivity. That they're just hostile. These aren't people. These are robots. These are zombies. They're just murder hobo. Like, if you pay someone enough of a tithe that they're just profiting, they're not going to sit there and destroy you. They're gonna be like, man, I got a lucrative thing going for me. I'm gonna leave it alone. Even if you despise the other person, you're like, well, look, you're just taking care of my people and feeding me, considering we're supposed to be on this desperate world we're struggling to survive. You know, so the idea that this faction is permanently hostile and will forever and ever try to murder you is, to me, one of those things that, like, I get why it works, because if you've ever played the game and you turned off the permanent hostile ones and turn on the ones that start hostile that you can make friendly, and you make them all friendly, it does cause the game to have weird issues where you just get, like, endless animal hunter packs and mechs and nothing else. So I do wish, like, what I would like to see is that you could ally with everyone on the planet eventually, but someone have a very strong disposition towards becoming not allies, so it's like a lot of maintenance to keep them up. But I would like it that if you reach that point, you just get unaffiliated people show up. That you get like this random, you know, this random pirate gang that shows up. There's not a bigger faction. You know, the 12 of them land, that's the entire group, that kind of thing. Yeah, I can even get behind that, Ron Golan, that instead of just, you look here and it's like, this ones are hostile. If I am a rancher ideology, and this ideology is around like animal personhood, that either we are just hostile to each other so long as that's true, or like I said, like have a high maintenance cost. Like I have to do a lot more, and that when it does the refresh where it like normalizes the because you have a thing where after so long it'll be like, oh, you know, this person's lost a little bit of faction with you because of predisposition towards hostility, that if you have like directly incompatible stuff, that would be a significant drop. Like that kind of thing. And I could see them doing that with all of them, having it so like every single ideology would have some incompatibility, like transhumanist would be directly incompatible with like the body purist ones and that kind of thing. Alright, well, Nexio has also got permanent crumble mine now. So that's 2 crumble mines. Not much more realistic. A faction dropping by like 75% quadrant would make sense. I don't think it even needs to be 25%, but, you know, enough that you have to kind of like really go out of your way to like maintain it. Which you could still cheese it, so it's not that big a deal. Diplomacy could be cool, but you can see Luden would still have a drug dependency wasters. Very few humans always hostile. Yeah, they probably will. But to me, it is one of those things that I generally find the like, this is just a hostile thing, and that's just the way they are, to be very lazy game design and very uninteresting. It's one of the reasons why whenever we bring up the conversation around NPCs and Project Zomboid coming out, that there's people all excited for the bandits, and I'm definitely one of those ones when it comes like the bandits, I'm like, I am super not interested in the bandits as NPCs in Project Zomboid. I am fine with characters that have a strong predisposition to hostility, but like doing the State of Decay thing where you just drive past people and they start cracking off guns as you go by their place for no discernible reason, like, bothers me beyond all belief. Especially in the zombie apocalypse thing, where it's like, okay, you're surrounded by these things that hear gunshots, that firing your guns is something to be very careful about because it draws the zombies in. So you're just going to randomly start cracking off shots when someone shows up on your property you've never met, is completely asinine. And we go into that, and like, it's one of those tropes like that, like cannibalism in in zombie games. It's just like incredibly ridiculous. Let's see, boo, your RimWorld threw a serious error. That's no fun. That sucks when it happens. You know, of course, the immediate response is, are you running any mods that are significant, changing, and all that kind of stuff, which, of course, you know, doesn't help the sting of it happening. But that's the whole thing. The corrupting of saves the worst part. What makes you less than when a kind waster raids you, and you can't tell me a faction that literally has kind people will never advocate for peace? Right, exactly, KLL. It's not even from the realism side. It's not even from, like, the realism side, because I genuinely don't care about realism in games. Like, if it's in service of fun, realism it up. If it's realism for realism's sake, don't care. But it is definitely one of those things that you're like, I want there to be some play here. And with the diplomacy, there's things that you could do. You could get trade agreements, you could do non-aggression pacts, you could do ally. Like, take it from like right now where I can reach ally and they may or may not respond. Be able to like take it to like a defense pack, where you get a defense pack and then there's a random chance that they're like, hey, you need to come to us and help us, or you're going to take a big faction hit. You know, and maybe you get a good reward if you help them. But you get the idea that you're saying there, you'd be like, yes, Empire, I will come to your aid. And then the idea is you could, you know, you'd have their base would be there being attacked, and you would be the third party to drop in, not entirely sure what you're getting into, so high risk, high reward, that kind of thing. So I could see a lot around that. Other than that, so like the diplomacy, that would be more rework than the core thing. There's been talk of like maybe doing an underwater thing would be interesting. I could see them doing like an underground thing as well, since we now have the idea of like, here's your overmap and here's your undermap. Be able to have stuff where you can go into an underworld kind of thing and actually, you know, full on diggy hole down. I don't think like I don't think we want to go like proper Z levels like in Dwarf Fortress where you go down layer. Just with the game's built, I think that would just become a performance nightmare. But I could definitely see the idea that you're making an underground base, and all kind of stuff. Because then I feel like you could do some fun things, like expand the creatures. So we've got the hives. Like, I feel like we could take a lot of progress with that if you made an underground thing as well. But yeah, there's plenty of room to do stuff. There's a mod for adding Z levels to RimWorld? Yeah. It's definitely one of those things, though. Like, there's also, like, even the base game, you can make your tile bigger than the default, but because the game is balanced around this size, it starts to get really squirrely and performance can get really rough. And the Z level stuff is also the same way. Because you think about, like, all the data, all the game objects you have to load in with a map here, and then you add a whole extra layer on top of it, you're not necessarily duplicating that data, because my Z level on my next level up, for example, might only be that big. But you are adding a whole extra segment to the map. And it's already a thing when you do, like, the going underground, like, when you go into the underground area, it does hang the game for a minute. But yeah, so I feel like for RimWorld, Z levels wouldn't be a good addition. I feel like it starts to see, like, the ugly side of the performance things. You know what we can have you do? You can hunt. Actually, you both can hunt. Do I need you hunting? Honestly, not really. But you can't do a whole lot else around here. So, you know, go ahead and do it. Unless it's even more optimized. Well, that's the thing. They can definitely improve optimization, I'm sure. But it's also keeping in mind the optimization we already have. Because you look at RimWorld, there's already this many different creatures walking around our map doing stuff. And if we look at those creatures, they also have all their own health stuff like dementia and all those kind of things that it's having to constantly check and all that. All the tiles on the map will have like grass growing and dying and doing all these things as well. You can do all this stuff, but there definitely is a point where the only way you're going to get like massive gains in performance is by removing things. Or you do a lot more hand-wavy estimates that kind of mess with things. Please teach how to make a kill box. You're too overwhelmed. It always becomes bad. Well, the thing to keep in mind is with whatever defense position you're making kill box wise, that there is like a range of possibilities. So like for a defensive position going here, let's choose purple so it stands out. So there's a bunch of different styles. One of the ones I like is you can do this. And so the idea is find your weapon. Let's pretend I'm using charge lances. And you can go to your weapon here. You can find your range. So the range of the charge lance is 33. So what we can do here is with our defensive position, that's 28, 29. We would have cover back here, so 30, 31. We could have cover back here. And then what I'd probably do is right around here or so, I'd have doors. And then just pretend all of this back here, all of that's enclosed. Just for our sake. That's cover like barricades. And so what you can do is, if you've got only a couple of people, you close that door, leave that door open, put your ranged back here. You can have multiple layers to this if you want as well. But this is one style of kill box. Well, defensive position. But the point is, we've got their max range is around here somewhere. And so they come in, they start doing that. And you can do stuff like add things in there. You don't really want to. That's one style. I don't use that one too much nowadays. The other thing you can do is, again, you want to figure out your range. So again, we had 33. So let's say we'll aim for 31. So I'm going to go ahead and put here is the outside wall. And we'll get rid of that because that's not anything. And then this would be where our cover is. And so it would do something like this. So it'd have like 5, 2, 2, 2, 2. So you see like the way I'm going where I'm making kind of a cone here. So So to have my cover here, I'd have a wall along this side, a wall along this side, and then one of the things you want to do is clear all this out from whatever. Don't put down floor here. Like you can put down whatever. Like just tell them to plant daisies or whatever, just to make sure there's no cover, but they don't get the bonus of running on tiles. But then out here, a big part is controlling how many get in here, how fast. So you can do something like this. Yeah, you can also build a roof over the kill box that'll also kill all the plants. But the idea is you have this big long thing going in here, and you can do stuff like put barricades. So put a barricade like every so often. And that just slows down the movement of the enemies. So that when the enemies walk in, they will spread out to be one by one and go through here. Sometimes one of the things you're going to also want to do here is, let's pretend you got a sentry gun there. That's a door that is closed. And then you just seal it in the wall. And the reason why you want to do that is enemies can stack into one tile if they're not in combat. And so as long as this kill box is, you run the risk of it not counting them as kill in combat until they reach this door. And you can get weird stuff with like manhunter packs, or a bunch of them pop in and then just spill out into a big group. But it's all about controlling the flow of how many enemies can come in, so that when they reach your area, you deny them cover, give yourself cover, and have as many of your weapons to bear on them while minimizing the number they have on you. And it's just playing the numbers. There's always the risk of like one enemy getting around the corner, everyone misses it, they crack off their one shot and get one of your people. It's RimWorld, you're gonna get BS'd by the RNG sometimes. You did get patched up, right? No, you didn't. Oh. Someone's... Where did you go? Let's see, what is your favorite weapon, normal and unique in the game? Well, unique weapons are randomized, so it's kind of saying your unique one is really kind of up there. Generally for my favorite, I do actually like the Hellcat rifle a lot. I think people snooze on it quite a bit because they see that it's got slightly worse stats than the actual assault rifle. But you can definitely scatter enemies in a big way when you start to get like the Neanderthal melee raid and they get on top of you and you just blast them with fire to scatter them away. What was that healer you were talking about earlier? Is it a trait or something you're referencing? Yes, so with the Anomaly DLC, there's what's called Unnatural Healer. So with Anomaly, you have what's called Creepy Joiners. That they are a pawn who wanders up and they're like, hey, I want to join you, but I'm not going to tell you some secret about myself. And they'll have these really cool special abilities. And one of those abilities is Unnatural Healer, which is basically the equivalent of getting a healing mech serum that you can use like every 6 days or something like that. Now, the downside is it can have side effects where suddenly your arm explodes and becomes a tentacle. But, you know, that's not really that big a negative, because the tentacle has higher manipulation, even if your character actively despises having it. But there's also ones where it can convert steel into a random other metal. There's ones where it can make a random enemy explode in a pile of gore. There's one where they get, like, all of their skills here will be nearly maxed out the whole set. There's one where they don't need to eat, sleep, or comfort. Yeah, I've seen a video about how to make kooky meme kill boxes. Gotcha. Well, thank you, Crying. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, there are ones, like, there was ones, like, it doesn't work anymore, so don't do it. But there was a kill box you used to be able to do, and it was something like this. It's been a hot minute. But you do something like that, and you could position your pawns here and here. And so the enemy would work through here, they would get to that spot, and just because the design, the pawn was able to hit through the diagonal, that's been fixed for a long time. But you could do some memey stuff where you could trap a pawn here and slowly whittle them away and they wouldn't be allowed to fight back. And then the others would just get stuck behind them. And you could drag out the pawns getting into your base forever. And there's a whole bunch of runs around that. There's also people who would make the, and this one still works. You'd make a kill box something like this. But what you'd do is one person would stand right here, and you'd have something flammable in there, and you just keep banging a Molotov against the wall there, and then this room would gradually get to the point of getting to like 2,000-3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and the enemy would walk in and fall over dead and catch fire inside the box. Relatively quick. There's a lot of ways to do the burn boxes. Some of them you just fill it up with like chem fuel or hay grass or whatever, light it up, and then just, you know, walk away. The one big key detail is if you do this one, where your person's lighting the fire out here, this needs to be outside. It cannot be an indoor space, or this will start hitting, you know, 1,000 degrees, and now start hitting 500 degrees, and then you will fall victim to your own kill box. Let's see, you never ever noticed that weapons had tile ranges attached to them like that? Yeah, no, that's the idea. And there's one of the ones that I actually do use is I'll have like a bottleneck coming in here, and then we'll have like an area back here, and then I'll have like my defensive positions here. Probably not there. Like have my defensive positions like here. Let's move that. And what I'll do is I'll have chain shotguns here, so really fast-firing, short-range weapon. And then usually I'll put a barricade around there. And enemies nowadays will stop on that anyways, but quite often they'll run in here. And if you leave a gap by let me draw the back of this. And this is one of those ones, I clicked on it, so it's not doing what I want to do. So we can go back here. And so one of the tricks with this, and this is where I would go in, is the enemies will run down here. They'll see you here and want to get to cover, so they'll run down this way, and you're just whipping chain shotgun shells back and forth. Now the problem is if they have enough numbers, this can get really gory, but one of the ways you can mitigate that is by putting melee pawns so you'll pop in and out along here. So step back when they're not needed, step in to like slow the tide, step back, that kind of thing. I use that one on grav ships quite often because you can make it fairly compressed. You can go like that, and I can probably bring it in one tile. So you can make it a relatively small defensive position. So I don't care about that. We got a low psychic drone. But there's lots and lots and lots of ways to do it. Another strategy is not to actually have a defensive box, but to have your base. Let's just say this is my base right now. And put like a door here, over there, down here, over there. And so what you'll do is you'll have doors here and there. So I'll put like a pawn here holding this door, and a pawn there holding that door. The raid comes up, we got my range people chilling here. They start cracking off shots, they go to stop, and then like get into position to shoot back. And so you run everyone in here, closing the door behind you. At which point they go, wait a second, I can't reach them. That door's still open, so they start working their way down here. And then while that's going on, I might run over to one of these other doors and open this door again and put my range back out there. This is actually not a good design because I'll come around close to this one. I would want the door over here. But like pretending the door's there, I would have the door open. We'd have our range there. They run down this way, seeing there's that not a valid path to get in. You start cracking shots off again. You have someone run up here, open this door. Once they stop to fight back, you duck them in. You get the idea. So you're ping-ponging them back and forth through the doors and just doing damage. If you're going to do that style, you want weapons that the thing you care about is how fast you can fire. Not like number of projectiles in the air, but like the initial bullet getting it off. You want range and fast firing, so assault rifles are very popular for that strategy. Because then you can, you know, crack off 2 or 3 rounds, they start to aim back, you duck everyone inside, you know, run to the other side, do it again, and you can just keep going back and forth until then. Every so often, the enemies will stop and attack the door. So you have whoever was opening and closing the door turn around and just keep repairing the door. And unless a lot of them turn on it, it's fine. Now, the downside with the kiting strategy is sometimes we get like breacher raids, and breacher raids completely shut down that whole strategy with using the doors in that manner. Because a lot of times they will just walk up to your wall and just trash it, putting a big hole so you can't kite them in the same manner. That's also a problem with like the Shambler Assault. Those are ones that kind of ignore your defensive positions. You can't control the pathing nearly as easily. And there's still ways you can manipulate the pathing with them. You like what Pitted did? L-shaped doors with 2 different kill boxes to bounce back and forth. Yeah, there's lots of cool strategies you can do, and some of them are like broken powerful. And there's a reason some of them have been nerfed over the years. There was one you could do, and I don't remember the details on it because I never made it myself. There was one where you could do, where you'd go in here, and again, you'd have one of these things like this, where you'd have your little maze. I'm not going to draw out the whole thing, but you have your maze here. But what you do is we'd set up a cooler here, like however many coolers I need to run it. It's actually probably be down there, wouldn't it? You put your coolers down there, and you'd end up needing a couple of them. So let's pretend it's 4 coolers. It's a ridiculous number of coolers. And you could get this thing to like subarctic temperatures going with that. But then the problem is you have to kind of do it in stages. Where then you'd have to go down here. Just pretend there's more to this. And you'd have a separate set of coolers to keep this space cool because you couldn't just vent it out. There's a whole thing where you'd have to layer it to have multiple layers of coolers to bring the whole thing down. Like, this whole thing has to be, like, massively insulated. And it's hard to do because you do bleed a lot of temperature through the roof. But there were ways to get this to where you could just super cool areas. And I'm not sure if you can still work any of that nowadays. It was always a memey thing because of how much power it took. But with stuff like geothermal, you could make that room so that the enemies walking in there would die of hypothermia before they reach the other side. And it was one of those kill boxes you could set up, and because it was powered by the air conditioners, you could effectively run it forever. As long as you had the power. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work anymore. I think they made it so that the temperature bleed is way more significant than it used to be. You know, completely breaking that kill box, as well as some of the burn boxes. Burn boxes still work, though. Alright, Krang, you have a good one. But yeah, there's lots and lots of... And honestly, to be fair, a completely reasonable, valid thing is, say we have a river here, so a big old river here, it is a completely valid kill box or defensive position to just go like this. Just put a box like that. Have your door here. And you want it roughly centered. You know, do your whole thing where you give them a little bit of pathing so it takes them a minute to get into the actual defensive position. And then on this side, you would just have a barricade. That is a completely valid defensive position that actually works really well. Where you just have a bunch of water that makes it so they can't move very fast. You will destroy melee groups in this. Now, when you do get another range group, sometimes they will stop here and crack shots back, so it's not perfect. But it's a very easy defensive position that holds up against a lot of fights. Will you build a kill box in this colony? Probably not a proper kill box, no. I generally don't do proper kill boxes super often. Not never. I'll have some type of defensive position. But like right now, honestly, with only 4 people, a kill box doesn't do me much good. Because I don't have enough people to really throw at a kill box to really make that big of a difference. Like, it's not going to be that significant of a benefit. Kill boxes really start to shine once you start to get, you know, some pretty substantial numbers where one enemy coming in can be just death starred by like 8 or 9 people. There are defensive positions you can certainly do, and I might do trap nonsense. Let's see. The burn boxes definitely work. Oh yeah, no, burn boxes definitely work. I know the freezing boxes you used to be able to work. There was something that changed that you don't see them anymore. They were always a meme in the past too. Maybe it's they changed the way hypothermia worked up that just didn't build fast enough, so you just had to have too much kill box. It could also be they changed it so one of the things that you used to be able to do is you could have like this really ridiculously long kind of maze thing going on here. That is not at all right. All of this is wrong. So you used to be able to go like, just do this like really absurdly long maze. So, you know, get the idea that I'm just gonna go here and copy that thing like this whole area. So just in a bananas long maze. enemies would work their way through that maze and then eventually start backing out because they would start starving. Nowadays, if the maze is too long, they'll just skip the maze and smash your wall. Let's see, do imperfect clones only have something wrong with themselves, or can it be infective issues or other danger? You have what's called clone psychosis. So, say I clone Gary, and Greyball had clone psychosis, the both of them would have it, and either Gary or Gary Ball would have to die for that to go away, or healing mech serum or unnatural healing. But, like, clone psychosis stays on you until one of the two clones die. But RimWorld does not have any kind of, like, infectious disease. The closest we have is the metal horror. That's about the only thing that can spread, but that is a one specific encounter that's the whole gimmick around it. Oh, right, the person we rescue is like, who the heck is that? Plague? Plague does not spread. You just get plague. There's no such thing as contagious disease in, Okay, Scaria, that's fair. That's kind of, well, okay, with Scaria, that's, no, malaria also doesn't spread. Not unless you're using a mod. Things like flu, plague, and malaria, it randomly chooses and goes, I'm affecting these 5 pawns, and it's only going to be those 5 pawns. Like, you won't have, like, the doctor pick it up or something else, or, like, you know, their partner sleeping in the same bed. There's no diseases like that. But Scaria is, that's fair. Scaria, as of Odyssey, if you get hit by an animal with Scaria, you have a risk of getting it. It won't spread between pawns, but you can get it caused to you by being hit. And, like, you can make an argument for infection, but it's also, you know, is it really spread, or is it just, you know, you got injured and you have an open wound? Because I'd argue you just got injured and have an open wound, and because you got dirt and junk in there, you get an infection. But yeah, Scaria is a fair point. That is a disease that an animal has it that can bridge to affecting you. But broadly speaking, outside of Scaria, stuff like flu, while in real life is highly contagious, in RimWorld there's no such thing as, like, contagious disease in that manner. Mert did a whole anomaly duplication spawn thing. That was a medical coma. Yeah, no, I saw that. We're not planning on doing that, but it's fun curse tech. Absolutely, and thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that, Sim. 13 months of been sub the channel. Can we also get a shout out for Simcopter1, another fantastic content creator on the platform? Does like a lot of simulation strategy games, has done RimWorld in the past. It's done lots of fun things all over the board recently. And every time I can't think, it's like, Mud, by the way. Doing some Mega Bonk recently, going for high scores, all that kind of stuff. Definitely someone I highly recommend checking out. Does tend to stream, like, towards the tail end of my stream and then later on in the evening. But definitely good times over there. That's every time someone's like, you know, is there a moderator here? My brain's like, mod, by the way. Okay, so go ahead and take my poor quality clothes. Don't really need a breach hammer. I need a better weapon, but I don't need a breach hammer. Breach hammers are good for tearing down walls, so that we can all better understand each other just a little bit more. So we can dig a little bit deeper and figure out who we are. The Bow of Honor. Okay. They just gave me a unique weapon. So what does the Bow of Honor do? It is light. Oh, it lowers the aiming time. Okay, 20% lower aiming time? Sure. Give me that masterwork bow over the piece of junk bow I made. I was like, I'd like to buy a better bow, but you've gotten on an inventory, and they were like, bet. Actually, with that in mind, you've got Crumbling Mind. let's have you get over here. I'm gonna have you drop your fancy bow. So we're gonna have you do that. You're gonna go up here and grab the fancy bow. You're gonna grab the shotgun. Because, let's be honest, Crumbling Mind is a 60% penalty, or it's a penalty of 40% consciousness, and that means 40% manipulation penalty. That's pretty bad. It's very unlikely you're going to be doing a good job with that bow. You got some nasty penalties going on there. Now, a shotgun, you can get away with perhaps slightly less aim. Alright, so we're being attacked immediately by 2 of them, and they are bringing guns. Is there one of these 2 who's a bigger threat? You're at 0 aim and at 3 aim. So Immortal there needs to die. Let's rally the troops. Now, both of them are short range, and I do only have 1 melee pawn. I was just saying, one of them is short range, so... Gary Ball, you're going to be waiting, laying in ambush, ready to make your move. Very slowly. That Crumbling Mind is a booger. Hit him. This is not going how we wanted it. Gary. Jump in there. Alright, so them tied up in melee, get the others close so we don't friendly fire ourselves. It's alright, Gary. Gary's got your back. By that I mean they're all going to miss and shoot the wall. Yep, keep shooting that wall. There you go. You didn't have any special gear, did you? Nope. Okay, so Gary Ball got bruised up a bit. Not too bad, though. Gary Ball doing their job, getting between the things that lurk in the night, by that I mean other raiders, and their friends, and then proceeding to bludgeon them with a club. As you do. Alright, meanwhile, before people start getting mad, let's haul the 2 corpses out of here, because once they start rotting, our pawns will start getting deeply upset by it. Right, so we've got granite. That is on the map. I'm just double checking that granite is a native rock on the map, because if so, I should have plenty to build a defense. If not, we will make do with what is here. Okay, so granite is on the map. That's good news. Granite's your strongest one. You like the shirt? Thank you. Surprisingly, I actually got it in the Netherlands when my luggage got lost in the Netherlands. We picked up stuff, and it was wild seeing the clothing selection they had there. Because, like, one of the ones that came up was there was a shirt for, like, Georgia Peaches, and I'm going... What? 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 Why does the Netherlands have a shirt specifically citing Georgia Peaches? I'm okay with it. I just don't understand. Okay, so that'll be just our safety enclosure, so we can keep the fire safely outside of our home. From Atlanta, Holland? That was, we did see the, I forget the name of it. The Holland, or the boatmaker there in Rotterdam. It's okay, we Dutch don't understand us ourselves. The one thing I was impressed by is, like, the clothing I saw in the Netherlands was so much more cost effective than we have in the States. Especially the denim. I ended up, like, I didn't go with the intention of buying a denim jacket, but I ended up buying this denim jacket because it's like 20 euro, and I'm like, this is like an $85 jacket here in the States, or more. I'm buying this. Because, like, it was a decent denim jacket. Like, it wasn't, like, designer or anything. But, like, it was a pretty decent denim jacket. It's like, okay, 20 euros is a bargain for this. Like, I know there's a lot of stuff that we have, or that they have, that's more expensive than what our prices are as well, but it was just the clothing specifically was such a bargain over there. Alright, so we should start being able to build this perimeter. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to get these granite walls up, and we're using granite because granite is the hardest of the stones in the game. You can get stuff like plasteel and uranium that has much higher life, but those tend to be materials you want to save for our things. Eventually you end up starting to get a pretty solid amount of uranium if you're doing the deep drilling and all that. But usually you're not in a position where you're just going to start slapping up a bunch of plasteel walls because you have copious amounts. You tend to burn through your plasteel and gold and stuff like that. You know, making advanced components and bionics and all these kind of things. Alright, this will probably be the last dry thunderstorm that'll cause us grief. Anything new in RimWorld lately? Like general updates to the game? Not really. Generally speaking, RimWorld mostly has the cycle where it does like a new DLC, and then they'll do like a couple of patches, do like, you know, bug bashing, that kind of stuff, balance adjustments. And then there's really doesn't tend to be much of any updates until the next DLC. So the DLC that lets you go to space, Odyssey, was our last major thing then. RimWorld 2, when? Honestly, I would say hopefully never. RimWorld as a game I don't think depends very heavily on graphics, so trying to chase whatever the newest engine with the latest graphics doesn't feel like something that really makes sense. Nor does it make sense to kind of throw out all the functionality we have in RimWorld existing today just to pursue that kind of stuff. Because as far as I'm aware, we haven't run into anything where the RimWorld engine has held back anything of substance. So I'd rather just keep expanding on the game. Yeah, no, eventually at some point, we'll start getting to the point where the engine will start getting long in the tooth, where we'll have new technology that makes it a thing that we need to worry about, but so far we've just not run into that. Because replacing your engine just to replace your engine is usually a mistake. It's the same thing like when you're doing other applications and they're like, oh, we just jumped on framework X because it's the best framework, even though we're working perfectly fine in framework Y. And usually you're just trading known bugs for unknown bugs when you do that kind of thing, and burning a whole lot of time and cash doing it. It's one of the things that kind of irks me when a new game comes out, like, oh, well, they're still using the insert name of engine that their previous title used. I'm like, right, but it's the latest version of that. Why on earth wouldn't they do that? Like, it's a fair criticism to say, like, an engine hasn't kept up with the times. I'm talking about the creation engine specifically in that statement. It is a fair creation or criticism to be like, hey, just because, you know, the latest Bethesda game is using the creation engine still isn't in itself a negative. But did you just cancel my construction of my wall? You didn't need to be a jerk about it. But it is fair to be like, hey, the creation engine has not kept up. That's fair. Alright, so let's go ahead and replace that wall. So, alright, you were giving me a book about clothing, I believe it was? Let's bring that inside. You hate framework changes? It's painful. Yeah, and like there's times it's worth doing that there is something you want to accomplish that is just not supported by the existing framework. But that's pretty infrequent. most of the times I've seen like pressure for an engine change or a framework change or whatever, it's mostly been driven by just, this is the new shiny bauble. I would like the new shiny bauble. Can I have the new shiny bauble? Of which it's like, is it an actively better shiny bauble? And they kind of look at you, it's like, it depends on what you define as better. Alright, so you're gonna need another room here. I did not math that out right. That door should be here. This wall should be there. Let's see, like, Unreal 5 might look pretty, but man, there's so few games ever that don't run like absolute garbage. That's, games being written in Godot, they run fine once they boot up. I would say my one criticism of the games I've played that are made with Godot is that Godot seems to have particularly heinous load times. I don't know why, but it does seem like almost all the games I've played that were written in Godot, it just like, it takes a while for those games to warm up. Which I'm sure will improve over time. Alright, so how much longer? So 16 days to the next clone. Does the shiny bauble have better stat distribution? In the end, that's what matters, right? But yeah, no, it's just one of those things that you... Like, the number of times in dev, I've been working on a project, I don't even know I'm looking at it, I'm not allowed to take it. Do I want to go for the Psy Neoformer? So one interesting consideration is all of these are going to be able to do psychic powers through the tribal thing because they were a tribal start. So that does give me implications of things I could do with my crumbled mind pawns. They could just sit there and pray to a tree to make it better. Insulting spree because darkness. Look, man, I'm actively trying to fix your problems. Calm down. Go to sleep, Gary. He's just gonna say mean things to you. Let's see, you found Godot to take a while to load up on Ubuntu, but works very stable and okay performance as opposed to fast-loading framework games. I'm not sure what you mean by a framework wing. Do I have a mech resurrection serum? No. That's a fairly rare item. What do you think of the 5.8 with integrated AI? They demoed a building a cityscape in 2 days compared to the usual months. Generally speaking, I'm very anti-Gen AI, is the way I will phrase it. AI as a broader technology has its place. Generative AI, there is things that can be done that are worthwhile that's not being used for that. But often when you do those things like the generate me or whatever, you're kind of getting least common denominator type productions. And that, broadly speaking, that tends to give you very uninteresting stuff. Yeah, and also a lot of generative AI is just operating off of, you know, without permission, without compensation, training off of other people's work. And before it sounds like, that's how brains work. Only if you oversimplify it to a point of being basically completely inaccurate. What's your take on PlayStation going digital in 2028 onwards? I genuinely don't care. I haven't owned a console system in forever, and I also feel like people make physical media more of a thing than it really makes sense. Because I've had people argue to me to no end, where it's like, oh no, Steam delisted this game. Like, ha, you people buying your license? Physical media is forever. First of all, even if you go back to your old NES cartridges, and you flip it over to the back and you look at it, you're buying a license. It's just not worth it for them to come back and actually claim it. But then the other side is physical media isn't forever. They wear out. And I want you to look me in the eye and say, you've backed up your physical media. Because we both know there'll be only like one person in literal thousands who's actually done that. Which means it only lasts for as long as your disc lasts. And believe me, I've had CDs explode, so I know they don't last forever. And then, you know, even if the CD were to last forever, the, you know, PlayStation, Xbox, whatever isn't going to last forever. So to me, like, it's a little disingenuous. I think the last game you bought on disc was like 2010. Yeah. So like for me, it's like, and this isn't to like yuck on physical media. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a preference thing. My thing is more like, okay, a game gets delisted, like it comes out and then people pull it down, like, you know, people just like pull it down or whatever off the store really fast, and I'm like, okay, but instead of being like, oh, you people with your digital, if you had physical, this wouldn't be a problem. Ignoring the fact that a lot of physical games that come out require you to have an online account to get the rest of the game, but ignoring that part, instead of being like sympathetic and being like, you know what, that sucks, they shouldn't be allowed to do that, we should make it a rule that they can't do that. Let's rally together. Instead, you're like, oh, well, physical media, by the way. Let's see, preservation may be a questionable argument, but it will universally be worse for consumers when physical media goes away. No secondhand market. Well, that's kind of the thing, Biohazard. In a lot of cases with physical media games that have come out, you know, in the last, you know, 10, 20 years, so many of them require you to have an online account to register your game with, like, the Nintendo or PlayStation or whatever, that you can't do the thing where you just grab your disc and give it to your buddy and your disc just works. It'll be like, no, you don't have an activation for this game, you don't have an account. Like, there's a lot of games that's true. Nintendo doesn't do it, for the most part, but it's one of those things that a lot of times you even get the disc, and not even the whole game is on the disc, like, only the, like, core pieces. And as far as the CD exploding thing, that's just what happens when CDs wear out. You can have imperfections in the CD, and it'll just, while it's spinning in the tray, it'll just shatter. I've seen that happen to a number of people working in IT over the years. It's not like every single time or whatever. But yeah, and some of it's pretty early on, like it's fairly premature. Like I saw that happen to like a StarCraft 2 CD or whatever. Just spins in the disc. They don't last forever. They wear out. Anything that moves or has electricity moving through it will someday cease to do those things. You feel similarly, but there is power in choice. If you don't like it, what they're doing, I'm cool to spend my money elsewhere. Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Even if a game is delisted, if you bought it on Steam, doesn't it remain in your library? Well, that kind of gets into the whole thing where it's just going with that, where a lot of the games that have done that, it's been for licensing stuff, and usually those games you can still download. They will be delisted, as in you can still download them and play them or whatever, you just can't buy them. On the other hand, you do have games that, because of how popular it is for games as a service, live service games, whatever you want to call it, that they have the online component, that they shut off the server, and then sure, you still have the game, but it can't connect, and so you just sit there at the title screen and it won't go farther. Let's see, a lot, but far from all. Also, you can buy games much cheaper than on PSN. I mean, newly ones, not pre-owned. Yeah. Like, and I'm the wrong person to ask about this, because genuinely speaking, I have not played a console game, like, other than I played, like, one of the Pokemon games on a Nintendo DS, because my older brother, like, gave me his old Nintendo DS, and I played, like, 2 or 3 times the Pokemon game that came with it. I haven't played a console game at all since, like, Xbox 360 was relatively new and the PlayStation 2 had just entered the scene. Like, I can spend my money on a computer to do my job that happens to also be able to play games, or I can spend it on a gaming system that can't do my job. So since I already have the one that can play the game, why am I buying a second piece of hardware to do the same thing? Now granted, I understand for people who want like the simplicity of console, this is again not bashing console, but for me, for my financial stuff, you know, I'm not ready to plunk down an extra $600, $700, $800 on an extra piece of hardware and then buy the game. It just, to me, I just can't justify that. Especially with how many PC games are out there, and that I have a preference for mostly PC games anyways. Let's see. Have you ever loaded into your former favorite game just to listen to the music, even though the game is no longer, or a game itself is no longer playable? I've never done that. Honestly, I've not had many games that I've personally played that did ultimately get yoinked. That got pulled down. But that's also a big part because I didn't, I haven't played many games that are like, you know, I haven't got too many AAA games in a long time. And this, oh, that's a prisoner. That was not what I was ready for. Well, that's fine. Someone's gonna get a little unhappy. That's just the way it's gonna be. But yeah, so it's like, the console thing for me, it's like, I just don't play console games. It's not that I'm like, oh, my games are better or anything like that. Nothing of that nature. I just genuinely don't play console games, so... Like, if PlayStation said, you know what? We're done. We're shutting it down. It's all gone. I'd be sad for the lack of competition. I think that would be bad for all of us. But, like, it wouldn't impact me so far as my gaming preference. My concern is be that PC game prices would go up due to one less competitor, which is still bad, but not something I'm super worried about. Oh yeah, that was yeah, RimWorld did get temporarily banned in Australia. It got unbanned though, but yeah, no, it was someone was like, yeah, it's got a positive depiction of drug use. And I think it was someone with Loon's Dude or Tynan himself came up and was like, hey, here is like how we actually have drugs in the game. By the way, you get addicted to them, you rage out, and you end up killing your friends, and everything's awful. So yeah, sure, you can fight a little stronger, but to call them good is to be ignoring a lot. And they actually went, oh, never mind, and they like unbanned it. Balatro was also banned in Australia because of gambling. Yeah, a lot of that comes down to you don't get a proper look at what the game is. They just see, oh, it's clearly poker, there's money involved. Alright, well that's gambling. And then someone's like, you know the money's not real, right? And you don't carry it between rounds, and like, it's not that. And then, you know, someone sits down with like whoever is responsible for making those rules and like, let me show you what's actually going on here. It's funny because honestly, there's full casino machines at the corner bar. Remind you of the whole Pokemon patent thing in the US? Clearly bribes and ignorance. Which patent thing are you talking about? Because there's been a lot of Pokemon patent things. Would you stop landing your shuttles on my wall and canceling its construction? Okay, Psychoid Brewing is coming up. So I generally don't tend to make the beer. It's got a lot of extra steps and it doesn't really help that much. The Psy Tea, quite often, I will allow my people to indulge in. Because if they get chemical fascination, it's the least awful of them. Yeah, like, I know there was the patent argument with, like, Palworld and all that. But, well, Palworld looks fun and all that. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. There was some pretty heavy ripping off of Palworld, with Pokemon. Like... But yeah, I think the patent, yeah, because it was what, like, deploying a companion by means of a sphere or something like that, which that's garbage, whatever. Like, that shouldn't have been, like, given out. But, like, the character design, so not patent, but I would say Palworld definitely does some, like, pretty dodgy copyright stuff, where you're like, okay, come on, man. That really is just that other Pokemon. Let's be honest with this. You just took this Pokemon and said, what if I gave it a gun? And to be fair, Pokemon also, you know, also borrowed ideas pretty heavily. I'm not trying to defend Pokemon in itself. There's definitely plenty of examples there too. Pokemon doesn't. There's a game called Palworld, which is a survival crafter that is very aggressively Pokemon-esque, but it's basically Pokemon if you handed them guns. So you capture your little Pokemon, and they'll help you like build your home and all that, and also, you know, do some Daka on whoever shows up in the neighborhood. It's a Mimi game. Let's see, if Nintendo had tried to sue Palworld, it likely would have had a brief flame of popularity and then died so many other survival crafters. Yeah, no, I agree. Because, like, I didn't end up playing it myself. It just didn't appeal to me. But of the people I knew, they're like, you know, oh, it's perfectly fine. Like, it's not amazing. It's just fine. We're gonna need all the medicine we can get for all the surgeries we're gonna be doing. But because it made such, like, you know, what was it, the Streisand effect? Where there's an issue that if you just didn't talk about it would kind of just go away. But because you make a big racket about it, you've kind of like, you kind of make it into a whole big thing. It's all fine. It's not. No, it's all Gary. Correct. Let's see. Summon companions are similar to that. Yeah, it was something like, if I remember, because I remember reading about it. The patent in question was like something like summoning companions by means of like a ball or something like that. It was. I remember the Pokeball thing being a part of it, but not like the design of the Pokeball, just it being a ball. And it was like this whole thing, and yeah, people pointed out that it did go there. Yeah, I mean, sure, Darth. It's just a thing that, like, cute animals but guns. Which, like, exactly that whole thing is why it didn't appeal to me. I'm not someone who's like, oh man, get your guns, or anything like that. It's just not something I care about in that manner. So I'm just not the target audience. You ever do cold playthroughs? You mean, like, not look into... Oh, cold playthroughs in RimWorld? Yeah, we've done cold playthroughs. Yeah, like, literally our last playthrough we did Glacial Plains. So, like, literally the one before this run was Glacial Plains, which is a cold map. I honestly do more cold maps than hot maps. I find the heat obnoxious because there's less interesting things you can do to fight with it. And the guns were very meh in the game. You'd rather use player guns than the PAL abilities. Yeah, I can't speak for that side. Alright, so we got 3 people. One of them's got a gun, and the others are all melee. It's a short-range gun. Then go here, where we can hop... It was attacks immediately? Yeah, they're gonna prepare, so we're gonna go harass them. Why are you moving up from... I'm surprised they moved up from that far away. So how did you get hit? Oh, I was like, what the heck's that purple square? That's where it's showing, like, defensive position designs and all that. Okay, you took another hit. The other 2 are melee. Okay, so with that, so strip their clothes and their clothes in case we get upgrades. Yeah, so Gary took some hits and all that stuff. Let's see, Nintendo's an overzealous giant that doesn't understand other places in the world have things such as fair use laws regarding copyright restrictions. Japan famously doesn't have those. Yeah. Like, and I know Nintendo has a reputation, you know, very much a reputation around, sorry, I'm trying to juggle. Japan, or Nintendo has a reputation of being very aggressive legally. You know, not only like protecting their copyright and all that, but perhaps being a little overzealous in their pursuit and protection of the copyright. That's fine. Grab the good medicine. We need to get a clone that doesn't have crumbling mind. Or an unnatural healer. Because otherwise we're going to rapidly have a colony of like 2 people working and everyone else just wandering around doing what they can. Oh, right. So one of the things it's going to do is we got the psychic tree down here. Because I just remembered that our ones with crumbling mind are able to come down here and power this thing to get us psychic abilities. So what we could do here, those 2 can't do a whole lot. They can hunt. I really don't need them hunting that much. Oh, we got a grizzly bear here. That'll probably be something to deal with. Most areas basically being sane sounds about accurate. Yeah. Yeah, so we do have the hunting on the schedule. So what we're going to start doing is you're going to have a big chunk of your schedules be meditation. And a little bit of recreation, and then you'll try and do a little hunting here and there in between. We have 1 dangerous animal on the map with that grizzly bear, which we probably should take care of. And we're slowly working on getting all this stuff built. How difficult is RimWorld to get into initially if you haven't played a similar games before? There is a learning curve. It's not terrible, but it is a game you're going to boot up, you're going to play, you're going to get killed, you're going to have to figure out how you got killed and repeat that process. It does have a whole thing in the game. I'm not sure if I can remember even how to show you. Oh, no, that's not there. Where was it? There's actually a whole thing in the game where, like, the first time you encounter something, it'll put like a little window up here and be like, oh no, your pawn is bleeding. Here's how you deal with your pawn bleeding. And they'll actually like walk you through that. It's not like the tutorial where it like grabs your camera and like throws it there or anything like that heavy-handed. But it does teach you the basics. It's just a matter of once you get the basics, it doesn't really teach you how to use the basics to be successful. You have to kind of figure that out yourself. But I would say generally it's not awful to get into. It is just a game you're going to, yeah, it's called The Learning Helper. It is a game that you should go into with the expectation of losing. It is generally a game that, broadly speaking, you're going to spend a lot of your early rounds just losing again and again until you start to, start to figure things out. It's also definitely a game to consider playing on a lower difficulty when you first play it. Like, don't feel the pressure of being like, I'm playing on baby mode. Like, genuinely, I would recommend against playing, what was it? No, I'm thinking Project Zomboid difficulties builder. I would play one above the one where there's no threats kind of thing, at least, just so you encounter the threats so you can actually learn them. because, you know, the next one lower, they physically disable them, so you don't have the ability to learn from them. There's also so much content. You don't need mods to have a good experience. You'd highly recommend leaving mods out. Yes, for when you go to first play it, I would actually discourage you from grabbing, like, it's okay to buy the DLC with the intent of playing later. I would keep the DLC and any mods turned off when you first play. You know, kind of play the base game, and when you start going, okay, I've had a good time, I'm ready for more. At that point, you know, maybe turn on one of the DLC. Because the DLC are all additive. You can play the game and have a great experience without them. It doesn't put you in, like, any type of weird spot around it. We're not gonna bother with that. So it is one of those things that, like, you can... Well, that's... Oh, actually, no, we have passive coolers. So that's gonna be a little bit of a mess. We're gonna need some wood. Blight always gets you? Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, you will have Blight happen, for example. And it's not hard to learn how to deal with Blight so far as mechanically. But, like, just knowing that you can take care of Blight and, like, have your people cut it down isn't the same of knowing how to do so well. Do Discord bots chat you up using the game you're playing now? I've not seen that, but I also hide what game I'm playing now. Because there are definitely times where I get access to stuff early that I don't want to be the one to accidentally leak. So I disable that kind of thing. Plus, then also people get weird where you're just trying to, like, relax in the evening and you don't want people to be like, oh, can I join you playing? It's like, look, man, I'm just trying to do my thing. Like, I'm not trying to be like, no, I don't want to hang with you specifically or anything, but, like, I kind of don't want to do a thing. All right, so we got 2 melee pawns up here. They're going to prepare. Thank you so much. You've been wanting to play this for a couple years. Yeah, no, it's excellent. I definitely recommend checking it out. But like I said, it's definitely one of those games. Don't feel like you need to do anything. Like, don't get discouraged if you don't succeed on your first couple of runs. The expectation you should go into is that you will not succeed on your first couple runs, even if you tone down the difficulty, just because you got a lot to learn. But it's also not one of those games that you go to boot it up the first time and they're like, you know, you're just desperately trying to figure out things and not going to get anywhere. All right. Okay, so you are my plant grow person. I really need to get passive coolers constructed. I'm gonna make you run around because your needs are relatively okay. But heat stroke's going to start building up because you are in a heat wave and it's stupid hot. At least if I build this and get this room cool, it gives me a place that people can run to get out of the heat. You certainly start in peaceful mode. Difficulty, you can get the hang of it. Progress one step at a time. Yeah, I generally, for me personally, I wouldn't recommend peaceful. I'd recommend 1 over peaceful. Only because peaceful disables so much of the encounters that, like, my kind of view is that you can't learn from the encounters you don't face. But you only, I believe, have to go 1 step above peaceful for the encounters to be enabled. But I mean, by all means, you can play it. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people play the console version, but I don't understand a game like playing a game like this in console. I feel like that would be frustrating for me personally. But did you get the hang of it down? You sure you can get the sense together? Yeah, no, you're all good. You know you didn't play for a while after your first game because you put the difficulty too low and it got boring? Yeah, and that's actually one of the other concerns. If you, like, crank it down really low, you run the risk of being like, okay, but nothing's happening. I do feel like one above peaceful for when you're new is good. And then once you start getting the feel for it, turn it up a little bit. And then, like, how much a little bit is going to depend on personal preference. Because there's definitely some people who crank that sucker to the max. That's personally not my taste. Like, I used to do that all the time, but I started to feel like all the runs got a little bit too samey because it makes too many options non-viable because you're playing in the sweatiest try-hard settings. But once you brought it down a little bit, like just 1 or 2 difficulty settings, then, you know, it's far less limiting. Alright, so you need Wrong Gary to stop being a mood break. Usually try to play the base game as much as possible far into the game as you can bear before adding mods or DLCs anyways. You rarely do the DLCs and mods instantly. Yeah, no, I think that's a correct decision anyways, almost with that game. I think it's a mistake a lot of people do, is that they'll be like, okay, I'm gonna play this game for the first time. What quality of life mods do they have? What must-have mods do they have? And then they jump into the game and they're like having a very atypical experience and don't even realize what the mod is even doing to their game situation. So I definitely feel like it's good to play a game the first time completely mod-free. The DLC one, it depends. There's some games that once the DLC comes out, it kind of changes the scope of the game, that you're kind of getting a subpar experience now because the game is balanced around consideration of the new DLC. That does happen. RimWorld is not one of those games. At least not in my experience. Especially when some people recommend a really game-changing mods like must-have, Combat Expanded. Oh yeah, and I actively don't like Combat Expanded. Like, no judgment for anyone who likes that mod. But it's like, yeah, that is a overpowered mod in so many ways that affects so much of the game. I'm like, don't get me wrong, it gives the enemies things they can do too. But like, to recommend that to a new player, I'm like, that is some trolley behavior right there. It definitely makes it easier to troubleshoot your mods if you start with base game first, yeah. Is Combat Expanded the one with sidearms? You didn't like that one. Man, I don't remember what all. It has a whole bunch of additional weapons. I think the sidearms might be a separate mod. I don't remember. I know I messed with it once way back. It's like, this is just silly. I don't care about it. I mean, I do actually want the Glitter World. But right now there's 4 of us, 2 with brain damage, and no armor. I don't think we take on a group of, what is that, 8 people with guns. I feel like that's a trap. How are you doing? Not great. Hey, Gary. I'm gonna need you to carry this person. Go carry Morg. Carry him into this room. Because it's really hot in their room, and I don't feel like fixing it. They're just gonna carry Gary into, or we're gonna carry Morg into a different room. Let him cool off for a minute, and then return him into the sweat box. Can't rename you, right? Yeah, no, I can't. Okay, so you should be getting close to harvest. Let's see, solve the problem. Just curious person who went the DM route rather than just ask in chat channels. Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, that's unusual one. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. I'm not saying a bot couldn't scrape what game you're playing. I just haven't heard of that being a thing yet. Now, granted, if they were trying to aim for like a targeted phishing attempt, I can see them doing that. Oh, we want the blocks out there. We don't want blocks in here. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. All right. I need you to spend more time inside your room working so you cool off. Not yet. This might have just given them some ideas. Royal Tribute Collector. I don't need them for anything right now. Let's have you build that passive core so I don't have to manually drag Morg out of there. Alright, Night Driller. You sleep well and all that good stuff. It's good having you. Alright, so we got passive coolers to keep everyone from dying of heat stroke over the night. Like, wrong Gary is getting a little cooked. But it is what it is. Weirdly, if we get the, was it the Twisted Obelisk that, gives you, like, replacement lungs and all that stuff, we could genuinely get ourselves a bunch of spare organs set aside for when we get, organ decay by just removing an organ from someone and then just using the twisted thing until it rolls that organ replacement, at least for the lungs. Cool. Finally get the wood to do it. Botches construction immediately. Are there any obelisks that have perfect clones? No. This is literally the only way to clone pawns in the game. Outside of mods and, like, dev mode. But that's the idea. Cloning your pawns is super powerful. Like, very, very genuinely, once you get to mid to late game, you know, getting a mid to late game pawn and cloning them is immensely powerful. So they needed something to be the thing to deal with. Otherwise, you know, it's just broken strong. And slowly we have the two working that. Alright, complex clothing. That is a big one. I did not leave myself much room for that, did I? Honestly, in our case, you could probably move the butcher table outside. I'm gonna manually do that. And then go for the tailoring bench inside. Yeah, this is the anomaly. Well, sorry. Yeah, this is the obelisk, which is anomaly DLC. And then there is the monolith, which was down here. Then the monolith, which is also anomaly DLC. All right, so heat wave is over. I'm gonna go here. You can stop fueling those and deconstruct the passive coolers. Yeah, hard to balance that for sure. Oh yeah, because like if you get a creepy joiner with unnatural healing, like, this thing becomes brokenly strong. Because someone gets Crumbling Mind, never mind, they don't have Crumbling Mind anymore. Someone gets the Cloning Psychosis, no, they don't have that. The one that's a little tricky is the Organ Decay, only because of time. Because you'll get to have one, maybe two unnatural healings before the Organ Decay becomes lethal. But what you can do then is you can remove, like, one of the not dangerous organs or whatever. So, like, say it hits, like, both the lungs and the heart, you can remove one of the lungs, use your first heal. Well, actually, I mean, use your first heal immediately. And then, you know, remove the other lung, and then use it again to cure the heart, and then use it again to, like, reform the lung, that kind of thing. So the only negative outcome you can't deal with immediately is a hostile pawn, which is the one that you can deal with the old-fashioned way, which, since they all have the same stats, running everyone up into melee and just pummeling them till they go down, hoping they don't die. Which, it's kind of a bummer that we're 3 for 3 crumbling mind. We were just able to deal with the first one, because when we started the run, we gave ourselves a healing mech serum, so that we could get 1 clone as a freebie. But that was it, we just had the 1. Who's our grower and why aren't you growing? Oh, your construction's set up higher again. I'm glad I noticed that before we started starving. That is inconvenient. Because it means construction's gonna slow down. We want the research to keep going. We don't want that to stop. If you've not been spreading pulse, at least not yet. Not yet, we'll get there. I do need a clone who can actually do the plants. We got 4 days. Let's see, how about we breed bee people through biotech? Then we could have freebies. Well, later on, we're going to definitely, like, start bioteching out people, the Garys. I expect this to end up being a fairly high casualty run. There is a reason I prematurely made 8 graves. Not all our Garys are going to make it. we are going to have to sacrifice some Garys so that some other Garys might live. We'll have to disassemble some Garys for parts to fit into the other Garys so that we can combine 2 Garys that cannot survive into 1 Gary that will. A Gary patchwork, if you will. Yep. This feels like the survival management game, The Alters, just that all our clones share the same miserable life story. Yeah. It was a bummer that The Alters had, like, undisclosed generative AI. Because that was one that looked interesting, and then they found out they'd use, like, AI in generating the assets and all that. And to be clear, they were supposedly use the AI in, like, the production side of things, and that none of the final assets were supposed to be AI and, like, 1 or 2 slip through kind of thing, but still. I take an absolutely no-gen AI stance on my channel for me personally. So it meant it was a game I just didn't bother playing. I heard it was decent, but not amazing. It was a cool idea that, basically... Yeah, it was. It could have been given the... Could have given the genre a new spin. Oh well, another game will eventually pick up the idea. Yeah, no, the idea was, like, you had your main character was in the survival situation, and the only way that they were going to be able to survive is there was, like, a way they could, like, bridge dimensions or whatever to kind of pull the alternate version of themselves from a different timeline in to help them. So you had, like, the version of the character who, like, I don't know the actual story, but, like, there's one version where, like, the father was super supportive, so the guy lived up to his dreams to become an engineer, and, you know, the other one, the father was an absolute a-hole and, you know, kind of really ruined him for his dreams, so he just ended up getting into, like, doing, like, you know, menial labor. Yeah, so it was like, right, so it was clones, but, like, pulled from alternate timeline kind of things or whatever. And yeah, so like the idea was cool, but like I said, for me, unfortunately, they use generative AI in the creation of it, so it was one of those things that because they use the generative AI, it was a deal breaker for me. You found the clones too whiny when you're trying to survive? Yeah, I can't speak to that side of it. The moment it came out that had Gen AI, that was it. Done. Out. That is a do not pass go deal breaker with me. Alright. Let's see, that was a common complaint. You've seen it twice, never experienced. No Gen AI for you. Same reasons you stated. Yep. Well, that one, like I said, I think with that one it was the whole, like, they were using placeholders until they got their final things. And in my mind, it's like, okay, you know what you use for a placeholder? You draw something crappy in crayon. Like, it doesn't matter. It's a placeholder. Back in the day, when you had, like, your days of, like, Half-Life and all that, your placeholder was usually neon pink and yellow squares. That way, when you turned the corner, you saw this big glaring neon pink and, you know, square checkerboard wall and go, oh, I'm missing a texture there. So you know to fix it. That was a deliberate decision so that you would see your placeholder. The clone concept, you're going to remind you of a MC. Oh, Frontalot. Yeah, I remember that one. I had to sit there, like, that name sounds weird. Yeah. That was actually good design when you missed something. Yep. Well, that's the idea, is you want your placeholders to stand out. Because one of the things that happened before our Gen AI days that companies would get in trouble for is they would use someone else's copywritten material as a placeholder because they're like, we just need a tank. Okay, let me just grab this asset of a tank and drop it in or whatever. And then, you know, people would forget it was a placeholder, that they didn't make it. And it would become this whole big stink when the game released. It's like, wait a second, that doesn't belong to you. That's a stolen asset. It only happened a couple of times that I'm aware of, but it's not like it's a big thing like a company got shut down or anything for it, but it was a thing. They're like, oh hey, we messed up. Like that was something we had as a placeholder. It wasn't meant to get into production. We will, you know, next patch or whatever, we'll get that out of there. But yeah, placeholders are designed to stand out so that you know it's a placeholder, get rid of it, that kind of thing. So it weirds me out that, like, companies are putting in, you know, stuff that is passable. Anything? Yeah, no, exactly. To give you the idea, so, like, Alters, they had the Gen AI was in there, and they're like, it was not meant to be in there, or, like, it's fine, like, it's perfectly acceptable to, like, do it. They kind of, like, really tried to downplay it, and it really didn't go well for them so far as a reception. Versus Hooded Horse, who is a publisher who is very, very openly anti-Gen AI. They're the publisher for Workers and Resources nowadays. And they had an artist who snuck in some Gen AI that they had contracted. And they came out and they're like, this is not acceptable. This goes against the contract we provided them. They were not to do this. It is our failure it got through. We are removing it immediately. Like, this is not okay with us. Like, they were very direct that it's like, this is not something we accept. Because it's going to happen where you have companies who are very against Gen AI are going to get bit by stuff slipping through the cracks. It's going to happen. And you can only be so vigilant. But at the same time, like, how you react when it does happen, like, by all means, admit it's a mistake, but then be like, hey, no, we are making it clear this is not acceptable. And then also, again, they're having a lot of the companies who are anti-Gen AI be like, in the contract you sign up, they'll be like, hey, Gen AI is not allowed. Like, if you do it, like, you are in breach of contract. And if that's unacceptable person taking the contract, then they need to not take the contract. That's the terms of the employment. Well, not employment. The terms of the deal. Alright, so we're getting all this pulled up because I didn't have someone assigned to growing because they were constructing. Unfortunately, while I do have 4 faces up here, as far as getting work done in this colony, I got 2. Because they both have crumbling mind. But I'm hoping in one day that we get another duplication. So you prefer developers that are transparent over ones who hide behind the veil of what everyone else doesn't know? Oh yeah, no, like, if a game is like, hey, we're using Gen AI, here's the disclosure on the bottom, I'm not going to play your game. That's fine. But if hey, Tempo Gary is being like, please help. Tempo Gary is not Gary. I'm sorry, Tempo Gary. I can't help you. You're not Gary. Alright, so we're gonna prepare for a while. Hey, what do we got this time? Probably Impids. 3 with bows. Any of you ringers here? No, they're all pretty just okay. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, if a company hides that they're using Gen AI, so like undisclosed Gen AI, that is, I won't just play the game, I will not play any games you make going forward. Like, I am done with you as a company. I mean, the fact of the matter, Chris, because it's affecting everything. It's kind of hard to talk about current events in gaming without talking AI, because it is the big boogeyman in the room of, like, jacking up the prices on game systems, you know, it's being shoved into every game, like it or not. So it's kind of hard to talk about games without including it as a conversation part. I think you're just going to find that on the internet in its entirety is just going to be a thing. Good, bad, or otherwise. Like, it's causing layoffs in the industry at scale. So for people in game dev, it's impacting things. It's increasing the prices on the hardware, increasing the prices on games. It's just one of those things. It's the ubiquitous problem on the industry. Not only gaming industry, either. Doesn't need to mean it need to be leaned into. I understand that. I do. But it's one of those topics I feel like honestly, like, if it's a thing that keeps dragging on in a stream or whatever, eventually it'll be like, hey, let's put it aside. But at the same time, I don't feel like I can be talking authentically about gaming and be like, oh yeah, but we're not going to talk about this. It's just too ubiquitous in everything right now. Well, we're going to have to intervene and tend to that. That said, we can move on that. But yeah. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things, like, as I said, it's kind of the problem, though. It's like, I gotta play a game, and then I have to be like, oh, I can't play this game because, and all that. It's just, it's going to come up, because it's just, I can't get a day where I don't run into a game where it's like, oh, that game might be interesting. Gen AI. And then, like, undisclosed stuff, like, we have to be so vigilant about it. It's a very frustrating thing. Which is part of why there's so much hostility about it. Because it's kind of one of those things. You think by 2035, almost all games will at least have some Gen AI, but by that, also have a market for human-made, process authentic. I don't agree that almost all games will have Gen AI. I think what you're going to probably find is going to really happen is right now we're in the growth phase of the technology of Gen AI. And this is not even about Gen AI specifically. When you're talking about like technology, you go from the growth phase to the profit phase, and that's almost every startup, even outside of tech. And with the growth phase, you operate usually at a loss at significantly discounted prices, and all these kind of things. Well, I mean, this is me right now, Luxray, bringing it on, but and the reality is, eventually you switch to the profit phase, whether it's by pressures of investors or whatever. And when you hit the profit phase, you ultimately need to demonstrate you are profitable and find your way there. Okay, so another not failed clone. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the queue if you would like to be our latest clone that we do not know what's wrong with them yet. But you end up getting into that situation where it has to go into the profit phase to earn money. That does mean you ultimately charge for more. The vast majority of new technologies and startups do not survive the profit phase. Because the growth phase are doing at a loss, they have to figure out how to make money. And that goes way beyond a lot of the stuff, like Twitch itself, on paper, is not profitable. There's extra stuff that Amazon gets from Twitch that makes it justifiable, but on paper, Twitch does not make money. But like the vast majority of startups do not survive to the profit phase. They get in there, they alienate their users in whatever they do to try and profit, and that's the end of it. So I think the reality is once we have to start paying the legitimate costs of generative AI, where it no longer is cheaper to just go to the AI and spit out the image or whatever, a lot of that is going to go back to human labor. I don't think it's going to go away. I don't think it's going to just disappear. Like, I don't think it's going to be anything quite that significant. But I do think it's going to be a ghost of what it is now. So I do think the reality that I feel like what's going to happen with the generative AI 5-10 years from now is it's probably going to be at the same place of like your asset flip games in the past, where they just grab a bunch of assets, they chuck it in on a cheap game, and they call it a day. Because it's only the good AI that's going to cost a whole lot. The real crap tier, the stuff that looks bad, sounds bad, and all that, that'll be the stuff that's cheap. But with that, we'll move on from the AI topic. People know I'm like very negative about Gen AI. It's fine. That's kind of just my personal stance. I don't judge people for using it, but I'm not going to buy your products or use your products or anything like that personally. That's just my personal stand as where it's used now. Let's see, when you were a baker, the bread was sold at less than it cost to make the bread. The sandwich and chicken and other restaurants and whatnots cost some grains. Bread, small amount, protein. When you were a baker, the bread was sold at less than it cost to make the bread. The sandwiches, barbecue chicken, and other restaurant whatnots cost some grains. Oh, yeah, so it was like bread was a loss leader kind of thing, that the bread you sold at a loss, but then, you know, you made up for with like soda or, you know, adding the chicken or whatever to your sandwiches. Yeah, that's not uncommon, that you have something that's sold at a loss. But yeah, and to be clear, even outside of all this conversation, that's just normal business operating. You get a startup and you go, okay, well, we're going to do training software and we're going to sell it for $5 a month because, you know, you need to have a price tag to legitimize it. When ultimately you are just burning cash, that $5 a month is not enough to sustain your company. And then you eventually get to that point where you go, okay, well, we need to be profitable now. And you jump it up to like $30 a month because that's what you figure out is the place that you need to. And again, now you've, you know, price shocked your people by increasing it by a factor of 6. And understandably, you go under because a bunch of people go, whoa, that's just too much. But there's a whole lot of things. Let's see, up there in Canada, you've got major grocery stores that got caught bread price fixing to avoid it being a loss leader. Gotcha. You still have a point that you hope might topple a lot of its use, and products made with it, but you feel like it might just drag the discussion on, which would be sad. Yeah, no, I gotcha. It's called mixed calculation. Classic retail training there. Yeah. No, but that's just a normal startup thing. Like social media does it. Social media definitely is one of those things that you usually operate it with like minimal ads, no upsells, no whatever, for free kind of at the beginning. You start building up your user base and you are just piling money into the fire just like pitching it into the fire in mass. But if you can get people kind of like that, their habit is to hop onto your social media, it becomes this habitual thing. They start to become dependent on it to interact with their communities and friends and all that. And that's when you start slipping the ads in, and maybe now there's a premium version, and maybe you can go and you get to like put up longer posts if you pay a little extra money and all these kind of things, all these upsells. And that's when it switches over to its profit side, is all those actions. And then, you know, a lot of people are like, oh my god, I remember when this didn't have ads, it was so much better, why would they ruin it? And it's like, well, the thing they did before was never the intended final version. Like, that was never intended to be the thing long-term you'd interact with. Alright, let's go ahead and get the name in here. So our brand new contestants that we do not know what we're going to be doing with you is Megalo. If you would like to... this will be 4th Gary. If you would like a name that is a pun on Gary, you just gotta let me know what the pun on Gary is. And we can go with that. Otherwise, you're entirely welcome to keep it as Megalo. But you are our 4th. We do not know what is currently wrong with you, because everyone who's cloned has something wrong with them. Hopefully not Crumbling Mind yet again. If it's Psychosis, I regret to inform you I will be murdering you. So hope for not Psychosis, because you will be organ harvested. Just out of necessity. If it is the organs going bad, you might still get organ harvested. Because those are two that I can't fix, and the one will guaranteed kill you, and the other one will basically disable 2 pawns. One of which is one of my only working pawns, so... Oh, I need to close that. Because we finished with the name person. But see, honestly, there are laws and regulations prohibiting that kind of operation in actual product sales. They may often not be offered below cost. It may be hard to determine the cost of services run like a social network, but one could imagine regulation that prohibits the running below price out of principle for an extended period of time, in theory. Yeah, I can't speak for our places. Here in the US, we don't have anything that says you can't operate at a loss at the beginning, because that is literally like the MO of most startups. Not all startups. There are startups that, you know, you're like, we're working for, let's say, a electric company, like doing electrician kind of work. And, you know, then you spun off your own business, some of the customers came with you, that you don't need to do special deals to bring it down or anything like that. But it kind of was one of those things. It has become the MO of online service, honestly. It didn't used to be. Yeah. I honestly would be okay with the idea that, you know, there's some kind of requirement. Oh, that's a spare... Oh, is that still such a prison? Yeah, that's a problem. Did the new clone have any good skills? The clones are going to have all the exact same skills as the previous versions. Like, whoever they're cloned from, they will have the same skills as the previous one. Crumbling Mind. Okay. That's 4 for 4 Crumbling Mind out of the 5 possible results. I might be murdering one of these pretty soon. Because the unfortunate reality is, if we can keep increasing our population with people who can't do much to support our food situation, that is an unsustainable thing in the long time. Because basically, I've got 2 colonists who can work, and 3 dependents. And we can absorb a decent amount of this stuff, but it is a thing that I can't do forever. I think I'm going to give myself a hard limit of no more than 3 crumbled mine people. After that, we're considering them a dead pawn who's going to be organ harvested. Again, for the purposes of supporting when we have someone who has organ failure. Because, and the reason I'm thinking 3 is I can make them 3 melee pawns in the long run. Right now they've got range because they don't have the spare weapons. Yeah, no, we're talking statistical outlier, but that's assuming we have an equal distribution on the negative outcomes. I actually don't know if it is like 20% for all of them, or if like one of them's got 30%, and that one's got a 5%. Like, I have no idea what the odds of each individual one there, if it's equal or weighted or whatever. So I think you're going to step up and help with the crops. That you can be freed up a little bit to help with the, help with construction, or things are going to get out of hand. I've been trying to not take the person off research, but, like, the building side of the colony is completely stalled out because everyone is getting to be a pawn who can't do other things. It's also surprising, we have not really had hardly any anomaly occurrences. Because if we're lucky we get a creepy joiner, then, you know, that'll do good stuff for us. Because like I said, if we can get an unnatural healing creepy joiner, then we can clone and we can not guarantee ourselves a success, but we can pretty heavily weight the scales towards not having problems. What I figure we do is we'll give all 3 of our crumbling mine people psychic powers. And then I'll just open up their schedule to maintain their psychic ability at like 50% or whatever. And then between the 3 of them, they should keep that all running. Because then we can kind of abuse it, and like they will charge it up, and then give everyone else psychic powers. And then we just have them maintain it. Because once you get like 2 or 3 of them maintaining their psychic focus for the day, that's enough to, like, generate it. The problem is if you get everyone on there, it does take up, like, a good, like, 20-30% of your productive hours just sitting at a tree, re-energizing your psychic powers. That's fine. Muffalo Shamblers. A group of shambling, rotting Muffalo corpses is approaching. Some inhuman forces have reanimated their lifeless bodies and set them to murder. I think I've only seen that like once before. Like, we've seen Shamblers plenty of times, but we're specifically Muffalo Shamblers. Yeah, so you distinctly see the ones who are crumbling mind. Because of their consciousness penalty, they are significantly slower, so that really does undermine what they can do here. All right. Yeah, so the The corrupted obelisk is going to take, like, forever to be able to charge up another one. This sucks. Okay, so you're gonna get me more wood. We actually don't need you doing that anymore. Light on the psychoid crops. Okay, so got those done instantaneously upon finishing the psychoid. Was like, no tea. Did you, like, harvest that or clear that? Oh, you're sleeping. Don't do that. Just get you all on here. Okay, so with that, there you go. Alright, tree linking. Good to go, so let's pop on down here. And our first contestant for the tree linking is going to be Gary Ball. Ooh, actually, should that be our first contestant? Or should we just feed Gary? Let's just feed Gary psychic powers. Because we feed Gary psychic powers and that's who we're cloning, our clones will get the psychic powers. So we'll go ahead and max out Gary, and then we'll start passing it around. Okay, and they got Burden, which slows people down. Because that might even be how we end up winning some of these fights, is we end up just getting ridiculous psychic powers on the Garys, and then using the powers to be our actual weapons. So stuff get where we can enrage people and all that. Now the downside is, that's going to take a bunch of side focus. For right now, I'm going to tell Gary to not maintain side focus, because I need Gary working. We're going to go feed Gary a bunch of stuff there. That way the next time we clone it, hopefully they'll have a bunch of psychic powers. And then once Gary's got theirs, we'll start going through the mind crumbled people to deal with that stuff. I literally told you to not maintain it. What are you doing? Oh, you're grabbing the eggs. That's fine. All right, and with that, Megalo is another one who crumbled mine. Should you not be doing construction? Oh no, you're cooking. They put you on cooking, and now I've got Rongery working on the food, or on the farming. With the organ decay, what ends up happening is you'll have 3 organs failing, and usually you can just rip out one and chuck it and you're fine. And then the other 2, you've got to find replacements. Which is why I made the comment, if we get some of the ones that are really nasty, then what we would do in that scenario is we would then, take organs from, like, the pawn that's doomed right at the go. So that way, when we get that one, we can get them new organs and be done with it. It's also a thing, if I get one with the organ failure kind of thing, I might take one of our existing pawns here, and I might steal their organs to try and save them. Because if I can fix one pawn versus these ones, they have Crumbling Mind forever unless we get a Resurrection Serum and decapitate them. You get the idea. Like, we would do what we can to get another fully functional Gary. Why are you... Oh, you're cooking. And you're going all the way down here for that. Because I do have it where if you have animal product or meat, to cook it immediately, because usually that extends how long the shelf life is. You're really making me want to do that? Yeah, what I need to do is I need to get a unnatural healer. A hospitality for a friend. You're willing to give me some reputation or some glitter world and all that? You know what? Let's go into this. Alright, so you're here now. I desperately need to get more rooms built. So meanwhile... Tempo Gary is not Gary. And you must stay here and recreation all day because you will not work. A gift from you of medicine. Love to see it, love to see it. Go ahead and haul that tiny little bit of medicine away. I also do not need nearly this much wood anymore. What would I rather put there instead? Probably switch you over to actual food now. Because we are increasing our population and all that. Right, and you're waiting for Side T, which you already have a place for that. That's fine. Right now I've got the oak trees up here. That'll give us some wood. This feels like the Adam and Eve run at the beginning, where you've got like your 2 functional pawns, and then you'll have like 5 other portraits on here, but they can't do almost anything because they're a bunch of like infants and toddlers. And it actually makes it really kind of hard on the rest of it, because all the extra food they're eating and all that kind of stuff is just a strain on the labor of the rest of your colony. Alright, bear with me, chat. I've got to use the restroom real bad, so I'm going to do that. But first, thank you, Bulldozer, for the tier 1 sub. That's 19 months you've been subbed to the channel. I appreciate that a whole heck of a lot, and so thank you so much for that. I gotta quickly use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and I am back. Alright. Yep, so got all the wood coming in finally. Unfortunately, I've got 3 Garys who can't do anything. It's a problem. Honestly, so all they can do is hunt. And there's like really nothing for them to hunt. Not meaningfully. So I think Gary, the other Gary's new schedule is they wake up, they do a little recreation. Oh wait, I'm sorry, we got one more. They wake up, they do a little recreation, and then they just psychic power the tree. That's what they do here. What they do here is they psychic power the tree. That is their purpose. What is their purpose? They don't pass butter. They sit at a tree and they stare at it intently until it gives them magic powers. That is the biggest contribution they can do unless we have, like, you know, something worth hunting on the map. Which I'm not too fussed about the donkeys. Probably also at the point where you need to be 20 meals. And so research is drugged to a halt, while I've had to have Rongori take over planting so that, you know, Gary can work on construction. But now we're having more and more mouths to feed. Poor Gary's getting stuck more and more of their time spent doing cooking. We'll get there. Honestly, one of the other things is if we get the ability to cause inspiration on someone else, if we can get those kind of abilities on these 3, their contribution could be literally going to the other people doing the work and just keep hitting them with inspire to hopefully get them to be inspired to work faster. That wouldn't be the worst. Who hunted the donkey? Oh, it might be something like they can max out their recreation or something and still end up working because of it. I know I haven't messed with that too much. I'm trying to think of what the best weapon to give the crumbled mine ones, because they move slower and have lower manipulation, so they're worse at combat. If we can get an incinerator, that would be a good one. Because the incinerator, you don't aim, you just spray it. So that'd be a pretty good choice for someone who's not going to have all those penalties. All the stuff like grenades, there is an aim to it, and it can actually be very dangerous with low aim because you'll hit the walls next to you and all that kind of stuff. I know the Hellcats, the flamethrower attachment on those also does that. The minigun's actually not terrible when you get down to that one, because just peppering with that much ammo will destroy walls and that, but that's fine. If we can get some walls built here, we might start void provocating. See if we can't trigger a creepy joiner to come in with the metal horror on it. Just like deliberately just keep triggering it again and again. That'll be a bit of a gamble because some of the encounters will definitely rock our world. Like if we get a Revenant, we are in dire straits. Okay, so Rongary's already almost done planting everything. Start crafting more clothing. The good news is the speed having 3 of them do that all day is actually pretty strong. That's getting done very, very quickly. So I guess we're just a psyker colony now. Yeah, they just psychically work on the tree till they get hungry for lunch, then they go grab lunch, and they come back and start powering up the tree again. Ah, I see. So the more we have it go, the more it penalizes our psychic gain. So having them do the whole schedule is probably not actually a good idea. Is it possible to relocate the tree? Is it better to do so? So you can cut down the tree and wait it for it to respawn. And that could be okay. Yeah, so split the schedule in half, because it does look like as the day goes on, it penalizes it more and more. So probably not want to go past a 50% penalty. And it does seem like it's a cumulative thing, so the more people I throw at it, the more it's worth me having them either on shorter shifts or have fewer people dealing with it. But I'd definitely say by the time it drops to 25%, it's probably not worth me keeping them working on it at all. I mean, unless they have literally nothing else to do. It is kind of one of those things, I kind of wish you could have, like, if a person is idle, go meditate. Like, don't just be idle. Alright, yeah, so they're immediately going back to that, I guess. It's fine. They don't have something else to do, that's the whole catch. So we got a warg here. I don't love that. And I guess at this point, it's worth adding lights. Probably not to many rooms. But those two would be good. Does it make it so they work a little bit faster, a little bit higher quality work, that kind of thing. Okay, so we got the tailoring bench done. So with that, we can go here. Don't make the veils. Don't do that. That's fine. Bills. So we're going to go ahead and say pants. Shirt that's button up. We will do the dusters, I think. I was thinking about going for the lab coats, but that's fine. Actually, not the duster, the cape. The cape. I will do a bowler hat and a face mask. Oh, that's not right. Do until you have. That's advanced psychic rituals already. And 80% of at least normal quality. Alright, so with that we'll finally be able to get ourselves some decent clothes. That'll help with the ratty apparel penalty and them getting hot and cold and all that. It'll mitigate it some. Yeah, Poor Gary wakes up, cooks like 4 rounds of meals by the time of catching up with all the other Garys. He gets like 3 or 4 pieces of wall made, and has to go back to sleep and do it again. So we're really not building very fast. One nice thing is I think Wrong Gary... Oh, Wrong Gary's not going to get any time to research stuff, because you're going to be busy growing. I mean... Okay, that's all slow growing. Helpers for you. So I'll go ahead and grab you. Because even though you can't do most work, good enough for the Empire. So give me that reputation. Yep, Fractal is a sponsor of the channel. They make computer cases, headsets, seats, water cooling solution, air cooling solutions for your computer, a whole bunch of hardware. Really solid company. I've been using their products for a long time before I started streaming. So they were a really good fit for the channel. But they kind of tend to be a premium brand where they make like really high quality stuff as opposed to cheap stuff. Alright, so we got 3 of them, 1 of the grenade, 1 of the knife, and 1 of them with the gun. So we're gonna go ahead and run back here, and the gun is like medium range or so. So drop everyone back here so I can start popping at them on their way in. Okay, so you broke off on your own with the grenade. Gary Ball, that is your job. If you can get over here, punch that man. Nope, don't go that way. Okay, we did knock the one with the grenades. Alright. Good job. Okay. So if you tend, and someday we'll get construction done. Probably not today. It also does me good that we did have one of the Garys go on that, because at least that means one less Gary who's eating right now. So hopefully they'll give Gary more time to build. Alright, cool. So we're getting to the point where this room's almost done. I'd love to make fancy floors, but I don't think that's happening. Oh man, you're 100? How much do we have here? 1,000? So put down a wood floor there just to not take the penalty for being dirt. Alright, tree's ready to link. Getting our round of psychic powers. Okay, and Gary got water skip. Gotcha. So basically we can put out fires. Oh, right, I was going to add a campfire here. That way I could occasionally do the ritual. Was that a bad skill? No, it's a very situational one. I wouldn't say there's much in the way of saying, like, a skill is bad. Like, none of the skills hurt you or anything. There's definitely skills that are, like, more desirable. But, like, even the rock chunk skiff thing, which is considered kind of a meme, not very useful skill, it still has its utility. It's definitely one of the ones that disappoints me more. But then you got ones like Vertigo Pulse. Vertigo Pulse is a very strong skill quite often, because you just throw it in a group and just scatter them. Okay. Alright. We have Beautiful Celebration of Self. Where's the one? There, you're in charge. Okay. Let's go ahead and you can have 150 medicine. Maybe less because I don't see anything I want that you've got. I mean, a plasteel spear is pretty ridiculous. I probably shouldn't get it, but, you know, it's a plasteel spear. It's just gonna eat some wealth. It's fine. So where's that spear? There you go. That is a massive upgrade to your wooden club. Was it worth burning $1,000 on? Probably not. Are we doing it anyways? Absolutely. But now at least Gary Ball has a weapon worth doing some damage with. Because that's 10 damage per second, 40 piercing. Oh, the Garys grow. Unfortunately, we have 3 Garys with Mind Crumble. One of them's not here right now. One of them's away on a mission. Because we're 4 for 4 on Mind Crumble. Out of the 5 possible results. Who made the random table? I know what table we're talking about. Okay, so just got more stuff to queue up to get the rooms done. With that, get you out of there so you go into the actual nicer bedroom. Manhunter pack of 5 little bunnies. Little dangerous murder machine bunnies. All of you, I don't want to deal with this. That seems like it's our guest's problem, not mine. Are you seriously trying to beeline past all of them to just murder me? Is that just what happened there? Products of the company who made XCOM. 90% hit chance, 50% of the time. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, we're definitely like getting very far into the statistical outlier side of things, but that's assuming That's assuming equal chance, which we can't safely assume. So it could be that Crumble Mine is like 8, well, I mean, it's probably not 80, but like 60 or 70% of the time. You know, the other ones are less likely. I don't think that's the case. It could be higher than, like, the others, but I would guess it'd be like 25 or 30% chance with, like, one of the other ones being like 10% or whatever. Alright, so we got the helper there. They'll be back in 2 days. I don't care about the logging spot. We're not rescuing Tempo Gary. Not gonna worry about the farming or the steel. Alright. We've got the coveted hacking thing. Got the secret machine. So, when we got all our crumbled mine Garys back, I might send the... Oh, wait, you can't intellectual, so you won't be able to hack the terminals. I was gonna say, I could send you off to go and work on gathering our relics, so that you might go on the crusade to seek out the various artifacts of Gary. But I forgot, the ones that are like you need to hack the terminal, it's an intellectual thing, so we physically cannot do it. There's more Glitter World. How are we doing on our wealth, by the way? We're getting to that point of hitting like the 30,000. I mean, we did cross it at one point. What item did we get that we jumped that much wealth, like went up and straight back down? Wild boar. Okay. Oh, you can also go in here, add bills. Burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean. And add bills, burn apparel, do forever if it is below 90% and not utility or armor. That's fine. Okay, you're just doing your thing down there because you can't really do a whole lot else. We are rapidly running out of food. We do have the corn here that is getting close to harvest. I'd appreciate a freebie Gary clone if you don't mind, game. Preferably one who doesn't get crumbling mine, because we did say there's going to be a hard limit of 3 crumbling mine Garys. If we get a 4th one, we're treating as like an already dead Gary, and they're going to, we're going to collect supplies for so that future Garys might live. So each one of those will grab one lung, 1 kidney, and then another important organ to replace for someone who shows up like a heart. Which will have the consequence of blowing up our stuff there. Okay, so you've got a prisoner you want me to keep for a little while. Yeah, it's not closed yet. And you're willing to give me A book on drug production and harps. Sure. Please, for the love of everything, stop making my walls disappear. And you also notice, since we're building stone down here, I'm not bothering to continue the roof on it. As I go back and I redo these in stone, we'll also get rid of the roofs as well. Because at that point, the fire spread risk becomes far lower. Eventually, we'd want to put, like, fire breaks in here as well, but we won't worry about that for a while. I don't honestly mind if we lose the crops inside the perimeter on the rare occasion, as long as we are able to produce enough stuff. But yeah, so we should be totally safe from this until we get over to this area over here. What the cloning run might be? So we've got the Corrupted Monolith Obelisk here, which allows you to clone a pawn with lots of side effects. We're having bad luck with it. But it basically, I could say, hey, clone this pawn. It gives me a second pawn. But as we can check from like these ones, these two got Crumbling Mind, which is a pretty severe penalty as a consequence of the cloning. But there are a number of possible outcomes. There's like 5 of them. And we've just gotten unlucky and got the same outcome 4 times in a row. But you can only activate it manually once every 30 days. It can also randomly activate on its own. So like, as we're doing this randomly, once in a while we'll get a free clone, and otherwise every 30 days we do it again. But, so the idea is, all of my pawns are the same pawn, simply duplicated again and again. It's not like a super juiced pawn or anything, like this is the original. They've got Tough. Tough's good. They got some passion in combat, and they got plants. So like, a pretty benign, slightly leaning good pawn, but not particularly spectacular. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. But yeah, the big problem with Crumbling Mind is, as you can see, they can't do hardly anything. It's a really nasty penalty. They can fish, they can do art, they can hunt, they can take care of animals, and they can, like, firefight or whatever. But, like, all your stuff like hauling and research and crafting and construction and cooking, all that's off the table. And Crumbling Mind, the only way to get rid of it is to kill a person, decapitate them, and then resurrect them. Basically, you're going to destroy their brain to then make them regenerate their brain. But we need to either get a mech serum of some kind, either healing or resurrection, or just get lucky with the draw here that we can handle a number of the potential outcomes. Or get an unnatural healer. Walking organ bags. Well, these ones are fine. I'm not going to accept more than 3 of the ones with Crumbling Mind. They can still fight okay-ish. Not good, but okay-ish. There is one called Clone Psychosis, which means the person who is cloned and the clone, until one of the 2 of them dies, their consciousness slowly goes down until it eventually drops to 10%, at which point they're both knocked unconscious. And they will never get up until one of the 2 of them dies. Or you get mech healing serum or something to cure it. But, like, you have to use something like mech healing serum to make it go away. Okay. Get another one of our bedrooms built. The good news is the ones that can't do anything else, they can meditate at the tree. So they are slowly just giving us psychic powers, because that's all they can do right now. If we get a pawn that has the organ issue, we're going to borrow organs from the others. Let's see, will the clones of Gary have all the exact same psychic powers, or just the first two? They'll have all the exact same powers. Effectively, when you clone them, they will have everything the same on them, including, like, if I have this one under anesthetic, and I clone it, the one cloned will also be under anesthetic. Like, it will bring everything over. The only things that don't come over is the relationships. That is the one and only exception. Oh, and bionics won't come over. Anything like bionics, implants, anything like that, they'll just get the natural organ. So you can use the you can use biotech to go in here and change their baseline and have all sorts of juiced stuff up, and that will come across. But if you give them like an Archotech leg, it doesn't clone the Archotech leg. Stuff like their armor and clothes and their weapon and all that doesn't get cloned, just the pawn itself. Okay. They've almost got another one of the better rooms made. Alright. So we gotta do it again, because I keep needing more rooms. But the good news is we are getting to the point here that we'll stop using these, like, dirt floor rooms, get these all sorted out. Oh, our food ran out? No, it's getting low. I'm trying to prevent the starvation. Come on, unnatural healing. Nope. Shape flesh. So unfortunately, while this is a creepy joiner, it's not what we need. So give you a chance to eat. Rally everyone up just in case this one turns hostile. Because you are not staying. Because you're not Gary, and you're not a natural healer. But that event we just had, which is Creepy Joiner, one of the things I can get is Unnatural Healing. If we get that, this whole run just explodes because we'll be able to keep most of our clones. Like, every once in a while we'll have a clone I'll have difficulty keeping, but the bulk majority of the clones should be manageable. Yeah, so it's about to be ready to harvest. Okay, we got a tree to link. We'll link it once everyone's had a chance to eat. Tantrum, because you're sweaty. Just do what you gotta do, man. Get out of your system. Is the outriggers to get a healer, or is it kind of equal in what the RNG is? I don't know. I don't know the percent chance of getting a Creepy Joiner. Usually, I get a decent number of Creepy Joiners during a run. But it is one of those things that the higher your population, the less likely you are to get stuff like Creepy Joiner. Okay, that's fine. Psychic Link again. But as far as like when you get a Creepy Joiner on the distribution, what is the odds you get an Unnatural Healing Creepy Joiner? That I have no idea. Like, I don't know if it's equal, I don't know if it's weighted. That's the kind of stuff I usually don't care about in games, is like knowing like what the odds of everything are, because it's not going to change the way I play the game. It's more trivia. Like, it can matter if you're trying to min-max strategies or whatever, but that's usually an area that I'm not super fussed about. Alright, so Gary got Chaos Skip. Teleport a target to a random position near where it started. Objects above a certain size cannot be teleported. Okay. "50-50, it happens or it didn't." Exactly. The only two possible outcomes, therefore 50-50. Yeah, so Gary has 3 powers. Gary has Burden, which slows down an enemy target for 20 seconds. Water Skip, which allows us to kind of like splash water on something to put out a fire. And then Chaos Skip, which that's mostly something you'll use on, like, if you see someone with a Doomsday Launcher and you see it, like, closing in, you're like, oh, heck no. You just immediately hit them with that to teleport them somewhere else. Force them to restart the arming for it, stuff like that. You can use it a couple of ways like that. But, you know, it's a good way to, like, scatter things like that. Or teleport an enemy from out behind cover, so they have to try and run back to cover real quick while everyone's shooting at them. Okay, so you'll be back anytime to get our last Gary back home. Probably also go on here, add... Oh, you don't actually have the second brewing. Alright. There's Megalo back. I need you to clean the room before you start cooking. It's getting dirty enough you might start risking food poisoning. Yeah, so the issue is basically got 2 colonists in the colony who are actually like working, and the other ones basically wake up and they go pray to a tree. I can make them hunt in a pinch to get a little supplement food, which isn't terrible, but not much past that. Alright. And pretty soon we should also have like all the clothes because we're making our outfits here. But it's just taking a while. Okay, when do you get out of here? Shuttle arrives in 14 days, so no time soon. Now, another good news we have is at least these 2 pawns are getting better at stuff, so like, our pawns with the plant skill are getting better and better. Our cook's getting better. Construction's getting better. We are slowly climbing our various skills up, which does mean they'll work faster, and then also, because we are cloning, it means the future clones will have those higher skills. So everyone's got their own room now, so we're not taking penalties for barracks. Well, this works out for me. The bear and the warg fought, mortally wounding each other, so now I can just mop up when they're done. Excellent. Hey, Salford Sal, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good time with your, I believe I saw you were starting a new Oni run on the Aquarium planet, was that right? Because I remember I was lurking at the very beginning of stream, but I don't remember what exactly we saw. But definitely go check out Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole lot of similar games we played, doing some Oxygen Not Included, a game they're particularly well known for, where they definitely have pip witches. Don't let them tell you otherwise. But only for pay. But it's okay. Nah, it's just fun memes from the channel and all that stuff. But I hope you had yourself a good stream. Also done like Going Medieval, a whole bunch of other stuff. Highly recommend checking out Salford Sal. Genuinely, when it comes to the content creators of the platform, one of the things that impressed me a lot with Salford Sal is, you know, you'll set out to put these like really grand scale things in like Timberborn or Oxygen Not Included or those kind of things. And it can be very difficult to do those on stream. But Salford Sal sets it out, like makes it entertaining, and you know, you can see these really big scale projects get done. So it's good times over there. But welcome in, Raiders. Yep, started a new run tonight, but you got stuck for inspiration once you'd gotten through the survival phase. Ah, gotcha. So you're like, okay, things are stable, but, you know, head scratch, what do I want to do next? I know how that can go. Not so much in Oxygen Not Included, I haven't run to that as much, but, like, there's definitely times in, like, RimWorld where you'll start Naked Brutality, you'll get to the mid-game and going, okay, am I just surviving to survive? Like, is there some goal I've got for this? I don't know. I've definitely had that. But for those who don't know who I am, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a wide variety of games here on Twitch. A lot of similar stuff to Salford Sal and all that. So again, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. Which of course means the inverse is also likely true. But do a lot of like simulation, city builders, settlement builders, tycoons, roguelites, that whole thing. But today we're doing RimWorld, and we're doing it very, very different. We have deliberately spawned in the Corrupted Obelisk, which allows us to clone pawns. And then we've got our good friend Gary here, who is the original Gary. And we are cloning Gary every chance we get on this thing, trying to build up a colony of nothing but Gary. So when you look at this, this is Gary, the original Gary. You've got Rongor, the second Gary. We got Magello, the fourth Gary. We got Nexio, the third Gary. And then we got Gary Ball, who is 2B Gary, because they're actually a clone of Wrong Gary, not Gary. So they're all Gary. But we are having a really rough go with it, because there's 5 possible negative things that happen when you clone someone. Of which Crumbling Mind is one of the more annoying ones that I can't do anything about. Of which I've got Crumbling Mind, and I've got Crumbling Mind, and I've got Crumbling Mind, and Rongor also had Crumbling Mind, but I did start with 1 Healing Mech Serum just so we could get ourselves 1 guaranteed clone. I mean, technically we had 2, but we used it on the, we used it on sorting that out, because I said whether or not I needed to, or whatever, we were only going to do it for 1 pawn. So, out of the possible 5 things, we are 4 for 4 for Crumbling Mind, which is really bad, because we look at the work thing, they can't do almost anything here. So, what I've been doing with them is they all go pray to the tree to give us psychic powers. It's what they can do. You love the Gary run? Yeah, so we're having a rough go of it. The dream we would have is have a creepy joiner show up who has unnatural healing. If we get a creepy joiner with unnatural healing, I can't fix the existing Garys, but future Garys may be spared this fate. These ones, the only way I can fix them is we just have to kill them, rip their skulls out, and then resurrect them from the dead. It's fine. There's nothing we should be concerned or questioning about that. It's fine. Which actually, yeah, well, I mean, you could Death Refusal or Mech Resurrection Serum, either or. Either of those will work. If we get Death Refusal, that'll work, because we Death Refusal them, we kill them, we rip out their skull, and then we Death Refusal them. Because I'm pretty sure Deathless, if your brain gets destroyed, it's one of the only ways to kill a Deathless pawn. Where Deathless will protect against almost anything. I believe a brain hit will still kill them, or having their body destroyed will kill them. You want me to rescue Corb? Unfortunately, Corb's name is not Gary, so we can't help Corb. We did make the decision, because there's apparently a couple of pawns in RimWorld who do have the name Gary. In the event we run into another Gary, and we capture them, we are allowed to claim another Gary. They can be an honorary Gary, but they must be named Gary. If they're named Gary, it's okay. But anyone who is not Gary may not stay. So anytime we have refugees stay, they're tempo Garys. And then anyone who tries to forcefully join me, they're not Gary. And then we banish them immediately. What if you run into a large snail who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Well, I'm not under the sea, so I can't do that. Also, snails aren't real. They're surveillance devices. No, I'm teasing. Nah, obviously I get that you're making a reference to SpongeBob. You thought you had Odyssey? Yeah, but that's a lava snail. There's a difference between a snail and a lava snail. We are Legion, we are Gary. Nice, you like the premise? Yeah. It's, for those who don't catch it, this is a nod to Fallout 3, where one of the vaults is just Gary. Everyone is Gary. Only these Garys are gonna have psychic powers at the rate we're going. Which is not how the Fallout 1 works. I'm fearful of a Fallout vault where everyone is the same person, and then they're whipping around a bunch of psychic powers to huck rocks and stuff at me. Alright, so our food's stabilized again, that's good. Did they get another Bobiverse book out? It's been a while since I think we've gotten a Bobiverse book. Alright, so we are under attack. We have 4 people, 3 melee, and 1 with a short-range gun. It is and attacks immediately. We are during rain. This is one we're not as fussed about cover. We're more fussed about hopefully doing a lot of damage. Oh, wait. The monoliths right there are giving them cover. There we go. Alright, so you all have proper cover. I'll run you down here a little bit farther. No, it's fine. Put you over here. So, the big problem with the Crumbling Mine as well is it drops your consciousness to 60%, which does mean you are taking a penalty in your ability to fight, your ability to move, your ability to basically do everything. Alright, you 3 just do whatever. You can't run at full speed, so you aren't going to catch this guy. You 2 are probably not catching him either. That's fine. Oh. Go about your day. Eventually, I'll want to do stuff with, like, the various pawns and all that we get. Oh, hey, you got back up. Gary says no. Go to sleep. Okay, that's another room built. Okay, so as you can see, we're just trying to get these built as fast as we can. Because all my people are sleeping in little, like, wood and dirt boxes. So, uninstall that. Because that room's not in use yet, so we're going to bounce you over here. Then you can worry about replacing that nonsense. Alright, we got animatree linking again. We're going to go down here, and Gary gets a new psychic power. Because when you clone them, you get the psychic powers too. I am deliberately maxing out Gary to, I believe, level 5 is the highest power psychic link. So I'm going to just bring them all the way up. And then we're going to backfill the other people. That way, all of our future clones will get whatever psychic power. So if we get something really... Oh, 6? Okay, thank you. I don't do the psychic powers super often, even though they are ridiculously powerful. Alright, so we've got Word Serenity, which we can use to cancel mood breaks. And just the more severe the mood break, the more psychic power it costs. That can be a really good ability for a lot of different mood breaks. You can just be like, yeah, it didn't happen. It does knock the person unconscious. Which, again, I believe the time is based on the mood break severity. But, like I said, it can be one of those ones that, depending on the mood break, can be a pretty solid choice. Because, like, some of the mood break, like, days just last for a long time anyways. So you can just hit them with the mood break, kick them out of the daze, they collapse for like an hour or two. But considering they might have been dazed for like a day and a half or whatever, just knocking them out real fast just saves you time. And then plus, like, if you're like huddled inside and you know there's this army of manhunters out there, and you just have like the one walking towards the door, you can knock them down real fast so they don't run out into the manhunters and kill you all. And we're not currently having the original Gary, who's getting all psychic powers, going down there to meditate. We will eventually, but I'm just trying to give him the powers for the cloning purposes. And then, like I said, we'll start giving it to our people with crumbled minds if they don't have anything else they can do. We can start making sure they go down there to keep their stuff fully juiced so they can, you know, offload whatever psychic stuff, you know, they can. If we get stuff like word inspiration, we can just spam the word inspiration and our one's able to work any opportunity we get to try and get like Go Frenzy and all those to make them work harder. Alright. Sorry, I gotta like... bit me on the end of my elbow. Not like right now. I just happened to notice it again. Was poor Tomb the other day got bit by yellow flies, but it was like got bit like right here by a yellow fly and right there by a yellow fly. So it was like both arms. So anywhere she'd go to sit, you know, it's just getting right there to just itching real bad. And she was just having a time with it. Where she works, she has to be outside quite often, and once in a while she'll be like, you know, mosquitoes will be out or whatever will be out chewing her up. Yellow flies? I mean, they're a little fly that's yellow. I know they have a different name. They when they bite you, instead of having like the one little dot or whatever that like a lot of bugs like mosquitoes have, it kind of just gets the whole area kind of, like it doesn't like rash, but it kind of, you know, gets mildly inflamed. It's just one of those ones that itches real bad. So it's not like a nasty bite like a horsefly that really hurts. It's just a mild itch, like a mosquito, but like more widespread where it hits versus as directly significant. I don't know what the other name for them is, but they're a teeny tiny little itty bitty yellow fly. They're not as bad as we have one. We have another one around here that's way worse for the itch called no-see-ums. And they're called no-see-ums because you don't see them. You just, you know, 15 minutes later, like, wow, my arm itches. Oh, something got me. Yeah, no-see-ums are another one. They don't hurt, but they itch like crazy. But it's just one of those things with these tiny little bugs, so you almost never notice it. Because, like, when they bite you, it doesn't hurt. You don't really notice. It's just, you know, some period of time later, once it starts reacting, like, it itches like no one's business. It's not like a mosquito or somewhere you slap it away once it happens, or like a horsefly, which hurts like hell when they bite you. Like a horsefly flat out chomps you. Well, we were supposed to get that psychoid for Psi T, but our research is completely stalled out because Rongari is busy now just crafting and taking over the plants that Gary was doing, because I needed Gary to actually get construction done because Gary's being held captive by the plants. Because we got to keep our many Garys fed. We get the next Gary clone in about 6 days. And I have said that we're limiting ourselves to 3 crumbled minds. The real sketchy dark side that this run is going to take is one of the negative outcomes you can get is called organ decay, which basically means you'll have a pawn that'll get 3 organs chosen that basically the organ is decaying and has to be removed to save them, but they always choose at least one critical organ that you must replace or they die. So we're going to need volunteer Garys to, you know, take a sacrifice to save the other Garys. The plan is if we get clone psychosis, that those are going to be our organ donors. Because clone psychosis means if I clone Gary and I get my clone, as long as both of them are alive, both their consciousness will slowly go down until it hits 10%, rendering them unconscious. And they'll stay unconscious until one of them dies. Or there's a couple other solutions we have, but we don't have access to those right now. And so ultimately, to keep the colony functional, I will have to kill one of them. So we will take apart one Gary so that another Gary might live. Alright, so we converted the person. I'm not taking this person to keep him, that's for a quest. Meanwhile, I will tell you to rip up this roof. Actually, no, don't rip up the roof. Leave the roof there for right now. Yeah, pretty soon, you should be running out of things that need to be tailored. Because we're getting everyone's outfits made. Either that or run out of leathers and all that. And then you'll be free to start cutting brick again. But yeah, if we get the point of death refusal... Oh, actually, wait a second. Anomaly. Did we not? We already had the death pall. Oh, that's right. Death pall was dead like dust. Which one was death refusal? Aw, man, I'm trying to remember, they can hunt with crumbling mind. It's trying to remember which one was death refusal, which of the events. It wasn't Revenant. It was one of the advanced ones. It wasn't the Juggernauts. It wasn't the Ghoul. We can go here and, because I usually don't worry about death refusal, so I actually have to think about that. I'm blanking on the... Oh, it's the monolith itself is where we check the little journal. So I can go to the monolith. Not you, not those ones. Not the Blood Rain. Not the Noctils. Not the Metal Horror. Not the Heart. Not the Cube. Oh, the Unnatural Corpse. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunately, that's an advanced one. We have the Monolith Awaken, and we've not been doing the, We've not been doing the ritual to, like, keep triggering again and again, because these three have a severe, like, a severe penalty on their combat ability. And those two are just doing their best. So if I start really just triggering the anomaly again and again, I'm just asking to die, because if we get a Revenant, this is... A Revenant, we're straight up screwed. We might lose some Garys here. So of the Garys, who caught this? So you're gonna get the good medicine. Because original Gary is priority. And Preach Health you. That should lock that in pretty good. Okay. Don't care. Alright, so if it looks like they're not going to make it, because your blood filtration... Okay, so your blood filtration's not penalized. If it looks like they're not going to make it, we might borrow an organ from them. We'll wait till it's farther along, though. And yeah, our doctoring's not great, which is why I went right for the glitter for the Gary who's not all messed up. I don't have enough glitter world to really burn it on everyone. Because we're going to need a lot of that for surgeries. It's not looking good for Gary Ball. A prairie dog is self-tamed. Okay. So you're winning. You're losing. And you're winning by not as much as I would like, honestly, considering what I'm throwing at it. Because that's a good 10, so that might have caught you up. Considering we're burning glitter worlds on actual Gary. Okay, so take my poor quality weapons and clothes. And I don't really care about the rest you got to offer. Yeah, so you're winning by about 1.5% or so. You are losing by about 2.5%. Then actual Gary is winning by about 11%, just a little shy of 11. Which, considering we're using Glitter World and to preach health, is pretty upsetting. So let's go ahead. We can improve our odds here. This bed now belongs to Gary. Because that better bed should improve Gary's rate of recovery. Gary, go to bed, man. Gift from them, they gave us gold. Okay, so you're still winning by like 1.5% or so. That's probably gonna be another less Gary. You are still losing by 2%. I hate to say it, Gary Ball. Unless this is a Big 10, you are in trouble. That is not what we needed. You're not going to be making it. By the way, I fully expect to completely fail these surgeries again and again. We're doing what we can. All right. Because we don't have much time to try and grab what we can out of you. That's interesting. Yeah, that's the thing. The failed surgeries, if we watch wrong Gary here, we look at your medical here, when they fail that surgery, it will likely level up a full level. Like, failing a surgery is a huge jump in XP. Yes, it almost did. So you have hit the cap of what you can gain today. Maybe tend to them first. Alright, you need to take care of Gary. Yeah, because you're several percent behind. And we don't have a single good doctor here. Weirdly enough, us botching your surgery again and again and then attempting to treat your flu might actually give you a better chance of survival than just trying to treat you normally. That's not going to do anything for your survival. Okay, so your cap ran out. So health, operations, add, harvest lung. Because I'd like to get a lung, a kidney, and then just any other critical organ. And that's again to help when we get a organ decay, Gary. Now if we look at your level, you gained a full level in medical. Let you deal with stuff for a minute here. How's Gary doing? You are at 60%, so you're 17% ahead. You are at 55%, so you're about 4%-ish ahead. Furs do no harm. I don't understand. This will probably kill you. Didn't kill you, but it messed you up. Yeah, next surgery will probably be fatal. So let's just wait for a while there. I was gonna say, why are you just saying they're starving? You can just eat. Did you get up while I was trying to treat you? You did? You think 2 surgeries caps XP? Yeah, I think you're right. Could you go to bed, please? Alright, so that's a really big 10, so we can drop you back to normal medicine. Yeah, and you're still losing ground. It's not a big shocker. You got a 4 or 5% lead. I'm honestly surprised you can get up. Alright. And we are ready to reset and try again. You might be like, why aren't you letting them recover to heal? They're gonna die soon, so I don't have time to let them fully recover. So Rongori is just doing their best to get what medical XP they can out of it. And then if we're lucky, an organ or two to save a later Gary. And with that, we are right about to gain our level. Yeah, you're down to 10 health. This is probably the one that kills you. Making sure you'll still gain medical from this. Yep. Because I don't think you have a full more day left. I think this is your last day here, regardless of what I do. Managed not to die in that one either. And you gained another level. Did Gary ever consider cutting his losses and just becoming an old-timey Mormon? I mean, he's dying of the flu. And actual Gary is doing just fine. Alright, tree linking, we're not going to worry about that right this second. Yeah, we got maybe 2 more surgeries if we do them first thing in the morning. So far as time goes. As far as health goes, that torso is basically done. I don't think we have till tomorrow. Let's try to delay. Holy roof? Yeah, it's grassland, so fire spreads super easily and it very rarely rains. So you use roofs to counteract it. Oh, I'm trying to treat the wrong person. Okay, are you already reset on your skill? Yes. Operations, add. We're just going... Wait, what? That's interesting. Both... Oh, it's because it's injured, so we'll say right lung, right kidney, and then we'll go for the heart, because you're not going to have time to recover. So get to operating. No. There's no time, Gary. You're already dead. You are dying of flu in a matter of minutes. If we don't kill you by medical malpractice. Nope. Don't even bother patching them up. They're dying in a matter of minutes. Just keep on cutting. Operations, remove, add, right lung, left kidney, heart. Keep operating. Yeah, 5% till you're dead. Gotta go fast. No patience, just start cutting. Forget the knife, just yank it out. Nope, no time. Get back to it. I'm honestly surprised you haven't died from all the torso cuts. That's gotta be a lot of damage, at least the upper 30s. You're not gonna finish this one in time, I don't think. Alright, Nexio, you're now our melee Gary. Welcome. Don't worry about what happened to other Gary. It's fine. You can't bury a Gary, can you? No. Only you two can. Alright, so we're gonna bury the Gary. Seven medical? Yep. So the question is, do we clone primary Gary? Because primary Gary... No, that's fine. We'll clone primary Gary. Alright. Trigger duplication. It's time for another Gary. Okay, another not hostile Gary. So that means we've got one ruled out. So let's go ahead and open our pool. So if people would be like to be the new Gary. We don't know what your fate will be. We don't know if you've got problems or what your deal is. But, you know, we'll figure that out. You just do !join. And it'll give you a moment to get your stuff all sorted. And then we'll get you in here. Now, you're going to have something wrong with you. That's just going to be the way it works. And with that, it can be that you have crumbling mind, that you have organs that are going by, like, decaying in your body, that you have clone psychosis, which means you and another Gary will be, like, connected psychically, where you have to die to prevent the other ones from going unconscious. And I'm blanking on one. So psychosis, crumbling mind, the organ decay. Go upgrade your psychic powers first. Oh, you're a little too late. It's fine. I'm not super worried about it. Like, right now, I'm trying to avoid having everyone melt down. Because we just went ham doing surgery on our own person. Alright. Psychic powers for Gary. Because there's a very good chance that this Gary will develop something that is terminal and that we can't do anything to help him. Alright. So, for the Gary clone, which is something I should have determined before there, for the Gary clone that we just got, that's going to be Will Shipley. So, Will Shipley, 5th Gary. And if you want a name that is a pun on Gary, by all means, let me know. So we have the first Gary we've lost. I can't do, at least I don't believe I can do, like, special characters, like super things. Alright, Crumbling Mind Hunt. Will Shipley. 545 for Crumbling Mind. We get a little while to try and have them help around here before their crumbled mind takes effect. Win Plus might allow you to special characters. I'm probably not going to do it anyways, just out of abundance of concern that, like, we'll open the save and it'll crash because it's not expecting weird characters and all that. I mean, I can certainly do something like this, which would be Gary. Oh, nope, I can't use those special characters. No, I can't use any special characters whatsoever. I was going to do the, like, up bracket, like, Carrot 5. So it has to be no special characters. Yeah, I mean, regardless, one of the two of them was going to die because we did make the rule that I wasn't going to keep more than 3 Crumbling Mind, and we now have 3 Crumbling Mind because the previous Gary with Crumbling Mind did die. Is it possible that because the first Gary produced a clone with Crumbling Mind, all subsequent Gary's clone will do that? I don't think so. I don't think it's, like, predeterministic on that, because I've definitely cloned the same pawn more times and gotten different things. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and do the funeral goodbye to Gary. That's the actual name of the ritual, because we're going to say goodbye to Gary. All fallen Garys will be honored through funeral. And it was a good funeral, which immediately resulted in Rongor having a daze, because they did witness the death. They were actively doing surgery to him at the point they died. His name was Gary. We could just relate to him more than anyone else we'd ever known. It's just weird that you're 5 for 5 now. I agree. I am getting highly suspicious of what's going on. Oh, so we have Rongar's broken right now. So it is a 4-on-4. The incendiary launcher could be dangerous if it hits us just because it can scatter you from behind cover. Oh, well, no, I'm just going to put him unconscious. I forgot I got 2 people with word Serenity. Oh, we got Far Skip. Skip the caster along with anyone standing nearby them to an ally at a long-distance location. Yeah, this could send them across the planet. That's actually a really cool power. Like, you could do some pretty broken abuse with Far Skip. I need the R2 to get here. Please hit the target. Okay, we did get them to waste their shield. Let's pull back a little bit. Your melee pawns immediately getting tagged. Okay, drop you there. Drop you here. Get you along there. That's dangerous. We shouldn't have you go there. Good enough. Alright. So orders, allow all. And we don't care. So the only one who took an injury was Neo and you. Both of you got shot in the left leg. That's just the only place we take injuries, apparently. Okay. Cool. Tending to the 2 that got injured, and we're gonna get back to it. But yeah, no, far skip, you can do some pretty bad abuses. It's fun. 10 medicine. 10 legit medicine? No, sorry. If you wanted herbal medicine, I'll give you piles of it, but I got a lot of surgery in my future, and I cannot depend on knowing I'm gonna have medicine on hand. I wasn't even paying attention to your objective there. I actually don't think I care about it, so get that out of here. Yeah, we do the Gary run again. I do think we will scuff it, give ourselves an unnatural healer. That'll be our scientist. Because I think what we'll do for the future one. Just because of what we got going on here, we're just kind of in the cycle of getting crumbling mind and crumbling mind and crumbling mind and crumbling mind and not being able to do anything about it. Which means we're, like, making no meaningful progress. Speaking of which, we do have some slate brick, something that we should do here as a precaution. Because if this ever gets hit by gunfire, we can never repair it, if I remember correctly. And eventually, it'll slowly, like, build up the charge kind of thing. That'll be a problem. I should be able to just leave the door open for the most part, but the idea is to have it have like a wall around it so that hopefully we don't run into problem later. Okay. And pretty soon we're going to run out of materials over here. Okay, the shuttle has arrived for our guest, who only Gary and wrong Gary can deal with. Okay, so we got some books. The good news, at least these books give me an option for doing research. Okay, distress signal. Like, I understand if we give ourselves Crumbling Mind, it is going to make it a very easy run by comparison to what we're doing now. It's just the challenge being, if the game's going to roll nothing but Crumbling Mind, I can't do anything about that. So we're just in a holding pattern until we get something else to pop on the RNG. Alright, so we're getting the obelisk sealed in a little box here. And that's, again, just so if we get into a fight here, some stray hits don't hit the obelisk. It's got 3,000 health to work with. There's going to be the occasional thing that will just damage it that'll be unable to avoid, like a tantrum might hit it. You might have a meteor come down and catch it. Do we get Crumbling Mind, we get more medical XP? We do. And, like, that's something, because that will help us do surgeries later for when we get, organ decay, so it's not all bad news. But, it is just kind of one of those things that, you know, I've got 3 Garys with Crumbling Mind out of a group of 5. It's pretty rough to basically have 2 working people and 3 dependents. Why are you both doing construction right now? Oh, right, you're a clone. And you're doing what you can to chip in on that. Honestly, let's take you down a peg. Have you help out with the crops, so that maybe Ron Gary can get a break to do some research. Alright. Let's grab the medicine. Always grabbing the medicine. Oh. Is he can hunt and fight a little? Yeah, I'm probably not going to need them to hunt, like, at all. I mean, right now, honestly, I think the most value they can bring is just to keep having them give us psychic power so people get super juiced. We got 3 links. Does the OG have a plan for avoiding the point Spider-Man's meme? The pointing Spider-Man's meme? Oh. No. Gary doesn't plan ahead. It's Gary. It's just like when you look at the monolith, it's like, oh yeah, that monolith gave us lots of warnings, but you know, it's Gary. So Gary just kind of looked at it and was like, yeah, I could read into this more, but man, I don't wanna. Definitely gonna use that bolt action. You know what I mean? Yeah, where it's the two Spider-Mans pointing at each other. Could you not run? My people don't run very fast, and you're just dragging those away. It also means I'm not in position to where I should be. Alright, well the good news is we opened up and we dropped one. The Garys that actually have some good stuff going on from doing that. Alright, so you dropped the bolt action, give me that. Because that'll do us better than the shotgun right now. Because that gives us at least medium to long range on everybody but our melee pawn. And we have no one to spare hauling, really, because what we've got going on here. Mad Sparrow. Alright, that was easy. Alright, you do your best to haul as many of those. We'll never do hauling to just become permanent. Yep. I was just like, let's go ahead and have you quickly go ahead and do that. And it went permanent. Alright. I don't know how you're going to find time to ever do anything. But these corps are just going to rot out here and make everyone mad. And no one's going to be able to deal with it. Because the other ones have to keep the food going and all that. Have we had to kill Garys yet? We did kill one Gary. They were crumbled mind and they were going to lose against the flu, so we tried to organ harvest them very aggressively and got nothing but a bunch of medical XP out of it. We did gain like 3 levels in medical XP though, so I mean, that's not nothing. That medical XP will probably save a future Gary's life. But not that Gary. That Gary's super dead. Let's haul away the rotting corpses in the middle of the field. We need to go to schedule, where you shall join the other Garys in permanent meditation. That's what the Crumble Mind Garys do. They meditate so that Gary might have superpowers. And once Gary hits level 6, we're going to start going to these 3 and just giving them psychic powers as well. Probably also give you a better chance of getting something out the next time you need to harvest. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the whole thing. So, like, Ron Gary has become our doctor, and our researcher and our crafter. We've got them helping with planting because original Gary has been focused on construction so that we can hopefully someday close this wall off. Which now I look at it, we're getting ready to run out of stone. When that happens, that Gary will probably take over planting, which will free up Wrong Gary to do crafting again. If we're lucky and we get Unnatural Corpse to show up, we can use Unnatural Corpse to the Death Refusal our Crumbling Mind Garys one by one. And that would be a solution for that. I mean, honestly, that could be a thing, because Crumbling Mind, that was a couple of shards, if I remember correctly, to do it. And that very well could be what happens, is each time, you know, we get enough shards, we have a Gary that we just decapitate them and resurrect them. And Death Refusal, I believe, will also work on the organ decay. We just let them die and then resurrect them. Okay. Have you clean the laboratory and clean the rec room? Because otherwise you're going to risk mood breaks and people complain about those. Anima tree linking. Alright, and then this will be Gary's last anima tree link here. And with that, Gary will be maxed out so far as the psychic ability nonsense. And then, like I said, we can give it to the crumbled mind Garys. That way, even if they can't move around the battle very fast, they can potentially contribute with all sorts of psychic powers about giving us inspirations, giving us joy, these kind of nonsense. Alright, so what do you got now? Shield skip, or skip shield. Generate a spherical skip gate that sends all incoming and outgoing ground-level projectiles to some distant place. The process is forceful enough to detonate explosive projectiles. People and items are not affected. Gotcha. So basically, it is a shield that we can't make bullets go through it. So it'll give me a thing that, like, if I'm trying to close the gap, say, like, mech cluster, I could drop, you know, go here, drop the shield there, step out into the shield to close the gap in there. And then if we can just, like, step out one or two to get the EMP or whatever, I have to get out of the shield, though. I mean, genuinely, I could toss the shield up, have someone stand to their beta while the other person goes to the side and then starts dropping smoke or whatever. Wait till someone starts up a Doomsday and then drop it on them. Oh yeah, and blow it up around them. Yeah, we'll have to see what the range is on it. Actually, it probably tells me what the range is on it. 25. That's not a particularly large range. But that should be good enough that, like, yeah, if someone's got a Doomsday or see a triple rocket launcher running at me, try to guess where the triple rocket launcher is going to be, because that one fires really quickly versus the Doomsday's got a wind up. You know, and then just plunk the shield down on him, let him rip. Or just the same, we have a bunch of, like, grenades run up here, just run a person here, drop it on the grenade people, and let them just detonate themselves. I can see abuse time for that. But as we start giving these three psychic powers, I'll take them off of having meditation all day to just maintaining their stuff. It'll slow down the rate we get that. But then maybe what we can do then is actually have them do a little bit of hunting to contribute with, like, leather and all that. Hey, Pelanova. I'm hoping we get some cool abilities that at least make the ones with Crumbling Mind somehow combat effective. Like that shield thing would be a good combat effective skill. There's one where I believe you can make a bunch of the animals go berserk in the area. That's a pretty good one. Because then that person could just sit inside, everyone else goes to cover, and they just hit the button and unleash the animals on whatever raid showing up. Vertigo Pulse is always a favorite. You just drop a Vertigo Pulse in a big group of them, and it scatters them, and they keep stopping to throw up, and you just get to, like, really piecemeal them while it's going on. That's when that people underestimate how strong Vertigo Pulse can be. Because you have someone, like, winding up a really heavy-firing weapon, and then they stop to throw up, and they get interrupted. And meanwhile, you just pepper them with hits. They'll end up stepping out from behind cover because they'll get dazed and confused. Alright, well, both of them are set to clean. I'd like Rongor to get caught up to the point where we don't need to deal with that. What should be happening is as these skills go up, they should be getting a little bit more leeway. Like, at least OG Gary is getting time to do construction. It's not a lot of time, it's just a couple of blocks here and there each day. But it's at least occurring. And then they should both be able to work on food for a while to free up Wrong Gary. Manic Crows. Some really cool stuff here. But nothing we need right now. Like, if it gave me, like, a medical skill trainer, I would definitely consider it. One of the combat skill trainers, I wouldn't mind. Construction, we're doing just fine. These are going to be something that we don't have any good surgery. We're just going to hurt people. I already have a telescope. So genuinely, none of that's any use to me. Maybe floor that to make that room nicer. Okay. Let's see, Ship Shield is great for blocking. You tend to use it to block other shields, negate their fire. It doesn't block explosions like you're thinking. My understandings from what I was reading about it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it does the process is powerful enough to detonate explosive projectiles. People and items are not effective. So my assumption would be stuff like the triple rocket launcher and that, once the projectile got air and it hit the shield, it would detonate on the shield. Like, the explosion would still cross through, so if I did a Doomsday and I was still in range... Yeah, no, exactly. Like, Leon. That's the reason why we're talking about offensively using it. Is that you'd, like, put it on the enemy, so that it would hit the shields and explode on the shield at, like, point-blank range on the enemy. Let's see. Generate spherical skip gate that sends all incoming projectile and outgoing ground-level projectiles to a distant place. The process is forceful enough to detonate explosive projectiles. I mean, I see the first part, but then this line to me tells me that the projectile explodes. Unless this means it's literally going to just... Because my assumption when it said it makes them go to a distant place, I figured they're just going to vanish from the existence of the map. But if it's like, I put it here and then randomly over here some bullets are getting sprayed. What we can do, because we're not going to be recharging, do a quick test. I just need something to shoot at, that wall will work. So if we fire here, there's not a second spot here. That's pretty much what I'm expecting, is you use it and it just doesn't do anything. Like, it hits, it's for all intents and purposes, it's a shield with more words. But yeah, no, I'm anticipating that, like, say we've got, you know, we've got our hostile right here with the Doomsday. Chilling there, doing their thing. And I drop the Doomsday, or the shield, so it's like, right here's the border of the shield. And then I'm here. You know, they shoot, they aim, they hit the shield. And then all of this dies. That's my anticipation. Well, all of this gets caught in the Doomsday. That's my expectation based on what it was described. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, the center of explosion will be the edge of the shield, and then it radiates out. So I wouldn't want to use it defensively on myself, because if I'm sitting here, and I put the shield up to be around me like that, and the Doomsday hits, like, right there, it'd be like this. So all my people would get caught into it. So the idea is you'd use the shield offensively, you'd run up the Doomsday, drop the shield on the Doomsday, or like right in front of the Doomsday or whatever. They fire, and then it detonates in their face. Or if the AI is smart enough, it cancels it and starts walking around to get a new position, and then hopefully I can free myself up to go the R1. You can also drop it right in front of a mechanoid using its burst ability to make it blow itself up. Oh, you mean like the bosses with the burst ability? I forget the Diablos. Where it winds up. Yeah. Now it definitely feels like one you can use, like, it definitely feels like one you would use aggressively defensive. Like you're using it in a defensive measure, but aggressively in position. Okay, so that room's finally floored. That room's done there, so we can go here, floors. Okay, that means everyone will actually have a room with floors, actual furniture. So that should help with the moods a little bit. They're not fancy floors, we don't have the materials. The Doomsday's rocket launchers, it'll cause those all to explode on contact. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much what I was expecting. The other time I could see using it, like, if I'm doing a thing where I'm kind of doing the turn rolling retreat type thing, I could see dropping it behind you so that anything trying to crack shots at you just hits the shield while you run away. Because there's definitely times that happens. Where you pour their shots, the enemy gets their position finally, and so you drop the shield to give yourself a chance, like, get around the corner to get to a better position. And meanwhile, they just spend the time shooting your shield. The laser beams go through it, though? Oh, you mean the one that does, like, the shield-piercing lasers? The, Cyclops? It makes sense for the Cyclops shield, like, the Cyclops hits to go through it. Alright, let's do a ritual. Work on moods. Maybe get some ideology points. Want to sweep through light things on powers? Oh, gotcha. That would be one I would not expect to go through it. Unimpressive, that's fine. Yeah, the Cyclops shooting through it I would expect. The Scorcher shooting through it I'd expect, but the Tesseron I would not expect, because I want to say the regular shield, if I remember correctly, the Tesseron hits the regular shield. But I could be wrong in that. Because that was kind of the big thing, is like the Cyclops, its whole gimmick is it bypasses shield, so you get the beam repeater to do the same thing. But it's very rare that the beam repeater is the right choice. Like, it does a bunch of damage, but the windup is so long. We did use those in our Odyssey Win the one time. I had 2 unique beam repeaters that they were different, but they both had things that helped with the getting them firing again faster. One was like, I think it was a much faster cooldown between shots, and the other one was like much faster aim time. And so they tended to be okay, that everyone else would kind of lead in, and the beam repeaters would come up and I'd target, you know, whatever had shields that need to be taken down. But ultimately it was just treated them like a minigun. The cloth pants worn by Gary deteriorated to nothing. Gary is the original Gary. Right, because you're getting no time to craft at all because you're busy taking care of the crops. Right now we're going to disable the psychoid field. We were working on that for the Psi-T, but we're like sitting right on the cusp of getting that finished researching. But they just don't have the time to get it. So if we take that off, they might find the time to actually get some research. Oh no, the queue should be done now. Let me go ahead and close that. Alright, tree linking. So now when we hit it, I will go ahead and put it on you. And we're going to kind of spread it around. So Melee Gary will always go to the tree. The other 2 Garys, we will allow them to hunt when they're not recharging their psychic powers. Complex looks huge. Yeah, like right now, if you actually look at the buildings, there's not much in them. And that just had to do with the fact that we are doing grasslands. Alright, paint block. We are doing grasslands, so we needed to be able to put the roofs around it to help mitigate fire risk, because it doesn't rain super often here. And then, like, it's just endlessly flammable. So that was how we did it, is we built wood buildings, because that's what we had access to, and then we put a really big fire break around it. Once I get these walls built around here, we're going to drop the roofs there to give it more light in here. They don't complain about the darkness constantly. But we got to get everything switched over to stone for that to work. Hey, Lethal, how's it going? So your stuff's all sorted here. I can't build another room, so I won't worry about that. If a Ward Manhunter packet had dropped raid at the same time while your gameplay to friends. Gotcha, so the 2 fought each other and you just kind of sat back and was like, this is not a me problem. I do enjoy those things where you have like the big angry raid show up, and then at the same time, you know, another raid shows up and the 2 of them are enemies, so you just see them smash into it. You're like, hey, you know what? You sort yourselves out and let me know what I gotta mop up when I'm done. I've seen if any of those were slate, so I could snag one more piece of slate. Do we have slate on the tile? I actually don't remember. Yes. Okay, so look at that last slate block whenever they get a chance. Once Rongary... Ah, good. Rongary's finally getting some time to do some crafting. That's good. Okay. There seemed to be a book out in the open storage. I mean, there is a book in the storage. Outside. Oh, up here. Yes. We don't want that. So for right now, just because I don't have a dedicated spot for it, clear, critical, books. Oh, I didn't mean for you to act. My bad. Call it. So we will want to do go furniture, bookcase, limestone. We'll get that built. Okay. We'll try and get a shelf built in there to just chuck that on there. Big thing is I'm gonna have to get someone in here to do some cleaning and hauling. We've got plenty of food right now. I think what happens is we just let this cook. Gary will go ahead and finish the construction we've got queued up, and we won't be queuing up more. And by that I mean, like, there's no more brick. At which point Gary takes over the plants. That frees up Rongor quite a bit to work at construction and research. And honestly, let's take you down a tick here. Drop that. Yeah, that should free you up to do this stuff. Hauling and cleaning and all that garbage. Yeah, we're going to be cloning everyone. Right now, Gary is the primary one that we've been cloning. Wrong Gary is a clone that turned out alright, and then these three have Crumbling Mind. So we're going to not want to clone them more. Yeah, no, weirdly we've done 5 clones so far, and all 5 have been Crumbling Mind, which is not normal. I do get Crumbling Mind a decent amount, but I've also definitely gotten the organ issue. The hostile one's probably the one I see the most. The psychosis I see a lot, where you have to choose one or the other one to survive. Which all you do there is, like I said, we would just organ harvest the one until they die, so that a later Gary might have organs to save them. Unsightly environment, so you're getting mad about everything. But yeah, so it's just, we have all the ones with Crumbling Mind just going down here. Alright, so you just had a mood break. Luckily, never mind. Oh, actually, I take that back. Luckily, we can just go ahead and deal with that mood break right now there, buddy. Don't worry, Will Shipley's got you. Go take a nap. I think that through the whole way. Zone here. Critical. Unique weapons. There you go. What is Fractal? They are a channel sponsor. They make computer cases, gaming chairs, headsets, cooling supplies, water cooling, all that kind of stuff. They're a premium brand that does like really high quality stuff. I've been using their cases for long before I started streaming, or they sponsored us or anything. Just because they're like very high quality cases and all that. But as a brand, I definitely stand behind. Yep, but they've been sponsoring us for a little bit over a year, which is pretty fantastic. Let's see, you found out you have a fractal that a friend bought for you. You're a big fan too. Yeah, no, it's like generally if you've built a computer like part by part in the last 20 years, well 15, 20 years, I don't know the exact amount, there's a very good chance whether you bought a fractal case or not, you certainly probably looked at one. Can their case fit a 5090? Most of their cases would fit a 5090. They actually, one of the things they do pretty good is when you look at the case, it'll be like, okay, here's the North case, and you have like the North, like small, extra large, whatever, and it'll actually have a stat to be like, this is how long the video card can be and fit in this case. And generally speaking, they will fit almost any video card in all of the cases, but like if you got a weirdly large video card, you can literally look up the spec and be like, that's the size of the video card, that's the size of the room in the case for a video card. So there's like no question mark. You can verify 100% if it'll fit or not. I would imagine a 5090 would fit. Because I know my video card's got room to go in there. And I didn't even got the North. I don't remember which of the North I got, so far as like extra large or what. So you're only asking because when you went to Best Buy, they only had one case that fitted 5090. Yeah. Well, that's what you'd do. You'd do a search for the specs on the 5090, and then you'd just look on like I said, Fractal literally just listed on their web page, like this is how big the video card is. Let's see. What is the brown space around most of your building? There is ceiling over top of it. There's roof. So that underneath it, grass can't grow. So that I have a fire break. Back off again. Of course, you take a hit. That's fine. Oh, the Faku, that's a name? Which one had that name? Alright, so... you get out of here. You get out of here. Alright. You two get out of here. Yep. Yeah, once they start building stuff out of stone, I'll start peeling up those roofs. That's the reason why this all has roofs around it, because it's wood, and then these are stone, so I didn't do it. We will pull that all up later, because it won't be necessary, but that's after I get this outer border done. And to get that done... I'm sorry, Gary, did not mean to leave you out there. And until that's not going to get done until Rongori's got enough time to craft, and then Gary's got enough time to build. And that's where we're running into the problem, is I've got 3 Garys with Crumbling Mind, which does mean they can't do a whole lot to help. We want the Glitter World very badly. Okay, and will you actually work around here? No, that's fine. Clean that room. Okay, correct has a big case, and when in doubt, extra large. Yeah, no, they definitely will fit the 5090. The only question is going to be, will all their cases fit, or is it strictly going to be like the bigger ones? And like I said, all you had to do is just do a search for like the 5090, and you can look down in the specs section, and it'll have how long the video card is. And then, like, it's one of the things that Fractal does that a lot of other case companies doesn't, is they will actually give you, this is the dimensions for the video card area. No way to increase the chance of a healer? For an unnatural healer? Not really. We did have one creepy joiner. Unfortunately, they weren't an unnatural healer. I honestly wish we'd get a group of refugees here just to kind of do labor here for a little while. Give us a little leeway. Because then the other thing is Rongor's getting stuck actually making the clothes as people's clothing's getting worn out too. Just wait, it'll turn out that the crumbling mine is a property of the original pawn. I don't know, you're just making stuff up. I definitely know that's not true, because I've definitely gone in a run where we had, I think it was Illicit, and was it Illicit NZ or Eonek? Because one of the two of them, we were cloning them, but I definitely had different results as I was cloning them. I'm pretty sure we're just getting weird RNG. It could be that there's something like, until you hit a certain level of progression, you don't have all the possibilities there. I don't know. But I've also never deliberately given us the corrupted obelisk right at the beginning. It's also not determined by the obelisk, because I've definitely had the same obelisk give me different results. I've actually never had an obelisk not give me different results before. You want the Fractal North X Large, so you'll never have to worry about the size of your graphics card. Yeah, I got the North as well. I just don't remember if I got the XL or which one I got. I would guess I probably did. I just don't remember off the top of my head which size of case I went with. I'm hoping I get a charity clone soon. I guess in this case, I can leave that one in there for purpose of being a prison. How many wood strips does it have in the front? If it's 11, then it's an XL. We can find out. It is 11. So then it is an XL. It makes sense. Generally speaking, as always, the fan of getting larger cases. Just as a thing. Like I remember back in the day, you'd end up seeing the what was it, E-machines, that a lot of cases didn't even have a case fan or anything. They just had their little teeny tiny CPU fan in there. And so the entire strategy of the E-machines, there were these weirdly wide cases. And it was just the idea that the case was a bit on the chunky side. And therefore it would take longer for it to overheat. But the problem is without like some meaningful type of active cooling on the case, you were just going to run into the situation where sooner or later it was just going to overheat. E-machines were always like your super garbage tier budget computers. Not that you couldn't have good stuff happening on E-machine. It was definitely like the budget-friendly option. But, yeah. Anima tree linking, alright. Where are you at? There you are. Okay. You got so many returns when you worked retails and E-machines. Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all to hear that. So I didn't work the retail side. I worked as a, networking and computer consultant as well as PC repair person, and the number of times I got called out for an E-machine, and it was one of those things you'd sit there and be like, yeah, your computer overheated and basically baked itself. It's like, I could charge you a bunch of money to replace a bunch of parts, but you're better off just throwing this thing in the trash. Like, I can pull your files off your hard drive, but like, this whole computer cost you like $200-$400. And, you know, me buying the processor and doing all the labor behind it, I'm going to be charging you $200-some. It's not worth your money. E-machines made models that literally caught fire. I hadn't heard that one. I mean, okay, so it depends on how you define caught fire. Because if you say, like, a bunch of smoke came out of it, that I would believe. I would believe that you let the purple smoke or the green smoke or whatever out of your capacitors, and you got done, because that's just something that can happen when you overheat. Yeah, the blue smoke. You can let out the white smoke, you can let out the gray smoke, you can let out the brown smoke. Don't let out the blue smoke. You can't put the blue smoke back. Not that the white, gray, or brown or whatever smoke doesn't also potentially mean something very seriously bad. But if you see blue or green smoke, it's done. It's all the way done. You fried capacitors. You are fully torched. That's where you open up your case and you'll see the little cylinder capacitor and there's that white puff out the top of it. And you're like, yep. Yep. I'm not resoldering a motherboard. Not the size they make those things anymore. Like, the old electronics, resoldering them wasn't a thing. But then you, like, pull the thing on where, the resistor's, like, all the way flush with the motherboard and all that. Zero wiggle room and all that. All the contacts are within, like, a millimeter each other. It's like, man, I'm good with a soldering iron. But let's be real. I am not soldering this thing and having any chance of success. This was soldered by a machine. Robots soldered this with high precision. This is not a thing you're just getting some person to just, you know, squint an eye and go tap and just do it. Everyone knows somebody who's burnt motherboards when they were younger. In the 90s, 2000s, yeah, because overclocking was just a thing that so many people did. It used to drive me nuts. I wouldn't overclock, and I got pissed off later. Like, even today, you buy your graphics card, and a lot of them will have a built-in soft overclocking, where it will try to self-regulate and all. It's like, no, turn that off. Run at your normal recommended temperature. If my performance starts getting dodgy that I need that extra little bit, I'll make that choice at the time I need it. But, like, day to day, I don't need you just cooking my video card just a little bit. Because any amount of overclocking will shorten the lifespan of the equipment. Now, if it's just the tiniest bit of overclocking, it's probably pretty trivial. But yeah, I used to know people that buy their brand new computer, first day, immediately overclock their processor and fry it. Hi.
Hi. Try one of the things.
Try one of the things?
I want to know what your opinion is.
Yeah, so we have a snack crate thing we got, and the one we got this time was like Japanese. So these they look like little teeny tiny pretzel sticks. You can't see it hardly at all. They're like little tiny pretzel sticks. I couldn't make out what was supposed to be on it.
I don't know what flavor they are. Right?
Like, at first I was like, oh, I've tasted that seasoning before, but there is an aftertaste?
Yeah. I don't know that I liked them.
No. It's not fish, but it's fish adjacent.
It reminded me of dog food. That sounds mean, but like that's like that. Well, I've never eaten dog food, but like that smell that's in it, it tasted like that smell. I don't think it was prawn, Hawk.
I don't think it's prawn. It's definitely like, I don't think it's actually fish, but it definitely has a similar hit to it.
Yeah, I ate mine. I did eat them, but the whole time I was like, this is weird. It's definitely not seaweed.
Yeah, it's definitely not nori.
Yeah. Yeah, it was,
Do you have... Oh, I think I had the box. I probably threw it away already.
You had it. Yeah, I don't know what you did.
Yeah, the box... Oh no, the box is like literally right here. Oh, scallops.
No wonder I didn't like it.
It's scallops and soy sauce.
That's interesting.
Everything else is in Japanese and like way at the bottom.
I mean, there's a picture. There's a picture right there.
I was not trying to intentionally make you eat things you don't like. I genuinely did not look.
It's okay. I mean, like I said, I ate them, but the whole time I was like,
yeah, it's just like the scallops is like, huh? It's bowfish. You're in trouble. Nah, it's fine.
Well, I love you, hubby.
Even though I tried to poison you?
It's okay, I'll live.
Will you, though?
We'll see. Stay handsome.
Can't stay with him not. What else did we buy? Oh, we got the medicine. We already gotten that one? No. I'm not gonna be able to use gold for a long time, so I'm gonna go ahead and use that gold. Because a shield belt will go a long way for you. It'll take you a week to get there. Yeah, no, it's like, oh, this is solidly on me. I was like, it says pretzel, and it's got like some kind of pink and brown sauce I don't recognize. Them's be scallops. Those, like, now that I know it's scallops, I'm like, that is 100% like a scallop, like clamshell kind of thing, without any question. Granted, I didn't think scallops looked like that in the shell. Like, I've had clams and all that. But yeah, I didn't realize the scallops are like way down here. It's like almost everything else is in Japanese, but like way down there, it's a scallops and soy sauce. It's weird. I wouldn't say it's bad, but it's definitely one of those ones like, huh, okay, because like you eat it and you get that like soy sauce kind of taste like right at the beginning. You're like, okay, that's weird to have like something breaded with the soy sauce taste. But fair enough, it's not unpleasant. I'm enjoying this. And then like the scallop kind of sneaks in. You're like, oh, I don't know about that. That's because it almost comes as like, you almost don't even know it on the front. You almost feel like it's just the aftertaste of seafood, which I like seafood a lot. But there's definitely some seafood that's got some aftertaste. A lady said dog food. Man, think doghouse tonight. Oh no, that's fine. Like that's... Me and Tomb like to eat a bunch of things that we don't necessarily always know what we're eating. And that does mean that sometimes we get stuff that are like, you know what? That's terrible. That is bad. I think the worst one I did is we were on a cruise, and I can't remember what came up. We were able to get into like a whole bunch of like the wine tasting and beer tasting and all that on a discount. We still ended up spending a bunch of money, but it definitely saved a lot of money. And there wasn't a bunch of stuff going on in the days at sea, so we're like, okay, let me just, we're trying to get in, because all these events had been full at the beginning of the boat, and I guess some people didn't show up or whatever. And so as the boat's going along, we're like, oh, hey, look, we can get into a beer tasting that day. Oh, hey, we can get into like a mojito tasting that day. And come to realize that we thought we were booking these for a bunch of different days, but they were all the same day. It was a fun but rough day. But we got to the beer tasting, and Tomb doesn't like beer. But she's like, you know what? It's not really my thing. I'll still try it. It's something to do. Why not? There are some beers that, she enjoys, but generally it's like the fruity ones that are borderline ciders and that's pretty much it. Some of like the really, really mild, like blondes or whatever, she's okay with, even if they're not her jam. And we get this thing, and it's this flight of beer, and it is nothing but like the darkest beers that have been there. So you're talking like, these are things in the, it wasn't Guinness, but like in that ballpark of Guinness where it's like that black, got a licorice taste, but it's like this really hoppy beer. You have like your IPA, you're like super, it's practically like eating a mouthful of hops, like super bitter. And all of them were like that. And like, I have a much wider range I enjoy, but pretty much all these, I'm like, these are all pretty rough. I'm like, I got one of these I'm considering like actually drinkable. Like, it is very rare I will toss a drink, and I'm like, man, all of these are very, very rough for just being immensely hoppy. And I used to back in the day do like the Hop-pocalypse, like super hoppy beers, and then I didn't drink them for a long time, and now I can't. It's just too bitter. But yeah, and there's just, I have a picture of her, and she just has this face like utterly disgusted. Which, it was fine. Like, we had fun with it, and it's like something to laugh about later. But, I had to take the picture because she was like genuinely upset with how little she liked it. It was like, oh, this is like magic levels of I am unhappy. If you can't see light from you, you can't see light from your pint, it's a good drink. So I don't like the like black beers, like the really, really dark beers. And in sours, I'm definitely pretty mixed on sours. There's been a few I like, but a lot of sours almost taste like they've gone bad to me. I know they haven't, but like that's just the way it tastes. But I do like stuff like Irish Reds and all that. So I like my beers at least a bit hoppy. But yeah, there's definitely, I wouldn't even say like the dark beers are because of the hoppy. It's because usually it has like either like a black licorice taste or whatever like that. I'm like, man, that's just not what I'm aiming for. That's just not what I want in my life. I've never been a big fan of like the really dark beers. Like I used to for a while be like super into like the really hoppy beers. But yeah, the darks never did it for me. And then like I said, the sours are hit and miss. Usually more miss than hit, because like I said, a lot of the sours to me it's like, oh man, your barrel here, some funky went on. And it's by design, like they're supposed to be that way. And I do like sour taste. It's just sour beer specifically is what I'm like, I don't know, man. This just tastes like it went off and you're trying to serve it to us anyway. What are you trying to pull here? And hey Allison, how's it going? Let's speed that up, since we're waiting. Anyways. Bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. Yep, not gonna lie, not really sold on these things. Like they're pretzel sticks, and that part's fine. The soy sauce is an interesting choice. That's actually kind of nice. Not feeling the oysters. I do think the crawfish, crayfish thing would be a little bit better, but for whatever reason, you eat it, you get like that soy taste, and you're like, huh, that's a weird choice. And then it's just that oyster, but it's almost like you don't get the actual oyster taste. You get just, it's like someone cooked a bunch of oysters and they served you the water the oysters were in. Like it's this weird aftertaste. It doesn't make me think oyster. It's not my favorite. And I've had a lot of stuff that's like chips but crawfish, you know, but shrimp or crawfish or whatever, and I like those decently enough, but this one's weird. Not inedibly weird, but definitely like I don't know about it. And I was like, we need a shout out for Allison Adventures, another fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend checking out. Also plays RimWorld as well as like Project Zomboid, Survival Crafters, and a whole bunch of other stuff. A lot of overlap in the channel so far as the games we play and all that. Has been doing a pretty cool run that I'm blanking on the name of the mod, but it lets you take direct control of a pawn and move it around as your own character. So like you walk up to the bench, you click on the bench, and they start crafting on the bench and all that. So it's kind of an interesting mod and all that. Yeah, perspective shift. which is an interesting mod. I completely missed what that even was. Oh, cargo pods. Ah, a bunch of visage masks. But yeah, I've been doing that. Looks like you're also playing some Icarus. Scallop? Yeah, so they're pretzel sticks. Okay. Are we gonna have another volunteer? Yeah, so it looks like this time it hit two of our crumbling mines and then the guest. Did the Icarus devs wave at you? It was neat. You never met them before? Neat. But yeah, no, it's like pretzel stick things. Like they're really tiny pretzel sticks. Like they're like little hard pretzel sticks. But there's soy sauce and a scallop. And to be clear, it's a Japanese snack. We got like this box that's got like a bunch of Japanese snacks they sent us, and then like in a month they'll send me like, I think they said the next one was South Korean. I thought it was gonna be Brazil, but it said South Korean, which I don't care. We're gonna try different things. But yeah, so it's soy sauce and scallop. And the soy sauce part is a very different taste for a breadstick to have, or pretzel stick. But I can get behind it. It's not a bad taste. But the scallop part, like I said, it doesn't taste to me like I'm eating scallops. It tastes to me like I'm getting like the water after scallops, or just like this weird after, like scallop-esque aftertaste. Yep, that's still not sold on it. And I do see that they're making the clothes and then chucking them on the ground outside where they're rotting. Drought. Due to lack of rain, a drought has begun. Outdoor plants will grow significantly slower. I forgot there was even a mechanic on this map. Alright. So we want to keep an eye on our various Garys. So you are winning against your immunity situation. You are tied. I will try to keep the Garys alive. This is the one that's in more danger. So you're going to get a preach health. We will try to keep them alive. If it does look like we're going to lose the battle for one of the Garys, that Gary should really hope they're not losing the battle. Because not only will they die, but there will be significant instances of medical malpractice on the way down. Because as a reminder, one of the potential results we will get out of this is for the clone to have a bunch of organs failing. And if we have a Gary that's going to potentially die anyways, might as well get what we can out of them. I'm saying this, and honestly, I think we're going to be a little bit more aggressive in our tactics. Now, if we do this, we will potentially get some pretty severe penalties. Where are you going? You best tend fast, man. Don't hold me accountable. You suck, game. I didn't realize they're gonna go for the medicines. Like, where are you going? Oh, also, that's what we should do. Assignments. This is one problem that's on me. Do this. Gary will hold medicine, and you will hold medicine. Pre-linking. Begin this. And I believe that's the last of the Garys that doesn't have psychic powers with that. Yeah, not only that, innocent prisoner died, and I was like, well, I was actively saving them. I've gotta get a Gary that does not immediately get crumbling mind. I would go for a hostile Gary because at least I could beat them up and bring them home. So 10 to them. It's a really solid 10. Because the good news is Ron Gary is a good enough doctor now that they can probably, with a certain level of reliability, keep stuff like flu handled without having to use a bunch of cooldowns and all that kind of stuff. Seems like you need a little bit more Gary. Yeah, we do get another Gary in just under 10 days. Starvation on you, that is a life choice. But I am going to let regular Gary do this as well. Even if that dooms people. So you got 4 days. So that's going to be settled one way or the other. Just because if we continue to get Gary's medical level up as well, when we do clone Gary, the clones will also have that medical level. But right now, Ron Gary and Gary are both solid pawns. They're locked in. You know, barring getting killed in a fight, which is a very big possibility. We should be good. So how are you doing? You're winning by a good margin. You're winning by a good margin. You're winning by a good margin. Yeah, so we should be good. Luckily, Ron Gary... Yep, clones? Yeah, so the Corrupted Obelisk will let me duplicate a pawn. The catch is, every time you duplicate a pawn, they will have one of 5 potential negative outcomes. One is they just straight up start hostile. The second one is they will get Crumbling Mind, which it starts out, and if you can cure it before it gets advanced, which you need either a Healing Mech Serum or an Unnatural Healer, you're good. If you don't do that, it eventually becomes permanent, where none of those will heal them. But it disables almost all labor types, and it gives them a permanent penalty of, it's actually 60%, we're just dealing with the flu at the same time. And right now, those 3 all have Crumbling Mind. Because I'm 5 for 5 on Crumbling Mind, which is ridiculous. They can have it where 3 of their organs will be rotting inside of their body. And so with that, if you replace the offending organs, or just rip out the ones that are, you know, if they have 2 kidneys that are messed up, you replace one kidney, you rip out the other, then you can save them. So, Masterwork, Harp Book, and Noble Apparel. I don't really care about that. I can send you 1 colonist for 9 days. Okay, so Will Shipley we can send. So let's go ahead and do that for the Goodwill. Consulting spree. Go to sleep. Okay, get in the shuttle. So use psychic powers to make him go to sleep. It's one of the few things that the crumbled mind people could do, is they could just pray to the tree to slowly give us psychic powers, which is ideology DLC. So that's not a mod, that is a DLC that does that. It's your alternative to the Empire, is you can pray to the tree. But only if you have the nature psi focus, which is your tribesmen have that. Tribal start. Heat wave. Alright, well that is bad. Are the clones a mod? Nope, that is the Anomaly DLC. Is the obelisk. We actually aren't having any, like, so out of our the only mods that are affecting gameplay in any capacity whatsoever is we have one mod that makes it so I start with no research, and another mod that makes it so I don't control my research, that it will randomly choose a research I'm eligible for. You ever see your common special characters just know it was a mobile keyboard? I mean, okay. That's fine. Okay, so you're about to be immune. You still got a little ways, but you're pretty close. And you're about to be immune. And you're back up, so go ahead and re-equip yourself just in case. I'm still blown away that we had one of our first caravans like, oh man, they don't have any weapons that I care about. Boo, like we're not gonna trade for any of this. I'll just keep my crappy short bow. And then they drop a unique bow on the ground that's like, you know, 25% faster fire speed or whatever, or aiming speed. I'm like, okay, sure. I'll take your unique bow. It's fine. If you just want to give me something good, I could certainly live with that. Let's have you maintain these at 75%. And we're going to take you off of meditating all day. Except for Nixio. And the reason we're going to keep Nixio on that meditating all day is they are a melee pawn. They can't hunt. But then with this, we can start hunting to practice shooting skill so that we can get that going. Meanwhile, yeah, you were right. Knocked way down on the list. You got a shaman here. Okay. Is there stuff we want to get you? Not really. Drug production? That's a book I already have. That would be me selling the book to them, not the other way around. Flesh Beast Attack. Well, I had originally intended to dump the Flesh Beasts on them. Oh, it's just one splitter? Okay, that's fine. No! Don't trash my stuff! The campfire's fine if they destroy that. Alright, and you took a couple of scratches there. There's so many obelisk anomaly. I believe there are 3. There's a cloning obelisk. There's one that will mutate organs, which can be used to actually restore missing limbs. That's, well, some missing limbs, which is pretty cool. And then there is one that will teleport you into a maze. I didn't realize that they've been sitting there forced this whole time. Both the one that mutates organs and the one that clones can be used to do all sorts of shenanigans. The teleporting one is basically just a negative. You kind of just want to get it done and get it out of there. But the other two, it is worth, like, keeping them on site for abuse if you're set up for it. Like, I'm not set up for this. We're doing it anyways. Being set up for it would be along the lines of, taking the time to, have someone with unnatural healing. I mean, unnatural healing would be the big one. Death refusal will be another option. Put death refusal on people and then deliberately, you know, kill them off for the purpose of that. It is amusing, the idea of death refusaling someone, organ harvesting them to, you know, get the organs to save someone else, then they die, and then they resurrect and their organs are back. It can get pretty messed up. But it's RimWorld. Messed up is pretty much its MO. And Rongari is slowly building up their crafting skill. Disease infection on you. I do not love that. Have you considered not having an infected wound? You only seen the maze one, it's awkward? Yeah, no, the maze one's just the idea of, like, unless you get far enough in the research that you can kind of control who to teleport in or whatever, it just happens. You just have to kind of, like, work with it. So you got to kind of go through the maze where there's going to be a couple of enemies, so it can be dangerous. It's one of the ones that, like, weirdly, one of the main strategies for dealing with it is, like, if one of your people you can't really safely go through a maze with gets teleported in, you just shoot the crap out of it to get a bunch of your people to teleport in, so at least one person will be strong enough to kind of group everyone up and then clear the maze. Oh. Yeah, so Gary considers themselves responsible for the innocent prisoner's death. I mean, you were trying to patch him up, you just failed. I think that's kind of unfair. You were doing your best. Alright, and we got a stretch. Another solid tend. Oh, you actually... Right, because I opened up your schedule, you are going to help suppress it. Now, the downside is that does mean the risk of Megalo being the one to deal with it. We don't want that. There's more Glitter World for us. Oh, I forgot to do it. Nah, it would have been Tempo Gary. I forgot because normally I don't worry about them. Yeah, no, you're right. We've been renaming all the temporary guests to Tempo Gary. You're back despite being horribly late here. How's the Garyverse going? It's going pretty good. I mean, it's actually going okay. Pretty good is overstating it. We currently have 5 Garys. 3 of them have Crumbling Mind. So we're doing great. The other 2 are in great shape, but we've got 3 with Crumbling Mind, which is definitely not helping anything. But we're slowly making it work. Manhunter pack of 2 Timberwolves. So we'll hold here. That's not what I wanted. Get that off my screen. So position our melee pawn there. You stand a little farther back because you don't move as fast. Okay. Drop him back. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and chase up that infection by going ahead and having you get hurt again. We'll just work on trying to get your immune system able to handle literally every single type of bacteria in the world by exposing you to that constantly. For the record, that doesn't work. Like, before I was like, ah, yes, get them all the diseases, be immune to everything. It's like, well, no. A lot of diseases, getting them will make your immune system greatly weakened. Which will not help your cause at all. Alright, so you're relaxing socially. I'm actually going to have you eat your meal, and then work this fire for a minute. You got bandaged, right? Yeah. Trying to get rid of some of these spare, no-good clothes. There's so many pairs of clothes to burn. If you're running all the way up there, you need to just go to bed, man. Alright. 4.5 days till we get our next attempt to clone. And also, in the event we get one that's got the organ decay, we're gonna seek donors from among our people. If I don't have a better candidate show up sooner. Please get that corpse out of here. The very, very first one, because the way we started this run, for those who missed it, is we did give ourselves one set of healing mech serum. That way, the very first clone, we could guarantee them, so we used that to get the first clone, at which point we weren't allowed to use any more after that. Like, that I gave myself. I mean, if I find one, it's free game. But just to give ourselves two pawns to make it not quite as tedious. But, since then, every single pawn has gotten Crumbling Mind, and I've been able to do nothing about it. So we've got 3 pawns with Crumbling Mind. There's 2 here, and then I've got 1 sent away on a mission doing labor for the Empire. But we're hoping for either a hostile pawn, because then I can run up with everyone and start punching them. And with them being tough, there's a very good chance I will knock them down before killing them, at which point then we can try to recruit them. Or, if that doesn't work, we can go on to other things. I want you to continue hunting. We should also deal with that lynx before it makes a move on our people, since it's chilling right by the tree and the monolith. There you go. All right. But yeah, so if we get anyone down, I'm gonna need to organ harvest. I've been avoid doing that, but we are going to need to organ harvest, and unfortunately that does mean whoever's doing it is gonna get really upset about it. Just because we are not an ideology that is cool with just screwing people up, and we also don't have psychopath or bloodlust or any of the other ones where they don't care about that. Waste dump? That's fine. 2 glitter world isn't bad, but if we slowly pollute the map, it's not going to do much for us. Let's take you two off warning. Because I'm worried if they start suppressing it while that frees up Gary and wrong Gary to work, then we will likely get a random clone of Magello, which means it's an already busted clone to start with, because it will clone the Crumbling Mind. Okay, we're down to about 3 days till the next clone. At least we're gaining lots of skills. Having Magello hunt is allowing us to slowly build up our combat skills on them to get that shooting skill up. Oh, the downside with that, let's, I don't need the food right now, so let's take Magello off of that. Let's just put you back in meditation. I'm realizing what's going to happen is they're going to keep hunting and not carry the body back because they can't haul, which is going to send Gary running around collecting the bodies to process them to cook food that I don't need. And so while it will gain us skills, there's going to be just way too much time lost in Gary running around looking for the bodies. So we canceled that. Once Gary gets like the last corpse or two processed, that should free Gary up to do some construction and start working on this wall again. It's really fun you keep saying Gary so much. I mean, it's Gary, 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 and Gary. Plus, when it comes to actually getting anything done, wrong Gary and Gary are the only ones who can actually really do anything around here. Nexio and Magello are mostly just chilling by the tree. Alright, 2 days until we can clone. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we're running out of food, so we're not going to be able to cook soon. We did plant the trees, but they are only 25% grown. So I might have to add those on to be changed over to oak. These are going to grow, and they're going to take some time. Take a lot of time. We'll get some more growing down here. The reason I'm choosing oak over the poplar is the poplar, it gives you about half as much of the wood in about half as much time, so there's not really a reason from the throughput side of things of doing that. But it is just a thing that from the labor side of it, you just have to plant once and harvest once versus twice. So from a labor side of it, does save you some labor. Come on, give me a charity clone. Make sure we keep that clean. Oh, there's some random wood laying around out there in the wilderness. What's that? Actual construction happening again? It's been 10,000 years. And by that, like one. Not even, like a couple months. Couple weeks, whatever. But it's progress. Pawns don't seem too fussy about having boulders in their bedrooms. Yeah, right now, you gotta consider a big factor about saying your happiness is your wealth. So right now our wealth is like right on the 30,000 fence line, which is why we're starting to see some raids of a couple of pawns with guns and all that. We're crossing that threshold where we're gonna start seeing like proper raids and all that. But with all that stuff, because our colony has so low of wealth, because we have like crappy floors and very little, you know, actual buildings and not much in the way of like any fancy items, like we don't have any high value items in the whole colony, and I'm not doing this deliberately, it's just the nature of this run. We have not been getting much wealth very fast. The demands are pretty low, because if you actually look at your pawns, it says moderate expectations, very low expectations. So all of them are very low expectations except Wrongary, and that's because Wrongary has a title. And so by having a title, that does escalate the expectations that pawn has. So our other pawn should be back soon. One day. And we've got 11 in-game hours until Gary gets to clone themselves again. At which point, we'll see what we're in for. If they get the psychosis, they're getting organ harvested. That's just the break of it. If they get psychosis, they're just getting organ harvested because I won't be able to save them, and I can't go down to only one working power. What storyteller? We're on Cassie. Unfortunately, while there's fun for the memes with Randy, where sometimes Randy escalates to 11, in practice, Randy goes on a big snooze fest way too often. They got a whole lot of bumpkus going on for extended periods of time, and then he wakes up and burns the whole place down. He does all sorts of weird stuff, like he'd be like, oh man, I'm up to my eyeballs in so much food. Drop pods, milk. You're like, man, Randy, what are you doing? Like, literally, I've got more food, and you're just giving me something that's gonna rot. Should be about due for another raid. No, actually, we've had a raid pretty recently. Well, a negative thing. Alright. Gary, go duplicate yourself, friend. Okay, we got another duplication that did not immediately turn hostile on us. So let's open up the queue for our brand new contestant. If they are Crumbling Mind or Psychosis, we are murdering them. For their organs so that we might save another Gary later. Just as a heads up, there is a 2 out of 3 chance this pawn will be getting murdered. It is a necessity so that we might save future Garys. Maybe. No guarantees. Alright. We will make you the constructor, Gary. For as long as your mind holds up. Alright, and our brand new Gary is going to be Faye Foxy. May you get to live more than a couple of minutes. And you will be 6th Gary. And then we will close the queue. And I would give you... Oh, wait, actually, there is a weapon here. There is an excellent revolver. Faye Gary it is. If you want it to be a Gary play where we could do like Faye Gary or something else you come up with, that is fine. Or I can keep your, the username you've got. Either is fine. No pressure. We've had some people who've done like plays on the name Gary. We've had some who just kept their name. Neither have had better odds of survival, so that's not going to influence that one way or the other. Pretty much we've had nothing but bad news for the clones, which they'll always have something negative. It's whether or not we can manage it negative. For you, at this stage, the best you can hope for, Gary, I can do that. That'll work. Alright, so we got Gary. In the event that you get the organ crumble whatever, the organ whatever it is, the one where they're likely to lose organs, their organs will decay, we are going to break out the glitter, and we are going to have voluntary donors among the other Garys. One of the crumbling mind Garys will most likely have a bad time to make sure you might live. Don't get psychosis or crumbling mind at this point, because I made a rule earlier that we could only have 3 crumbling minds at once, and I got 3 of them because the other one's already out of here. So yeah. Well, actually, weirdly, technically, if we were being meta-strategic, getting rid of the crumbling mind that is the oldest would be strategically the one to do, because the newest crumbling mind would have higher skills from parent. We're not going to put that kind of thought or effort into it, but that would technically be the work, is to go through the crumbling minds from the oldest to that, because then, these ones would continue to get their skills. Whatever. It's fine. Prison Warden. You want me to watch 2 prisoners for 6 days. Well, they're not going to exactly have the greatest digs. What I need now is I need to down a couple of pawns in a raid. Because we'll also, before we start killing off our other Garys for their organs, in the event that goes bad, we will see if I can't find a donor in a raid or whatever. But we won't want to wait too long, because we don't have exactly great doctoring. So there's no guarantees. Can you rename the prisoners? Yes. No, I'm lying. I cannot. It was guests I can rename them. Also, prisoner, convert you to practice social. Prisoner, convert you to practice social. Also, you get recreation. So the dream for you would be for you to have 2 faulty kidneys and a lung, or 2 faulty lungs and a kidney. Because in either of those scenarios, we can have you live and the Gary that's donating organs can live both. Alright, so Wrong Gary's gonna pop in here and get their psychic abilities. Okay. Cool. And Ron Gary got Solar Pinhole. Don't worry about maintaining your psi focus right now. Once I got more Garys I can work, we'll free up the 2 working Garys to do that. Because we're waiting to see what your fate is. Crumbling Mind. 6 for 6. You are burning bright and real short. Yeah, something's weird here. Yeah, something is not right here. So, chat, because everyone's getting Crumbling Mind one after the other, we're like literally 6 for 6 Crumbling Mind. You wonder if the RNG based on a pawn ID or something? Well, I do know from cloning this that we have cloned the same pawn before in the past and not had problems. So here's the question, chat. I've got a couple of options. One, we can like dev mode force spam the creepy joiner to get an unnatural healing just to move things forward. I don't want to just drop a bunch of healing mech serum because that's going to be a whole thing. I'm not sure what the solution is going to offer, because the only ways to deal with Crumbling Mind is either dev mode and remove Crumbling Mind. I don't want to do that to every pawn. Or we go for the creepy joiner and just spam it and kill the creepy joiner until such time that we get the unnatural healer just to get this thing moving. Because something is effy with the RNG. Because, like, okay, 3 out of 3, sure, weird RNG. 4 out of 4, little wide. 5 out of 5, okay, this is getting a little weird. This is a little much. Now, it could be that maybe the RNG isn't scuffed, that our wealth is too low to be eligible for the other ones or something. Like, there might be a hidden mechanic there, I don't know. But genuinely, this is our 6th person we've got, every single one. You say go for it? That's what I'm thinking. I don't like dev moding. You can even check with the people I've been here since the beginning. Like, how many times did you say I've dev moded in all my runs? Like 2 or 3 times over like 5 years. But it does feel bad to sit here and be like, yeah, we can't even tell it's working. So what we could do is we can go to, where are you? Do incident map. Creepy joiner. Creepy joiner, no metal horror. Blind healer and 1. Blind healer and 1. That's all you had to do. All you have to do is cheat and pull up dev mode, and it solves everything. Okay, so run up here and say thing. Can you push for death refusal and cure it that way? The best you can do with that is I can try to fight all the way into advanced anomaly and keep rolling it till we get it. And then research it. But the problem is I'm going to be doing it with like four crumbling mind or more people and like 2 actual combatants. And that's going to last until I get the Revenant will murder the crap out of us. Devourers will murder the crap out of us. The Heart will murder the crap out of us. Juggernaut, or the Chimeras will probably murder the crap out of us. You get where I'm going with this. The Pit will murder the crap out of us. This came back and all you have to do to hear, yeah, so we got yet another Crumbling Mind. So kind of just did like a, hey, do we want to just mulligan to give ourselves a unnatural healer already, because like literally the run stalled and I don't know what's going on under the hood, but 6 for 6 getting the same result on a 1 out of 5 thing is a little bit of a statistical outlier. Something's going on. I'm not saying it's bugged or whatever, because there could be mechanics I'm unaware of, but yeah. So I hit dev mode and I said, okay, force a creepy joiner, and they instantly gave me an unnatural healer. So we're going to allow it. I haven't even looked at this pawn yet. So Sinclair here is not a Gary. Not a Gary, but we are going to keep them. This person is not allowed to fight. We are going to massively limit what they're allowed to do. Now watch the creepy... So the creepy joiner having Crumbling Mind is okay, because they will still be allowed to use their unnatural healing, if I remember correctly, and I'm fine with that. They're here just to be a pocket, you know, healing mech serum. That's what they're here. They're here so I can go like this, and see that Crumbling Mind? It's gone. So we now have our 3rd Gary. But like I said, this person, they're allowed to take care of this. They can flip switches, I guess. The idea is their job here, I'll let them haul and do that. They're just here to be a unnatural healer. That's all they get to do. This is Gary's town. We will convert them over to the ways of Gary, though. Now, to be clear, this person can still betray us. They can see... On Gary? Yeah. Excellent. I'm going to have them drop their weapon. You are going to be restricted to staying at home. And I'm doing this because they're going to think... So you looked it up, client's bug. Man, it's a mixed bag in this. Some say... so I say, we don't know if it's bugged. Yeah, no, like I said, there's probably like a hidden mechanic or something. Like, you know, until you reach a certain wealth, or you advance the monolith to a certain point, or something. You don't... You know, make sure they're not unwardening. Okay. Well, actually, they can't be cloned anyways. Yep, so they get to stand around here, and then in 6 days... Oh, they might die of old age. All right, well, we got a new thing we need to rush on. All right, so that means you can actually do stuff here. All right, so thinking about what we got, so you can take over construction. Oh, nope, don't let you do that. Yeah, so we do have a new thing to rush, which we are working on, is we want to get the chronophagy. So we already have anomaly active. We need to get a source of bioferrite, so we need to imprison a anomaly. so that we can get chronophagy. So we're going to want to get that moving. Now that we're starting to thin outward our stuff. Oh, that's 5 rooms. Okay, so I need another bedroom. Yeah, so now that we're starting to get all this stuff going, if we can get ourselves split out on our tasks more, we will be able to get everything else going on. So these 3 who have the Crumbling Mind, they are unfortunately stuck with Crumbling Mind. I can't cure it anymore. It is the permanent version. Yeah, this condition is incurable. Now, it's not technically true. I can murder them and resurrect them, but I need to either get Death Refusal or Mech Resurrection Serum to do that. And let me clarify that. I need to murder them, rip out their skull so I, like, physically remove their damaged brain, and then resurrect them so they generate a new brain. Just RimWorld things. Drop your weapon. No, so this is a special thing unique to Crumbling Mind. That Crumbling Mind, where it says this condition is incurable, healing, mech serum, and now natural healing don't do anything to it. But if you do kill them and rip out their brain, then it does fix it. There was it wasn't Luciferum addiction. There was another one you could cure that way. That was supposed to be like an uncurable thing that you could rip out. But basically you have to destroy the brain. Because the brain is the afflicted thing. Alright, so you cook and grow, you construct, you craft and research. And then we'll get another Gary in about 2 seasons. At least we now have a 50% increase in people who can work. It's like Steve Martin movie, The Man with 2 Brains. I remember hearing of that, but I never did see it. And Gary's trying so hard to get the food caught up, and it's just not doing it. Part of it's they gotta go back and forth through these doors. Once I get the perimeter closed off, I'm down to open those doors to make it so Gary can move faster. The other part is that we keep running out of wood now that I'm looking at it. That's fine. They'll get there. Please do not beat up Honor Gary. Insulting spree? Don't worry, man. We can put a stop to that. Go to sleep. And that does give you catharsis. Did I mention that's a pretty awesome ability? They got one insult off on original Gary, and then we basically knocked them out. To be frank, Gary doesn't like non-Garys. Yep. Normally his pawns go into insulting spree, then publicly execute them. It's a little much. Insulting spree is like one of the worst breaks only because it cascades. But like, it does suck. A lot. Alright, definitely need one of you actually getting some of the crops going. Is that a sedative dart to the game? I mean, you've got a couple ways to deal with mood. You can use the psychic lancer to knock them unconscious. You can arrest them. You can do like I'm doing with this thing where I'm using the psychic ability to just knock them out, which is effectively your sedative dart, just it's magic sedative as opposed to, you know, actual sedative. So the only thing I care about is that part of it. Don't put a roof over it, actually. Oh, no, actually, I take that back. Leave the roof on it. And the reason for leaving the roof on is, yeah, right now it's going to probably burn in there. But, once that stuff dies, it won't be able to burn in there anymore. Mad deer. So... oh, dear, we've got 5 deer. So you might get caught out. I am trying to get there to help you, friends, but like you were caught way out by yourself by a whole mess of deer. Would you go down already? Thank you. In hindsight, I should not have just stood here and fought. Okay. So it wasn't too terrible. You got roughed up real bad. So Ron Gary, rescue them. You go ahead and haul the gun back. Oh, or you can just pick your own gun back and do it yourself. Alright. We're trying to get everyone close. So psychic drone. Hey. Don't do that. Others can do that. We don't want the Crumbled Mines one working on it. All the others, it's free game. But no Crumbled Mine Garys, because we don't need getting Crumbled Mine clones. It's not going to help anyone. Oh, is that ready? No, it's not ready. Yeah, so they've got Honorary set up to a full recreation schedule. They'll stop and do some cleaning and hauling anytime that their recreation's maxed out. But we are doing that to kind of keep them doing as little as we can possibly get away with in the colony, without seeing the constant warning about them being idle. Which now I think about, we probably still will see, but that's fine. Okay, so take all the trace amounts of leather. I do not need it. I don't really need a book on recurve bows. Take our slightly worn and not good quality clothing. Take our beds we're not using. We don't have the Nutrimine or anything fancy like that. Right now, go ahead. That's fine. Take that. So get rid of some of our corn. Because this is all ready to harvest. That's the reason I was like, I gotta get someone on that. And I keep thinking Gary's gonna finish cooking, and it doesn't seem to happen. And I do think other Gary is going to finish construction, and that hasn't happened. Ah, your ideology sucks is what's going on there. Alright, so I think we're gonna go and have you step over to dealing with plants for a minute. Because if I don't do that, this is all gonna rot, and we're gonna lose all that food, and then we're gonna starve. We're still juggling priorities a little bit. But that's not a shocker at all. You know what? That's a social fight. You did it to yourself. You can live with those bruises. I think you're gonna actually be poplar. I was gonna make you oak, but with how little we're actually getting our people to do the different tasks. Actually, we're about to harvest. Talk to you again. Hey, man. How do you feel about corn? Make you feel good? Have a bunch of corn. Because that'll effectively delete some wealth and all that. And we're about to get a brand new harvest, so this stuff's probably not super long. I mean, that still says it's good for 2 whole seasons. That's fine. And you're upset about the low psychic drone. Yeah, everyone's upset about the low psychic drone. And their room is completely full of vomit. And no one's had a chance to clean it. Alright, so a steel cap and a blindfold. Cool, I guess. Oh, I see what's going on. Hey, don't bother. Let the other Garys deal with that for right now. You catch up your stuff, and we'll get all that sorted later. At the moment, we just need to grab everything we can. Alright, tree linking. Alright. So it's gonna go to wrong Gary. Alright, I get it, game. I understand. You're like, no tree linking right now. We're just gonna keep doing this again and again. Get over here. You hide inside for a minute. Oh, come on. Alright, sure. I probably don't want you meleeing, so you all go. Why do you seem to be actively avoid? There you go. It took you a while to sort it out, but you got there. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get everything back. We will do the shuttle for the reputation kind of deal. Oh, hey, you can leave your room. Yeah, so go ahead and take the Goodwill. You're no longer incapable of walking. There's your gun, go grab it. So I'll need to deal with this. See what we're up against. And then after that we could try and do the psychic thing all over again. Okay, so we got 3 dudes showing up, all melee. So let's step out from behind here. We can hopefully shoot not directly past. Please don't walk directly between me where I'm trying to shoot. I'm trying to help you if you choose not to die, please. Okay, so all of you, rather than shooting at that one, shoot the one back there. Okay. So got all that, undraft you. We have a mysterious cargo, and you're willing to give me a masterwork nerve spiker. Done. What's in the box? Ah, you monster. So haul that back immediately. Oh, good. Honor Gary is into it. That's perfect. I couldn't have asked for better. Hey, let's go ahead and we can just go boom, form caravan, go here, accept you. Don't worry about any supplies. You're not going to need them. Item, grab the golden cube. Because Onagiri is the one that it did curiosity. So it does mean they'll ultimately be rendered unconscious. But that's okay. So you're going to get the Masterwork Nerve Spiker. That's a major upgrade. And then you're going to go items, no cube. Cube gross. Cube bad. Okay. And we are allied with the Empire. And the shuttle has arrived for... you two. So let's get you out of here. There'll be 2 less mouths to feed. we nearly maxed out the Empire reputation. That's okay. Onigiri can just, you know, have their withdrawal symptoms. It's fine. Oh, right. Also, we can go here real fast and tree linking ceremony. Let's get another spell on Rongari, whatever. So the big dangerous part is Onigiri will probably try to leave us at some point. Whether it's they will turn hostile and leave us, or they will try and just be like, they thank you for your time, I'm outie. We want to be ready to prevent that from occurring. We don't have any forewarning about that. If we're lucky, the cube withdrawal and cube curiosity will be slowing them down. Well, you're a brawler. That's fine. Actually, that kind of sucks. Because if you do go hostile, I need to subdue you. It actually means you're going to get some hits in. Potentially good ones. Even without a weapon, you can actually do some pretty okay damage with brawler. Alright, so while we could probably cure some of the things here, so we can't cure that. So like if we choose this, you'll notice it doesn't let me choose these. It doesn't do anything because Crumble of Mind doesn't work. Let's see, has the cube show you its graceful form and color? It has. Now, there are lots of ways I can make sure Onigiri doesn't get out of here. I could rip off their legs and make them immobilized. Until they trigger whatever they're going to trigger. Pretty messed up way of approaching it, just to be clear. We could just put them in cryostasis and then, you know, only take them out the moment I need to do that, which is the plan in the long run, is to break this open and then chuck them in one of those cryopods until I get a Gary that needs a heal. And we pop out, we heal them, and we put them back in the fridge. Trying to think other things I could do to slow them that don't involve messing them up. Like, obviously, if they're drugged, they would do that, but that's the thing. Yeah, and that's the thing. I need to get an opportunity where there's something on the map I could dump what's in there off on, just in case. Yeah, so I gotta pull up everything. It'll be good to have a dedicated growing Gary. Yeah, cube withdrawal. Tried to convert you. It's all good. Regular skip? No. I do have where I can skip a group of people nearby to an ally. I do have the slowing effect. I do have chaos skip. Yeah, and when you do a vampire run, that's actually one of the reasons I don't enjoy the vampire run, is you just have to have like all the people in the basement with no legs. Yeah, the group skips for going across the world map. Yeah, no, that's the primary use. It's good stuff. But yeah, so I do have where I can slow them as a psychic ability. I do have if they have a mood break. If we do manage to... Oh, I have Word Joy. maybe you'll feel better. Can you anesthetize them, banish, then arrest them, then recruit them? You never tried that? I've not tried that. I've definitely tried arresting them. And then they just quit later. Like, after I recruited them and everything, which is pretty salty about that. But it makes sense that you can't, like, you're not meant to just game it that way. The good news is they actually do... Oh, that's probably because of this. I could keep them Joy Fuzz to punish their consciousness. Keep them moving slow. If we're lucky, I pop this open and I get a silence or whatever. So that when they go, if they try to leave, we just silence them down unconscious and immediately imprison and recruit them. Okay. Oh, we can go here. Start pulling up the roof around the stone buildings. Because then what we'll do is I'll pull up all the roofs, and then after I pull up all the roofs, we'll set it to ignore. So I can make its own decision based on our building again. Because depending on what's in there, this might be more than enough for us. It also might be something terrible. Like if we have a bunch of Lancers and all that in there, or Tesserons and all that, they could do a lot of damage. And then whatever is in the cryo containers can actually be very dangerous. I've had more than once where we pop in there and like 5 or 6, you know, Marine and Recon armor decked out people with like endgame tech pop out, and you're just like, oh, my 5 dudes in capes and all that with like revolvers are probably not going to cut it in this fight. My pointy sticks on strings are not going to be quite sufficient for this task. I'm trying to think of... like, if we get this sealed off, the caravans will likely choose one of the sides. That might be good enough to get over here, shoot at this to pop it, run back up here and that way. That'd be enough that if we had a caravan chilling there, they would aggro against each other and we can mop up. If the caravan stops up there, that's a much harder play. Not impossible. Same over here. The big danger is when it's mechs, because you pop that door open, you start running, and then some Lancer tags you in the back. Honor Gary, not a Gary, is really upset about the taking away of the cube. But yeah, no, it's a question of what would clear the flag of what they're supposed to do, whether it's betray you or whatever. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I suspect banishing them doesn't, because I'm willing to bet it's like just a flag on the character that until it triggers or they die, it just sticks there. Because it would be weird for you to banish and be like, oh, never mind, get rid of this. That'd be an extra step the devs would have to do. Sorry, that was more than I thought it was going to be. Right, I have shelving. I'm saying this whole time. So... We're still waiting on that. Oh, here, we can go ahead and get rid of that area there, because we got the bookshelf here. That's something for them to haul. We can get rid of those. Exotic goods trader is approaching. All right, where do you settle? Are we poking an ancient danger? Because I think we're at the point of when we get an opportunity, an ancient danger shall be poked. I just need a spot where they can go, where I can dump the stuff on them and not immediately get overrun by it myself. Let's grab that. We don't care about any of this stuff. We don't care about that right now. Medical implants would be nice. Okay, so haul it. Haul it. Haul it. It's not my favorite place for this to go down. I am willing to give it a go. Okay, Onigiri, what I'm gonna need you to do is I need you to just chill right in that room because you're about to collapse due to your cube thing going on. Meanwhile, let's grab you two. Well, actually, you three. You got the longest range. Let's try and duck over here and see what you can do. You three. You go join Onigiri for a minute. Actually, you're also going to go up here because... Oh, you have invisibility you got. Okay, that's pretty cool. Okay, so shoot that tile. That should most likely mean the enemy's got a zigzag. So if they're lancers or pikemen or whatever, it should give me the most time to try and retreat. Please stop missing every single shot. Oh, there's the Lancer, there's a Centipede Gunner, a Militor, and Cyclops. And they got a Mech Healing Serum down there, some Lucy, a whole bunch of goodies. Alright, so you run up here and run like you stole it. Because you got some business behind you. That's right, close in on those ranks. I'm expecting that to be a big ol' mess. You should probably actually shoot it. Molotovs were not the weapon you should have brought to this party. Okay, so we're going to need to do some fighting here. That's almost dead. You've got, like, no damage on you. The Lancer is... So basically what we're going to want to do is we're going to start trying to move out. We don't want to be on the front end of this. I'm honestly surprised they didn't retreat. Okay, so they're not going to come near me this way. So let's go over here. The Lancer aggro. This is perfect. The Lancer is like way ahead of the others. Nope, nope. Come on, Lancer. Lancer, I need you on point. Don't hit my campfire. Don't do it. Okay, retreat, 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 retreat. Come on, follow me. Follow me, Lancer, you're quick. I just shot you. Follow me. Oh, you suck. You got the hit. Back off. Get him. No, 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 come on. Stop being such a coward. Get back behind cover. Stop going in there. Just fight me. Come on. Alright, this is gonna be messy because I'm gonna have to engage them closer. They're gonna trash all my crap. Which I'm not sweating too much that they're trashing my junk. It's more just annoyed that like I could prevent all this. But the AI is like, no. Your stuff has to be broken. We could do other things, but look, man. I just have to trash your stuff. It's just... You know... Birds gotta fly, fish gotta swim, and I gotta trash your garbage. Fine, you destroyed it all. Can we go? Can we do the next part? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the torch and the desk. You're literally going to trash everything in that room. Kill it now? You're in melee. There's rules, friend. So, we get to rebuild all of our crafting benches and reset all our recipes because it forgets them every time they go down. You need to kill that thing. I realize we're not running assault rifles or anything quite yet, but you are hitting it with a charge lance. Okay, that's fine. Everyone go consume your meals, all that before everyone has a break. Oh, hey. Oh, you went down easy. Alright. Go grab that. Switch that to regular colonists, and you can go rescue this person. Alright. So people are going to bed, getting their stuff recovered. And I see that no one tended to you. You held on like a champ. And everyone was like, not my couch, not my problem. Okay. And everyone's just angry because they're in intense pain and they had to stay out all night and all that. We do have the EMP. Oh, it's bio-coded. Never mind. Before you carry that up here. Bio-coded. Nope. Nope. And then tainted. Nope. You got the good heavy SMG there. Also, probably have you carry that. With your penalties, you're probably better off just spraying bullets and not having a specific plan. Are you still just like starving up here? Yeah, of course you are. No one's taking care of you. Rescue that person. And feed them immediately. Okay. That's fine. Actually, no, we'll leave it like that. Pre-linking, we're not going to worry about that right now. We're going to give everyone a chance to recover their moods after that fight and work on all this crap. It's just going to take a minute. And actually, before you lay the books out in the bad weather, disallow those for a moment. Okay, the door did survive. So that they can build the shelf, and then once the shelf's done, we can worry about the next thing. Okay. All the body. 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 Do any of your casters have skip? It's great for pulling things in. No, I've got chaos skip, but not skip. In hindsight, maybe I could have chaos skipped one of them out or something like that. Starvation on you. That's fine, we're getting it all sorted. Why did I hear whimpering dog? It was a warg killing a timberwolf. I see. I was like waiting there. I was healing mech serum. We do want that, and I probably should send someone down there to grab it. But we will want to wake up the people in the pods. Okay. So time for another little risky play down here. So what I need to do is get to an angle that I could hit any of the pods. I do not think we're going to get that angle. So I can hit that. Oh, I can hit that. All friendly. Okay. So in that case, if you're all friendly, you got some kit for me because I like kit. And then structure, limestone door. And it does mean once Onagari gets up, we freeze him. Oh, that's fine. Whatever. So let's have you run down and close that off. I probably should have tried to save that person, but, you know, I'm a little late. Oh, right. I can't research because my bench was destroyed. So with that in mind, I'm going to go to you and increase your priority on construction. Let you play on construction, catching that up. Cool. Okay, so deconstruct that, deconstruct this. All these columns are unnecessary. There is recon armor in there that needs to be hauled, but we'll deal with that later. Okay, so you should work on getting construction all caught up. Okay, so we can go down here, begin linking, and we're going to do Rongor again, because we're just basically repeating this every time it comes up. So we got Wordjoy the last time, which I probably should actually deliberately start having use Psi Focus. What I'll probably do is once we get our next clone, at that point we will start doing the having anyone work on Psi Focus. Word love. Hey Gary, have you ever wanted to love yourself? Perhaps a little too much? No one loves Onagari. Well, I mean, they're just an Onagari. We appreciate their presence, and we tolerate them, but, like, they're not Gary. They'll never know what it's like to be Gary. To be solidly mediocre. They've got, like, unnatural... I say that as we've got, like, super powerful psychic powers. But, pretending we don't have super powerful psychic powers, to be perfectly ordinary, they've got, like, the whole thing where they can heal just about anything. So, you know, it's not the same. Why is there a medicine laying out here? I mean, the answer is I did something with that, but that's fine. Mech Cluster. Alright, climate adjuster, temperature -10. They got a pikeman, a lancer, and a militar, and the 2 sentries. Now, the big pain I have is I do not have EMP or smoke grenades. I do have a shield belt, though. And low-key with a shield belt, I can potentially beat those into the submission. I'm not too fussed about the climate adjuster, though. So for right now, let's go zone, expand, area 1. What is the range on you two? Okay, that's gonna be a little tricky. So I don't want to go to that edge of the map. We're gonna lock that at, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. These I'm not too worried about. I want to get the 2 here. You could also potentially just shoot the climate adjuster, bait them out. Oh, that's a Tesseron. Okay, so the pikeman's the only real threat there. Like, the Tesseron can cause this problem if it runs to the side where it's there. Yeah, let's just deal with it. I was gonna hold off, but we can just deal with it. So let's get everyone back here. That's a motion detector? Yeah, so it's a proximity detector. So my plan basically is to just shoot that, aggro them. When they pop out, these 2 I should be able to dispatch at long range. The pikemen will certainly shoot back. So my hope is we can have our person with the shield run out, get the pikemen's attention. Because if I run over here to take out the pikemen, I'm exposing myself to everything. Well, I mean, I could get an angle here to do that, but nothing's saying I'm going to get the hit. Ah, I won't be in range. That's still probably fine. The big concern is getting caught with the Tesseron and the character running this way, and then just getting popped by everything. Alright. Risk it for the biscuit. No, we want to... We have really strong ranged weapons. Okay. Use skip shield to protect you from the enemies? So, what we should... Okay. Let's go to our Garys. We've been telling them not to keep themselves charged up. We're at the time of changing that strategy. Because Gary is the one that has this... Oh, actually... No, because one of the other ones will have... You wouldn't have it. You wouldn't have it. Who was the clone? It was you, right? No, you have invisibility. Serenity, Chaos, Skip, whatever. Pain Tolerance, Word Trust. Okay, so you have the Skip Shield, but you don't have the Psi Charge up. How much energy does that cost? I'm not sure, actually. You say? Need 50% Psi Focus. So I don't have it ready. But you're not wrong that I could definitely use it to protect me against stuff there. Do I want to run them down there? Because you don't have any good offensive ones, right? No, you're all defensive. And the other ones don't have it. We do have invisibility, which has interesting implications. Yeah, because I want to draw the pikemen out. Once you draw the pikemen out, these are not a big deal. Like I said, I could probably just run the melee up there, give it a slap, and it'll be fine. But the pikemen can get lucky and kill us, and Tesseron can cause us grief. So I think the plan's going to be... Let's see, I'd encircle the sentries with it just to keep them from shooting anyone running due to fire. Otherwise, the fight is normal. Yeah, no, I don't have it handy, which is the problem. And it's going to take me a while to bring it up. So I think the plan is going to be, what is the range on our weapons compared to theirs? I want to say the pikeman has a longer range than these. So charge lance is like 27? 33. What is your range, pikeman? 45. Not even close. It is solidly a near turn. So I think we do is we run you up here. We get that shot. We aggro. Wake it up. Wakey, wakey. Said wakey, wakey. Okay, they're awake. Back off. You can step out. You get in the fridge. You see me? Hey, friend. Alright, let's do this. Have you stand here. Just gonna let me do this? You just don't care? Because I'm basically in your range. Real danger is when I pop that, those are gonna kick off. I'm gonna soften it up real fast. Dude, I am dancing here. Begging, yeah, there you go. Alright, you just friendly fire it. I can live with that. It tickles a little bit. Hit harder. So I'm going to get really low because this is friendly firing that. I'm gonna get it nice and low and then let it friendly fire its own thing down. That way the only one exposed will be you. Honestly, is everyone else to home? Yeah, no, exactly. That's the reason I was saying what I want to do is I want to get it low. Gary's going to back off. Nexio's going to stand there. Because Nexio's got a shield, so they can take a couple of good hits. Assuming they do land their hits. So we soften it up. The pikeman keeps missing and hitting its own stuff. We let the others get their self-care in. Because I believe once the building's gone, they're gonna aggro. I'm actually changing my mind about this. Back off. You first. Okay, are you gonna chase? You gonna chase me? Gonna follow? Nope. Alright, well, let's have them do their care, because I'm thinking the problem I'm gonna run into then is then I don't have a good way to run up to deal with those later. Okay, we've got refugees. Hey, aha, aha, you got refugees. Refugees. I got 99 problems, but cannon fodder ain't one of them. All right, so get this team back into position. Oh, right. Before we do that, not Gary. Is not Gary. Yep, again, check out Treacle. Absolutely fantastic. Not Gary. Is not Gary. Not Gary. Is not Gary. You need to make sure everyone knows they're not Gary. Yeah, exactly. Not Gary. Is not Gary. And yeah, and Treacle also plays RimWorld. Also does a lot of similar games. What he does, like done Hotel Architect, the whole thing. So definitely recommend. Very similar content to here. Alright, so the plan is straightforward. We are amending the plan. So the plan is basically, we get shield back out in front, like we just had, distracts the pikemen, and then the not Gary run on in there and tie everything up while everyone else rolls in to deal with this. Their primary target is these two sentry guns. So do us proud, not Gary's. But don't worry, we are going to make sure we're doing our part. I will have one pawn stand in front here to grab the direction of the pikemen, and I will assume everything else goes entirely smoothly based on that. All right, don't you troll me. We'll have you in backup. Just gotta watch that the pikeman can hit Nexio. Not Gary is in position. So all we need to do now is get a little attention. Make sure you're not pulling a cheeky shot. Okay, we're exactly out of range. Get him, not Gary. Okay. The other not Gary's. It's time to go. The rest of you get behind cover on the rocks. You're doing good work. I'm pretty sure the one that died was friendly fire, by the way. And nothing of value was lost. All right. I need more beds. Okay, so let's check on your status. You are doing just fine. Yeah, thank you for the contributions of Team Not Gary. Wrong Gary might have been responsible for the death. So you're fine. It's okay, you'll make it right. You'll save the one that's in trouble. No one needs to know. I mean, the idea is, basically, I sent them to do what I was going to have Nexio do. I was going to have Nexio come around, because with the shield, those turrets don't really do much damage, and since they're on top of each other, they would explode. The danger is them delaying their explosion, so you get tagged by both of them, which is pretty likely, actually. But, with all that... Nexio, you just have some bruises on you. It's okay. To all the survivors, thank you for everything you've done. I appreciate your efforts. You will be, I don't know, something, what'll mean something to you, I guess. I probably won't mean it, but like, you know, whatever makes you feel good. I'd mean it, but you're not Gary. Canonized, sure, why not? We can go with that. You'll be remembered as not Gary. How long till we can clone again? 16 days. Yep, increase the cost of winning Twitch. Yep, that is a fun one. We can increase or decrease the cost of winning Twitch. And we have had a lot of people actually win Twitch at this point. I'm pretty sure we broke into 20s. I know I have it written down here somewhere. Why? Oh, you're bruised and yet no one is helping you? Everyone's mad. We'll just let them sort themselves out for a minute. Tattered apparel. I mean, it looks like it's just Will with tattered apparel, and then not Gary. Not Gary is no longer incapable of walking. Fire starting spree on not Gary. Alright. Alright. We need to have a talk. Catatonic on not Gary. You people are the worst. Did you ever get your brains back? Oh no, you won't. No. If we get a mech resurrection serum, we can fix it, but that is not likely. Most likely with this run, you're gonna keep kind of living the life you got. Praying to the tree, making us all a little stronger. Unless we get to very late game. If we get to very late game to the point that we get the death refusal, then we can fix your brain. There's gonna be a line. There's gonna be a line of Garys looking to have their brains fixed at that point. Which it'll be sad because their skills, all their, like, the skills they do for the colony are gonna be so far behind everybody else. Alright, let's take off the auto home zone for now. So home zone is everything inside that block. And everything outside that block is the not home. So Traveler died, intense pain, ravenously hungry, ugly environment, awful barracks, ate raw food, recreation unfulfilled, using despised weapon. Look, man, some of those are... What weapon? You're unarmed. Bird's just like, I hate guns. I don't like carrying these guns. Yeah, it does not like their own fists. Yep. Catatonic. So we got 2 catatonic not Garys. Psychite binge, not Gary. I also just realized they drugged the books outside when I wasn't looking. So haul that in. Oh, don't leave a healing mech serum outside. Come on, buddy. I know we got a pocket one, but let's be reasonable here. Where did the other books go? There's a bunch of them. None of them are near rotting, so I'm not worried about that. So that book's still there. There should be 2 others. There's the other one. I'm willing to bet we have them all. Okay. I don't see it up there. Alright, so we're being attacked immediately by 5 people. Mostly bows, 1 spear. So my best probably defensible position here. It's gonna be over there. If you stand out front. Okay, they are splitting up where one of the bows went to the right and everyone else went left. Okay, we have a little bit of a predicament. We are getting split. We probably don't want that. Do you have any ringers in your group here? You're okay. You're pretty good. Not any ringers I'm seeing. Alright, so you 2 are going to just dispatch this one. Because you're not going to be there in time. I'm a little leery about leaving you 2 to hold on your own. But it is what it is. You work on getting yourself over here. Impids? Yes, Impids. Please stop rolling up at me. Okay. Okay, so we got the one that was rolling up to do bad things. And with the fire and all that. And your range... Yeah, your range is enough. If they break out, you should get the shots on them. We do have help on the way. It is a cover-to-cover battle. We do have much higher shooting, and we do have help rolling in behind. So it's 3 shooting 2. You need to reposition. You don't actually have cover where you're standing. And scene. Nice job, Empire. Good hustle. Really appreciate. So you got a couple of bruises, and otherwise everything's fine. Oh, what's your problem? Psychic binge? I mean, you have a good time. You're not Gary, so I'm not invested in your well-being. Overdose, not Gary. Well, not Gary. This is some real not Gary behavior you got going on. So which one's overdosing now? Could you stop for a moment, game? Empire, that's a you problem. Good job. Murder the crap out of that thing. Insane. Not Gary. I need you to get your stuff together, okay, buddy? I can only psychically knock down so many of you. What is your ideology, by the way? Because I know your friend... Ah, yeah, that'll do it. I was say it's like, I know your friend had some negatives going on so far as, like, them dying kind of killed your vibe. But, like, you're being extra upsetty spaghetti right now. I also didn't check to see what your traits are. Pyromaniac, that's whatever. Very neurotic, yeah, you'll have some breaks. Steadfast, you should be breaking less. And honestly, that's pretty neutral. Oh, whoa. You're a misogynist? Gary does not appreciate that. For the record, Gary is female. Gary does not appreciate the misogynist not Gary in town. Gary has very strong opinions about the misogynist not Gary in town. Showing up to this neighborhood, asking for help, and then also just being really uncool about it. A plasteel asteroid? Alright, let's go. Just give me a big old stack of plasteel. Also, let's cancel that for now. I'm not going to be able to use it, and it's going to be a ton of wealth. But, later on, that's going to be some pretty sweet stuff. You sure those opinions are about being a misogyny or being like... It can be both. It's not a mutually exclusive thing. We are morally justified that they are openly misogynist. They just happen to also be ugly. The ugly isn't what makes them a bad person. They're a bad person who just happens to be ugly. There's some things that unnatural healing just can't fix. I mean, no. But that's what implants are for. Okay, so one thing we're going to do here is I am going to start making a path. Is there another gun in the Ancient Danger Ruin that's just sitting there? Probably. I did close it off so it shouldn't rot. Yeah, there's another heavy SMG. Right now, please don't stand in corpse junk and do that. Right now, I'm pretty happy with that because that's a unique bow. That's a masterwork nerve spiker. Why are you getting moved around? Why did you fall down? Oh, food poisoning. Yeah, that'll do it. But does being a bad person to contribute to them being ugly? Probably not. I mean, if anything, like, of the people I've known who've been really awful people, they definitely more awful people were leaning towards the attractive scale just because they got away with it and someone else didn't, you know, really push back on them as much. Yeah, no, I need to do that. I'm trying to just wait for the major food poisoning to drop off. I'm trying to avoid having them continuously run back and forth and burn time. That's fine, let's grab that. It is a good one. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a path to the corrupted obelisk. That way, if we have a proper threat like Manhunter pack out here, I can still suppress it and all that kind of stuff. You are starving. Make sure you feed your not Garys. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, so unfortunately, it does this whole thing when the bench is destroyed, you lose all the settings on here. It is one of those things that when they have like the build replace, I do wish it would replace, you know, like remember what was queued up there. It's not that big a deal, it's not like the end of the world or anything, but it is a mild annoyance. That's pretty obvious if I'm saying, hey, rebuild that bench. I'm gonna want the same recipes on there. And honestly, it's the tailoring bench that's the worst one. Most of the other benches, it's just like, okay, just make components and advanced components, and I really don't care past that. Oh, that's the same thing. We need the face masks. But it's just with the tailoring bench, you want to add all these things and set them to different rates and all that kind of garbage. That's just a lot. Well, I actually don't have hardly any steel. I guess I'll queue up mining. I don't know that we'll do any of that, but we'll see. I've also got these. The only one that's not worth anything, that's not anything, is that the wake up's rotting out there. I really need the not Garys to step up. And a tree linking. Alright, first, not Gary. Pull that body out of here. Second, not tree linking. Here's Rongor for, that's your 4th level? Yeah, 4th level. Let's see what you get. Starvation for you. You're going for corn. That's fine. Because we're out of wood, those still have a time to grow. That's a bummer. Okay, what did Rongor get this time? Focus. Okay, so that boosts your movement, all that. So it basically gives them like a kind of a rush to be able to do stuff. How long is the focus boost? Because that feels like that can be pretty strong. 1 hour, so not a long time, but probably good like right when you're about to get into the fight. Put it on one of your stronger pawns that has like a solid damage weapon. And then do that. Alright, so you got this. There's your SMG, go grab that. Okay, so we can go to here. Bill, make any stone do until you have there. 1,000. Because we got enough things to build. If I start ending up with spare of something, we can put down floors and all sorts of stuff. Oh, also zone, home zone. You'll be part of the home zone. Extreme break risk on not Gary because you are a smoke leaf addict who has not had your smoke leaf fix. I'm sorry, not Gary. That's not going to get resolved for you, friend. We were growing Sci-T, and someday we'll finish that research. Probably not today. Tomorrow's unlikely. I wouldn't count on next week. But someday we'll get it finished. Alright, so bills, add, cooked meal, do forever if it has meat and all that on it. Bills, add, do for 20. And we have that, and we don't have any of the other ones. Regular meals, higher priority. Visitors with items to trade. Yeah, so all of you are getting upset because you're ravenously hungry, but we are finally cooking meals again. Like, we got plenty of raw ingredients, it's just that mech cluster destroyed everything in here, so none of my benches are present and all that. Let's see. Go talk to you. Alright, so take the wake up. Huh. Start cloning Gary's addicted to Luciferum. That sounds like a really amazingly bad idea. I'll get rid of the revolvers, the auto pistol, that. I'll keep the bolt action and the heavy SMG. Get rid of those. We're not going to use the slice cap. Get rid of the poor quality clothes. Get rid of the worn clothes. You can't afford any of this, and I am okay with that. Get this crap out of my life. Alright, so what are you upset about? You ate raw food. You observed a corpse. Someday we'll get that sorted. So Gary's also doing construction. Or I guess... Oh, Gary was probably cooking and I was seeing not Gary do construction. It'll be interesting with all the not Garys and tempo Garys we are getting. It'll be very, very... Oh, wait. You're not supposed to be not Garys. You're supposed to be tempo Garys. My apologies. Not Gary's reserved for people who actually join my colony. Against my will. Like when you rescue someone and they just auto-join, you're like, no, get out. Alright. Yeah, you've been promoted from worthless to scum. Yeah, not even a Gary. We got our Ano Gary hiding in the fridge. I can't imagine these ones get through here. They're just gonna be continuously throwing a fit. Okay, we've almost got this room completed so that Gary can be in much better shape here. Yeah, I'm glad we did the thing with the unnatural healer. For those who missed it, we kept getting nothing, like literally nothing but crumbling mine. We got like 6 in a row crumbling mine. We're like, alright, you know, we've been doing this for like 6 hours and getting nothing but crumbling mind. Like we're gonna need to do something because I'm not putting 300 hours into run to get like 8 usable pawns. But so we basically nudged the game and forced a creepy joiner to spawn, and it happened to be the unnatural healer on the first attempt. So we did kind of fudge the table a little bit on that one, but just to get the run going. And then the rule is the unnatural healer isn't doing anything but helping us make Garys. So they live right there. And then what'll end up happening is once it's time for our next Gary pops out, the unnatural healer heals them, if necessary, and we do it that way. Because for those who look, Gary is not amazing pawn. Gary is a solidly okay pawn. Like, we got high levels now, but that's because we're doing stuff. But they were started with just tough. Tough is good. Like, I'm not complaining about tough. Passion for shooting in melee and plants. And then everything else was low. You can see, like, their social is 0 and everything. Which is going to be a tricky one to work on. Speaking of which, we are probably at the point now. So, Gary, you are now the head of Gary. Congratulations on your promotion to the head of Gary. And the immediate first thing you did was you gained 1 point in social. And at some point in our run, we're going to want to go. We do have all sorts of artifacts, like the Cup of Gary and all that. Once I get an ideology room, we'll put stuff for keeping the relics in. Once I've got those reliquaries, do the clone casters have the same sidecast? Yes. That is one of the things that is brokenly powerful with the cloning, is if you get yourself a really strong caster and you can start cloning it, you get lots of really strong casters. We do have like 1 or 2 good moves, like the skip shield definitely feels like one that's useful. Bar skip is interesting because this does mean, in theory, I could send a caravan way far away, bar skip all but like one of my pawns over to that caravan to do whatever I need, and then far skip the group back. Yeah, it will give you the same spells. So if you got like a spell you really, really like, you could, you know, get multiple instances of it. Like, I know there's one that causes all the animals on the map to go berserk. I think that one knocks your pawn out for a while, but it is one you could, like, blast cast it, that kind of thing. And then, you know, if you got, like, a bunch more animals showing up, but the other person still had to recover their psi focus, you could do it again. But you always use it to drop with drop pods. Send one pawn in a drop pod and then teleport to them. Yeah, no, I could definitely see opportunity there. That's actually one of the things that could be an interesting workaround for when you're running into the issues with the grav ship versus your main colony. Splitting your colony up between those 2 locations. You could do a thing where you teleport everyone. There's one that takes everything in the map, map berserks, and lowers rep with everyone. Yeah. And like I said, I think that's one of the ones that when you use it, the sidecaster gets knocked out for like a day or 2 or something like that as well. Like it is the big I'm nuking this button, you know, how sidecasts. Fire starting spree on Tempo Gary. You know what? I'm honestly, do I actually care about that? I probably should care about that. I don't, but I probably should care about it. Because honestly, if they prevent me from doing one of these by burning the bluegrass, We're recharging it so fast right now. It's not that big a deal. We're definitely going to get to the point where everyone's fully psychicked up. And then the catch is like, do we keep everyone sitting at the tree the whole time so we have like all of our psychic powers juiced? Because unfortunately that is way down there. And that's eventually going to get us in trouble if we have everyone doing it. But I don't think I can like take another pathway and lead it all the way down here and be practical. Maybe we can. It would have to be an area that you see the circle here. I'd have to have the building on the outside would penalize the growth rate. But at the same time, you know, have a path that goes the whole way out there. Sure, whatever. We can see how far we can take this Gary thing. I mean, actually, that might not be a bad idea, because I can put that there, and then that also lets me put the monolith inside our perimeter. So bring it down here, bring in the monolith, bring this in as well. So we have like a little run out here. Oh, right, there's no geothermal on the map. I was like, yeah, we could just put it to a geothermal as well. Oh, right. This is grasslands, there is no geothermal. You tend to use far skip for your shuttle, ran out of fuel. I haven't had that problem, but I also haven't gotten to use the shuttle too much, entirely honestly. I've done lots of Odyssey stuff. Don't you dare hit a Gary. Check their bio for meditation focus type. I mean, I believe it was under here. Yeah, natural. You might get more than the tree. Oh, not you. Bio info. Yeah, so natural is the oh, you get small natural shrine, large natural shrine. Yeah. Yeah, no, all the Garys will because they are a tribal start. It gets down to the penalty of 25%, right? Insulting spree on Tempo Gary. Go to sleep. There, insulting spree is not going on anymore. Think about what you've done, Tempo Gary. Think about it. Also, give me that food. I am liking having all, like, so many of our pawns are getting closed with the thing that lets you just kind of cancel breaks by knocking them out. And it's like, yeah, it's going to be abusable. Which it's fine. Yeah, if we're lucky, we can get the Psi Focus stone thing, and I can plunk it right down here in the middle. And that would be amazing. We'd have to move stuff around, but that's really not that big a deal. You can do an ideology party to refill Psi Focus? Yeah. That could be good when you know a fight's coming. It's just the problem is, like, if they're attacking immediately, trying to stop and do a party real fast, you know, while they're on their way is probably not gonna be the play, as it were. But yeah, so for those who didn't catch, these are all the people who got Crumbling Mind on. They can't haul, they can't research, they can't do most of the stuff. So that's how they contribute to the colonies. They just chill at the edge and make the tree give us psychic powers. Alright, so another one for Rongor. Get pretty close to maxing you out. We got 2 more levels. You get the novice rank? Yeah, no, there's something we could do. Honestly, they're very hard to come by, but really rarely you'll get a trader who will have, like, the exotic goods trader with the nature focus thing. That's, I think, what one of the things we're going to want to get, is, like, to just plunk that in the middle here. And then we don't have to go down to the tree, because once we get everyone max leveled, since we are cloning, I'll never need to do the tree thing again. So we just have a Psi Focus recharge here, then anyone can just run in here and just chill. Alright, so what did you get on this one? You got Bar Skip. So literally everyone in this colony is going to have Bar Skip by the time we're done at the rate we're going. Not really. The 3 with Crumbling Mind will probably get something else. Tribe villages have them for sale? I almost never caravan. Do we have a tribe village nearby? Oh, we do, actually. Well, maybe at some point we'll embark over there. Meanwhile, if you're all going to be upset, where is our word joy? You. Stop being upset. That's how that works, right? You just tell them no, and then they stop being upset. It feels like that's how that works. And that, you know, they don't just become extremely upset about it. Slowly seeing this area getting close. So I probably should think about the actual defensive position here. Right now with the weapons we're getting, these are leaning long range, these are leaning short range. We do have a balance. So if we had a bunch of like really long range, we could do like an actual proper like cone kind of defense position. If we had a bunch of short range, we could do kind of like the really short one where you can pop in the door and have like 2 different lines of short range on our side. Can you craft a small nature shrine? Not that I'm aware of. I'll admit I haven't bothered ever looking. Oh, you know what? You can. Huh. To be honest, in all my time playing RimWorld, never tried. We won't build it yet. Not until we start getting those. Climate adjuster. I guess 3 manhunting crows is a... That's fine. I don't need it. I forgot I had 2 research benches there, because once upon a time, we could do 2 research benches. Alright, so critical on the books, and with this, we will go to books, tell it no books. Move those into the lab, so if anyone does find the time to do research, that'll be great. We just need more Gary. See, the shrine will actually boost your psi gain when used by the tree. That's where you normally use it. Oh, interesting. So you're saying what I could actually do with that? Because again, this is... I never bothered making those because, admittedly, I haven't done a lot of the psi stuff. So if I were to go here and, like, plunk this down... Like, does it need to be within range of the tree? Like, how does... The large one, is it 3x3? Yeah. Like, assume you need your meditation spot in there, so it'd drop it, like, over here on the edge there. Yeah, so if I did this, it would be in range of the meditation spot, so they would, you know, benefit from both. I'm gonna pause before I try and do this, even though I know I don't have it. And it won't conflict with this, by being in our psi focus. But yeah, so I'm assuming the idea is you get the meditation spots and you put it between there. They would gain a 3% boost? Interesting. Okay. Gotcha. So that'd be a whole thing to, like, massively do it. And that'd be good to... Are you having a break? Do we need to talk to you about going to sleep? I do like with the word serenity, it does give them the catharsis. So they do get the catharsis of their break, even though they don't finish whatever the task was of it. At least with, like, the ramblings and the days and all that kind of stuff. Mad Bison, I also don't need to be doing this. I was gonna put in the middle and do that, but that's fine. We'll leave that alone. So Mad Bison. That is not all what I needed. It's just you. Down there. Oh, they're leaving. Yeah, we've definitely got to do what we can to help with that. Honestly, your roleplay voiceovers make this mess 100%. Oh, Does the whole thing being like Tempo Gary is the thing. Refugee died anger. Dude. Don't walk into the dangerous animal, not Gary. We can only babysit the not Garys so much. They do need a certain level of self-accountability. There. So future Nick Garys and not Garys will be protected from doing that. Alright. Excellent. Quest completed. It doesn't give us the dialogue saying they will never forget what I did for them. I haven't noticed that before. So of the 5, 2 of them died. And instead of being like, Jamie will never forget what you did for them, it's just like, you finished. You technically achieved the job. You're not getting a congratulations. Look, man. Here's your participation trophy. Take it and go. Oh, and we got you. We got a little bit of wood brought back. We're gonna need more. So one thing we're gonna start doing is we're gonna start doing things that are a little bit more costly. So let's, well, actually, if we do a fancy floor here, it's gonna eat up almost all of the slate we've got in the area. We'll start making that room properly nice, because that'll boost mood since that's our break room / rec room. I also just realized this whole time. It's fine. Who needs a billiard table and all that stuff? We have our telescope chilling up here. Also give us some wood back. Oh, right, and we can hold that door open. Hold this door open, that door can stay open. That's not even meant to be a storage room, that's just they kept dumping my healing mech serum out here because this kept being full, which is certainly a problem I need to address. I'm not going to, but, you know, I should. But soon there will be another Gary. And with our next additional Gary, we can split out responsibilities even more so that more things can get done. Because if you keep wanting to use the trees, you can put 4 small shrines around to get 4% speed bonus. Yeah. Well, I think what we'll probably do for right now is we'll keep using the tree until our initial group of Garys all have their stuff sorted. Are you going to... Oh! Get out of there. Run. Also hold the door. Well, field's getting burned. So it's an all melee group. So instead of rallying there, rally back here. Start shooting. That's fine. We're literally going to be stopping using that room here in a minute. Alright, that's fine. Deal with the fire first. You did your job. Luckily, that's all enclosed, so that shouldn't be able to catch fire, but they are going to burn my fields. Because we haven't quite sealed this off where when a fires happen outside. Yeah, water skip too. You are right. I do have water skip. I forgot how small water skip is. Yeah, water skip's a little underwhelming. I feel like for 40 focus or whatever, it should be a bigger radius. Yeah, like maybe 1 or 2 tiles bigger. Like I can't imagine you use that offensively. Yeah, because it doesn't change the ground type to cause the movement speed penalty or anything. It's great in combat? Yeah, no, I imagine if you get caught with like a flamethrower or whatever, you can sit there and splash it on whoever got caught. Why are you hustling so much? It's tough to land it while someone running on fire. I see that one dashing down. I'm like, please don't just run through the fire. Good for saving a storage room too. I mean, I just put a fire foam popper in a storage room most of the time. But then I can just ignore it. It just cost me a component. And honestly, these days, components are pretty easy to manage. Not like they used to be. I mean, I guess that depends on your map. Like, if you're on some of the maps like the Extreme Desert or whatever, which is like the rolling sand hills and next to nothing there, like, components could be a bit of a mess. The sandbar maps could be pretty, well, whatever it's called, like where it's the coastal sands or whatever, that could be pretty awful. Archipelago could be pretty awful for dealing with components as well. But barring that, if you're on any tile that's got any reasonable amount of stone, you'll have that. Like, this map will probably be okay, but not good for components. Because we got some down here. Got a couple up here. Got more over there. Got some tucked back here. Some there. Yeah, so probably not awful. As long as I'm not too spendy until we get fabrication. Yeah, it does depend on if we get fire foam from that. That said, I've actually gotten pretty lucky in a lot of the runs where you'll have, you know, hey, you've got whatever smoke being emitted from here, or toxic being emitted, and you go over to, like, attack the little town or it's at or whatever. We got pretty decent odds. Or the ancient ruins. If you actually go to the ancient ruins, you get a lot of fire foam pretty easily. They just tend to have it. Just gotta go in there and yoink it on your way out. Potential new name, Garrison. Yep, unfortunately we have named the colony, and outside of going into, like, editing save files and all that, you can't change the colony name. Because for those who don't know, it actually, I'm pretty sure on your hard drive, the file name for the colony is your, oh, your next clone? Oh, the next clone? Yeah, well, for the next clone, it's gonna be we draw a name from the hat, as it were. And then the person can either have their screen name there, or like a play on words for Gary or whatever. So that's the reason why you see a lot of them have Gary in their name, or some phonetically Gary. But we also have some that don't have Gary. But if we look at their titles, this would be like, for example, where is it at? Fifth Gary, there you are. Yeah, so this is 5th Gary, 4th Gary, 3rd Gary, 6th Gary, 2nd Gary, original Gary, and not a Gary. They're in the freezer. They're just the one we're healing our problems with that. Being cloned by anomaly? Yep, we've got... Basically, the way we set this up is the corrupted obelisk was you know, in the scenario, we set it to drop on day 7. And then we did give ourselves 2 mech healing serums right at the beginning, so that the first Gary we could, like the first clone we could make sure happened, or at least a clone we could make sure happened. So this is actually a new one we got from a quest, but we were allowed to only guarantee ourselves 1 Gary through that. All right, and this will be Rongor's last psychic power. The thing that's going to be a catch is if we get, like, a super strong psychic power, for example. Berserk Pulse, generating an overwhelming rush of undirected rage in everyone near the target point. Yep. So you can make a whole lot of people real mad. But, like, that'd be potentially one to consider cloning Wrong Gary so that we could get more of the Berserk Pulse. It's interesting that's only a 6% cost. Ah, real short range. The most loved, not Gary, spends her life in a freezer. Well, she's also very old, so we're just helping her out. If we get the ability, we'll even de-age her. We'll thaw her out to de-age her so that we can put her back in the fridge and keep her fresh. The pulse is half duration on single target too? Gotcha. Neat. It seems like a good one to use on enemies that have, like, a really good weapon you're worried about. Or if you've got, like, a bunch of enemies tied up in an area, you could, you know, hit it on the enemy in the middle to, like, distract that whole middle group and just kind of choke it up. Alright, so we're starting to get a decent amount of limestone. Honestly, for grasslands, it does feel like this map has been raining a lot, and I'm not unhappy with it. I guess the map's also been on fire a lot, so that might be a key component there. Yeah, so you're spending all the time crafting brick, not getting research done. But if we get 1 more Gary in here, what we should be able to do with our next Gary is we should be able to assign one of them to focus on the research exclusively. And that's kind of what's happening. They're just making more Garys and being like, okay, this is the crafter Gary, okay, this is the researcher Gary, okay, this is the plants Gary, okay, this is the construction Gary. We got 1 more in-game day, and then we get our next Gary. Insulting spree. No, you're not ready for that. Wrong, Gary. Do we need a nap? It sounds like we need a nap, Wrong, Gary. Go to sleep, Wrong, Gary. There we go. And yes, I'm leaving out there to just lay in the rain. That's the consequence for misbehaving. Where you go to sleep is where you stay. Oh, I've got 2 more corpses and that's making people angry. I see. get your weapon. And use that on you before you have a mood break. Take those to others so we stop taking the penalty for that. Alright. Goodwill. You were right on the edge of the map. We'll see how that goes. I'm busy doing things like moving corpses out of my area. Alright, so you're at the 5-hour mark, so let's run down here. We got chill back here. We might not arrive in time because of all the crumbled mine slope movement speed penalties. Luckily, they were already most of the way down there, so that actually might be okay. Smoke launchers and EMP grenades. I don't even need to do anything. You just have fun, okay? Nicely done, team. Real good job. Wrong, Gary. Go ahead and grab one of those EMP grenades. I don't care what happens. Well, actually, grab the smoke grenade launcher and the EMPs. Because we'll want those, because those will be really good for us for fighting mech clusters. So thank you for your contribution. Rage showed up and had weapons that do no damage. Technically, you can do damage with the smoke grenades if you hit the target itself. It could do like a point of damage. But realistically, you're probably doing no damage. I want those inside so they don't rot. Rescue shuttle has arrived. I'm also realizing this whole time, why don't I have shelves? Brain. Okay, maxed reputation again. I'll be adding shelves here to increase our storage substantially. I'm just so used to not getting the complex furniture so early because of random research. It's like, oh wait, I can just do that. With that said though, chat, I've already gone almost an hour long and all that stuff. And I can't go much longer before I have to like force an ad on you. So I'm gonna go ahead and avoid that. So what we are gonna be doing is we are going to be wrapping up and rating out and all that good stuff. If you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. Most likely, there's a good chance, so Friday it might not be a stream. I am doing something during the day, I just don't know how long it's going to take. There might not be a stream, there might be a stream. If there is, we'll probably pick up where we left off, because we're getting a brand new Gary in 2 in-game hours, so there's your cliffhanger to see what happens with the next Gary. I've been enjoying this kind of silly, gimmicky run. We're probably also going to be getting a couple more games on the schedule here in the immediate future. I do love myself some RimWorld, but I'm a variety streamer, I do hop between games and all that. But we'll see this run through and all that stuff to whatever ridiculous conclusion we come up with. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will just be ending abruptly for you over there because I do not have a host ready on the YouTube side, but thanks so much for tuning in. And then for everyone here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid.